Okay,
Yes.
and we're going live now, so hold on one moment. Okay, Susan, we can begin.
Call this meeting to order with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like to welcome everyone tonight to the Radnor Township School District, July 21st, 2020, virtual school board meeting to discuss plans and possible recommendations for reopening Radnor schools in the fall of 2020. I'd like to report that I will report on executive sessions at next Tuesday's regular business meeting on July 28th. And with that, I will turn it over to the superintendent report. Mr. Batchelor.
Thank you, Mr. Stern. So tonight we have a lengthy presentation. So I'm gonna forego the superintendent's report, and I'll wait till we get into the meat of the presentation tonight. And then we're planning, I think, the same thing for the student presentations as well. The student reports, the students will give their reports next week and the following week.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we're going to get underway with our plan and presentation for possibly for the reopening of the schools in the fall. Mr. Batchelor, that's going to be with Mr. Dukevich, right?
Yeah, with Mr. Dukevich and Mr. Bechtold as well. And we'll get started with the presentation. So first off, good evening. It's good to see everyone, and also anyone who's watching from home and chiming in on this meeting and joining us. I know this is a topic that is with great anticipation. There's been a lot of discussion nationally about how do we reopen our schools. It has been a focus for all of us. We've been working really hard to look at a lot of different options. Tonight is a work session. And what I mean by a work session, it is, yes, it's a board meeting and it is a public board meeting, and we're going to have two opportunities for public comment, but we are not planning on voting on anything tonight, at least to my knowledge. I don't know what any new business board members will have, but administratively and the agenda, we have not put any voting items on the agenda for tonight. Tonight's goal was to just share a status, to share a ton of information. It's going to be a lot of information that we want to share with not only the school board, but share with our public, our community, our staff about the status of where we are. This has been a real challenge. Everyone in our district is so focused on the safety of our students, our staff, our community, and we're also so focused on how do we get all our kids back in school, and how do we do it safely. So tonight is our opportunity to share with you the status of where we are. I know as a parent of kids wanting to know what's happening in my own school district, you often want to just cut to the chase. So I apologize. We have a lot of slides and information in the beginning where we're just trying to set the context, give some background. And then, yes, we will get to that point where we share, here are some of the options. Here are the options we've considered. Here are options that we considered that we're maybe not considering anymore, or how these options have evolved over time as well. We do have a website that is Reopening Radnor website. We have posted a lot of our information there over the last couple of weeks as we've had a committee that's meeting, and you'll hear about that, the different aspects that have been meeting in the committees. That information has all been posted there, so as an opportunity to try to keep everyone up to date. The one thing I would ask of our board, our community, everybody watching, is to realize things are constantly changing. We are constantly having to respond. And I feel like we've been doing that since March, but it still continues. New information, new guidance, a nuanced look at guidance or the implications of it is impacting us, and things continue to change, and they will continue to change. We have to be flexible. We have to develop as best we can a plan moving forward. We're going to talk about what are some of our guiding principles tonight with our plan, but we have to realize that sometimes our information is as good as 7:08 on 7:21, because later tonight or tomorrow there could be some reason or something that things could change. One thing I need to emphasize is that whatever we do and however we move forward, it's going to take a community. It's going to take all of us working together as a community to have our kids safely back in school. We're going to have to work together. We're going to have to take seriously the guidance, and we're going to have to really work together as a community to make sure that we do what's right, to make sure that we can control the spread and that we can have our kids back in school. So with that, let me explain the agenda for tonight too. We're going to have about an hour presentation of just information board members. We're just going to it's a PowerPoint. We're not trying to PowerPoint you to death in community, but we're going to just share information for about an hour or so. Then we're going to open it up to the public comment. We'll read the public comment, and then we're going to open it up to board discussion. After that board discussion for, I'm hoping, an hour or so, we're going to want to go through some of the details of a health and safety plan that we eventually have to pass, and we have to put forward to the board for pass, and then that has to be sent to the state eventually. We're looking at hopefully voting on that next Tuesday, that health and safety plan, and that is a prescribed template from the state of Pennsylvania that we hope to, as I said, we will have a draft of that posted on our website by tomorrow. We will screen share tonight a draft of that as well. So we'll have about an hour of presentation, public comment, which could take a good amount of time. We'll open it up to board discussion. We're then going to go back and look at the draft of the health and safety plan, and we'll have a discussion on that. So hopefully that's not 1 a.m., but it's going to be a long meeting, I think, tonight. And we can also certainly look at scheduling other meetings as need be as we move forward. So let me ask, and first off, I also want to thank our two coordinators. One of the things the state, suggested is that each district appoint coordinators for reopening school districts. And our two coordinators have been Mr. Dukevich, our Director of Elementary Teaching and Learning, and Mr. Bechtold, our Director of Secondary Teaching and Learning. So Sean and Dan together have been coordinating our pandemic response. They'll be joining me, and we have other administrators on this as well who can chime in during the question and answer period as well as we discuss things. If there's things we can't answer tonight, tonight's goal is to gather those questions from board members. And then next Tuesday, we hope to have answers, as many answers as we can to those questions that we are unable to answer tonight. So let me start with the presentation.
Mr. Batchelor, excuse me, just a moment. Mr. Batchelor, I just wanted to say, apparently there was a little delay with the live streaming. So just people will, at the end of the hour-long presentation, the public will have an opportunity for their comments to be read, just in case people came into the meeting a few minutes late.
Yep. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, so let me, Sean to help screen share, or Dan, I'm not sure who's the master of ceremonies on the screen sharing for tonight, or if it's Chris. So our agenda for tonight, I want to talk a little bit about our continued educational opportunities. I mentioned that we're reopening Radnor, but the reality is we never closed Radnor. We might have closed our buildings, but education has been continuing since March. It's been continuing to improve, and we've been open this summer as well. So I want to talk about that. Our progress towards opening, our theme of safe, flexible pathways for our kids, our safeguarding the health and well-being of our staff and students, which is absolutely critical to us moving forward, our flexible design and some options with that, and some pathways for learning we want to share tonight. I'm going to move to the next slide. We have had summer programming that has been going on this summer that we added new summer enrichment programming based on the closure from the spring. Our teachers came together, our administrators came together, school board, and said, what could we do to have some additional programming since we were online since March? Is there some type of programming that we could offer free to our students this summer? I'm happy to say that programming has been happening. K-12, we've had over 500 students, K-12, that have been involved in this enrichment programming from the accounts from kids, teachers. It has been going very well. I want to thank our staff that have been part of making this possible, and I want to thank our community for taking advantage of it. We're glad that it's been successful and is something that our kids have been able to be engaged in this summer. You can see just some of the pictures from the enrichment camps, some of the programming that we've had over the last few weeks, and that will continue. And then you can see pictures from our book club there as well. So I'll turn it over to Sean, Mr. Dukevich, to talk a little bit about task force timeline and some other pieces.
Thank you, Mr. Batchelor, and good evening, everybody. I too want to just express my gratitude for the Radnor staff. I've had the privilege of working with a number of teachers this summer, and I can't imagine a busier summer for teachers than ever before. And our teachers have been so patient and so supportive. They've helped us develop a lot of these plans, and I just want to express my gratitude for them for being so patient and being so supportive. So the first slide here represents our initial task force, which took place in May and June. This task force represented 25 members of the Radnor staff. We had representatives from different roles amongst the district. And so this task force helped us first investigate a number of options based off what we did in the spring. Going into June, we started to build consensus around those options and continue to discuss the depths of them. And we wrapped up in mid-June and moved on to a new task force, which was focused solely on reopening, and that's what we heard to talk about tonight. The reopening task force included 51 members, 30 of which were Radnor teachers, administrators, and various other roles. I'll share that soon. And the other 20 were made up of community members, which in total made a very diverse stakeholder group. We met 3 times in July. Again, those decisions from our initial task force were discussed and outlined. Further plans were developed, protocols were discussed, and we've moved along in July to the point we're at now, where we're hoping to have a plan finalized by next Tuesday so we can move along in August to fully plan for reopening. Along the way, we've tried to receive as much feedback as possible from staff and the community. This timeline just captures what we did in May and June with the initial task force. We had staff meetings in June as school concluded for the year. We had optional department team meetings and sessions for particular grades and departments and buildings. June 8th was a teacher professional development day, the final day of the school year, and we administered a survey to them that asked them to do a skills assessment of their online tool strategies and the work that was done during our continuity of education piece in the spring. And then we administered a survey on June 15th, which will be reviewed tonight as well. As far as the community, we had formal and informal surveys that happened from April to June. So we of course, we're always receiving informal feedback via email from board updates and comments. We also administered a survey to parents and community members June 15th as well. And then our reopening task force, which included 20 members of our community, occurred over 3 dates in July. We feel like we've received a great amount of feedback from our parents and community and support. The reopening task force members, again, included 30 Radnor Township staff members, see a wide variety of folks in really critical roles throughout the district, from the health room to maintenance, food service, and technology. We also had 2 Radnor High School students who represented the student population. On the community side, you can see we were very fortunate. We had over 200 community members share interest in joining this Radnor task force, and we sure wish we could have included everyone. For the sake of efficiency and practicality, we chose 20 members that we felt represented some really critical components and some great expertise that would inform us as we move forward. As you can see, this list is pretty impressive, from immunologists to infectious disease doctors, pediatricians, operational risk management, technology. As you can see, as a whole, we try to represent some of the most critical pieces of putting a fall plan together, and we were really fortunate and very thankful to have these folks join us.
And Sean, if I could jump in, the goal of that committee was to give us feedback. Administratively, we brought forward ideas, options. You can follow along on our website what those PowerPoints and what those discussions. And the role of that committee was to give us feedback and to give us guidance. And we found it to be invaluable. It was very helpful to have that feedback, the questions. It is also informed. We will be putting out tonight and tomorrow, we'll be putting on our website an FAQ that will be expanding of frequently asked questions. They helped identify for us what are those questions that we need to answer as a school district moving forward as well. So I just wanted to thank again the committee for their work and thank both Sean and Dan for their leadership.
Thank you, Ken. Moving along here, the additional research and guidance that has contributed to our planning process has included, again, not just the task forces that we facilitated within the Radnor Township, but also the Delaware County and the Chester County task forces. We participated in those. There's been an ongoing series of superintendent and curriculum directors meetings, technology directors meetings, pupil service, special ed, and legal counsel meetings that we participated on, mostly on a weekly basis to understand what other districts are doing, et cetera. This next slide captures just a few links in this website or this webpage that will be, I should say, this presentation that will be posted to our webpage includes a number of links to documents that have helped inform us along the way and provide guidance to reopen. So the next several slides kind of capture the survey data I mentioned earlier that was administered June 15th. We had over 1,300 parent responses and over 200 staff responses. I'm going to try to go through the survey data pretty quickly. We do recognize that the data is 4 to 5 weeks old, and certainly that opinions have gravitated and moved, and we understand they may have evolved. However, this captures where we were at that time, and it's helped us again to inform us what we should expect for the fall and where people were at the time. The first question related to our spring online learning and parents' overall satisfaction with our programming. As from an administrator's perspective, we're obviously looking for green and blue here, which would indicate a satisfaction with the online learning. You can see throughout the survey data, there's quite a bit of not sure or neutral, which is that light colored orange-yellow color. And then the unsatisfied is that light blue. We do recognize from the beginning that our online learning that took place in the spring was emergency learning. It was on the fly. We've learned a great deal since then, and we're excited to share with you what our plans are for the fall, should we have to go online again. The next question is the overall satisfaction of communication with the child's teacher and the parents. Again, we're looking for blue and green. The satisfaction in this question was certainly a bit higher, but you can see from the parent's perspective, it's broken down by the number of children they may have in the district. Obviously, child 1 to 5 is not proportionate evenly, but you can get a sense for, generally speaking, the child 1, 2, 3 would probably be more on the primary grades. On the large part, child 4, 5, probably more on the secondary level. The next question relates to their child's engagement with learning and their satisfaction there. Obviously online, especially on the fly, engagement is something we need to improve upon. You can see here that we're around the 50% mark of satisfaction, so we knew we had some work to do with engagement. Next question relates to the satisfaction of the challenge of the work. How difficult was it? We recognize that when we went online, a good portion of the beginning was review work, and was not new learning at the very beginning. We certainly evolved into that, but it took some time. Again, you can see the statistics here, a little less than 50% satisfaction overall, but there was a lot of uncertainty in this question. The next question relates to the child maintaining a connection with his or her teacher during remote learning. We were proud to see this number. The strongly agree was close to 70% overall. So we do feel good that our teachers were very cognizant of their connection with the student. They made a lot of different efforts to make sure that they maintain connection with them. So this was a good number. Obviously, we want to see this improve as well. This is an interesting question here at the time, again, 4 weeks ago. Would parents prefer recorded video lessons or live recorded lessons or a combination? You can see a combination was the highest rated one. We recognize that live video was also a very growing concern for parents in the spring. We recognize that a combination of those two things is going to meet most of our students' needs. Let's see, one forward there, Dan. There we go. The next several questions relate to questions that were asked of both the staff and parents. The first question here is, online learning improved after the first few weeks? You can see on the left side, 70% of our staff agreed that online learning did improve, and a slightly higher percentage of parents believe that it improved as well. The next question was, general concern for a child's mental health after a period of isolation from friends in school. The staff, 90% felt that this was true, that they agreed that they should be concerned with their mental health, where on the parent side, significantly less, 64% agreed. Certainly this is a difficult one to measure, but we also recognize the importance of social emotional learning. The next question relates to, if social distancing at 6 feet apart is required, we would be unable, potentially, again, the question at the time, to provide a full day of schooling every day for all students at the same time. If this were the case, which of the following would the parents prefer? and the staff. You can see on each graph. In this case, the staff preferred majority was a flex model. 21% indicated an online preference, where 17% indicated in school. On the other side, parents, obviously the majority was looking for our students to be back in buildings, so the majority was in school, 36% flex, and a much lower percentage for online, again, just 4 weeks ago. Next question, how would you feel about sending your child back to school if there were no vaccine or effective COVID-19 treatment? Staff, 52% felt that we could do this with precautionary measures, where on the parent side, a higher proportion felt that we should do this with precautionary measures, and you can see slightly higher at the upper secondary levels than at the elementary. This was a question where both staff and parents had to rank order their preference for school to reopen in the fall. Green would indicate in school with strict precautions, blue would indicate with some precautions, the orange color as normal as possible, and the light blue is online until vaccine. So in rank order, both the green and blue were the highest ranked. As you can see in both cases, on the staff side, it was almost equal, and on the parent side, blue was slightly higher. And so they would look again for precautions in place, but in school primarily. The next question is again, a hot topic, of course, across the world right now, is how comfortable would be wearing a mask, teacher or child. The staff at the time had an affirmative of 56%. There was a high proportion of additional comments, and I would generalize that those comments indicated an affirmative for mask wearing or shield wearing. So if you were to include that, that was an additional 24%. So there was a high proportion, if you include those comments, in a mask affirmative for staff. On the parent side, it was close to, in some cases, as high as 80%. Overall, is around 73% felt comfortable having their child wear a mask during school if they're back in session, in person. The next question would relate to transportation. So when we first issued this survey, we had strong concerns about social distancing on buses. Recent guidance has shown that you can seat up to 2 students per seat on the bus, provided they're masked and safe. And however, that being the case, parents did indicate a strong support in providing transportation for students in the fall. Nearly 80% said that they could or would provide transportation if necessary. The next question relates to taking body temperature. So this is a screening process, another hot topic right now. And in this case, maybe the question could have been worded differently, but 62% indicated an acceptance with allowing the school to take temperatures as students enter and asking some screening questions. Another 37% agreed to sign an agreement that they would do this at home before students came to school. Overall, there was an affirmative for screening students prior to school. Next question relates to sports and extracurricular activities. Overall, 67% of parents agreed or strongly agreed that we should offer some extracurricular activities and sports in the fall in some way if possible. The next question relates to if we were facing another state-ordered closure. That's if the PDE, all schools in Pennsylvania have to close just like they did in the spring. And online learning has to occur in lieu of being in person. The question relates to how much synchronous live real-time instruction would parents prefer as opposed to or versus asynchronous recorded flexible learning. As you can see here, parents indicated 72% more synchronous instruction, over 18% of the same as in the spring. So we heard this feedback loud and clear. I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Batcher at this time.
Sure. So, and I think we just skipped can we go back one slide to the red? So our lessons learned. If we are in a situation where we have to be closed again, we're calling that the red phase to match with the state guidelines, and we have to be fully remote. We've learned a lot. We've learned a lot about how we would like to do that in the future if we're closed. There would be significant increases in live synchronized, what we call live synchronized instruction. Student participation would be required. We'd have a daily schedule and a structure. more student collaboration in the instructional activities, well-defined grading and assessment parameters. This is something we heard loud and clear from not only our parents, but we heard it from our teachers. Our teachers wanted the kids and they want the kids live, if we are back online, if we have a forced closure again. If we're in the yellow phase, lessons that we've learned. So I'll move to the next slide. Schools are open on a regular schedule, for all students if we can. We have extensive mitigation practices, and that's what we're going to talk about tonight. What does it look like in the yellow and green? What is that extensive mitigation? No visitors, no field trips. What is possible modifications to lunch? And what would we be looking at as we look at, screening and masking, distancing our students? And then next is the green phase. And the green phase is a little, confusing. I think we see green and we think, oh, we're out of it. We hear green and the state went green. We still have significant social distancing. We still have, even in the green, and we are in the green right now, there are still things that we have to do to try to mitigate the spread of the virus. So there would still be a lot that would be done to minimize different aspects of our students' flow, minimizing field trips, considerations for facilitating specials, social distancing, and we would still, in all these phases we're going to talk about tonight, have a remote opportunity, a choice for our students to be remote if they would like to be. So our themes for tonight you're going to hear is the safe, flexible pathways. We've been looking at this, how do we safeguard the health and well-being of our students? That is what has guided this work. How do we provide flexible pathways to access education, support our students? How do we provide high quality educational program to all of our students? We know the highest quality, best program we can provide are our kids in the classroom with our teachers. We know that. We experience that even with our plans to have a more robust, rigorous online program. We do know that the highest quality educational program we can provide is our kids in their classrooms. We also have looked at in the reality that we've heard from some of our parents that, the importance of trying to help, within our community, and the importance of our parents, going back to work, and the structure within our community has played into our thinking as well. Move to the next. So these guiding principles are what's guiding us: screening, masking, hygiene, and distancing. Those are the philosophical foundations, and what we have learned from all the different health departments, and I'm going to turn it back to Sean in a moment to share the details in each one of these, but what we have learned, and this is an important aspect, that it is all of these things in concert is what is critical. It is not just one thing. We're not going to solve this and open our schools by just screening alone, or just masking alone, or hygiene alone, or distancing. We need to do all these things. We need to make sure we are screening. We need to make sure we are masking. We are educating about hygiene and following through. The importance of just washing our hands continues to be a significant impact and deterrent to the spread of the virus, or any virus, but the importance of washing hands and distancing. So these are our 4 themes that are guiding us as we move forward that we need to do. Turn it back to Sean.
Thank you, Ken. So the next several slides will first capture 4 main sources of guidance. There's a lot of guidance coming our way from all different places. One consistent piece is that we want to maintain consistent perspective within these 4 main guidance sources. 1, the Center for Disease Control. 2nd, the American Academy of Pediatrics. 3rd, the Chester County Health Department. And 4th, the PA Department of Education. By and large, these are the 4 sources that provide us guidance that are most relevant and apparent to us. You'll notice that on these slides, there is a link to the documents that I'll be referencing. I've captured some of the information from each source as it relates to each of the guiding principles. So under screening, you can see in each of these 4 quadrants, it represents some of the critical pieces that relate to screening. You'll notice some of the words within the context is to the greatest degree practical, if feasible. Certainly there's methods that allow parents to report temperature checks and such at home. So there's a lot of ideas and guidance around screening. We also have to balance it out with how practical it is to screen hundreds of students as they come into a building, while also maintaining the safety of the other 3 guiding principles. So how can we maintain social distancing while screening? So there's a lot of guidance on how that can be done at home and how we can also safeguard and do things in school to ensure that we're being at the safest we can be, and just being really vigilant with watching kids and closely monitoring their health and their affect. The next slide represents all of the guidance around screening and where we are as a district today. First, you'll notice above everything, these 4 components need to include education. How are we going to educate our students, parents, and employees around the instruction and guidance for screening practices? We will ask parents to screen their children before the start of school each day. We will ask the employees to do the same for themselves each day prior to reporting to work. That being said, we're also going to equip our nurses with contactless temperature gauges that will enable them to randomly screen students as they enter school. Will we hit every student every day? No, but we plan to randomly do it in such a way that we can safeguard our students and provide another layer between the parent screening at home and when they enter our buildings. Again, employees and students will be encouraged to stay home if they are feeling ill. We will have, again, a supply of non-contact infrared thermometers. And again, we will vigilantly monitor student wellness and send them to the nurse for evaluation if suspected ill at any time. And of course, we're going to provide our staff with opportunities for staying home if they're ill, of course, and on an individual basis to support them to the greatest degree possible if they need to be out for a long period of time. The next slide represents, again, the 4 quadrants, the 4 sources of reference as related to hygiene. We recognize hygiene, as Ken mentioned, is a critical component, perhaps the most critical. And this, again, includes hand washing, scheduled times for students to visit the restroom, and make sure that we are educating them to the greatest degree possible about the importance of hygiene. This is a pretty obvious one, so I'm going to move to the next slide and talk about what we're going to do at Radnor. Again, it starts with education. How are we educating our students and employees to receive extensive hand washing and hygiene instruction? We're working with our nurses this summer to develop all of those protocols, all those supportive documentations, video tutorials, etc., to make sure that we're coming out of the gate really educating our students and our staff about what needs to be done. We're going to, again, poster the building in high traffic areas about reminders with hand washing. We're going to equip every classroom and office with a supply of hand sanitizer, tissues, disinfectant spray, wipes, rubber gloves. These will be supplied to every classroom, and as needed, we will continue to support that. Obviously, we're going to minimize or prohibit sharing of supplies to the greatest extent possible. If we need to use some supplies over the course of time, we will clean them in between having them move to another set of students. Of course, our cleaning protocols will be greatly increased, and we're meeting regularly about how to do that effectively and efficiently. Moving on to the third, again, this is masking guidance. Again, a very hot topic. These 4 resources continue to inform us that masking is very important. There is a lot of information about masking out there, again, from all different places. We recognize that universal face coverings for students and staff is critical. And in the interest of time, we're going to move along to the next piece, which relates to the masking at RTSD. Again, it starts with education. We want to make sure that we educate our students and staff about the guidance and protocols for masking. At this time, we feel that K-12, they should be required to wear masks and or face shields when in their school buildings and on our buses. Of course, exemptions will be made on a case-by-case basis for documented health impairments as provided by law. We are going to provide face shields for all K-12 students. And throughout our ESY program this summer, our extended school year program, we have been trialing a number of face shields, well over a dozen, with students, and getting a sense for how well they fit, how well they recognize it on their face. Are they touching their face more frequently? And we're trying to find the best, most efficient means of providing face shields for all students. We're going to require that staff wear masks and or face shields, and we're going to provide PPE to our employees. Of course, we're going to work in mask breaks into the school day, especially for our elementary friends. And using the shields could be another layer to providing breaks if seated at their desk and at a distance, a safe distance away from other peers and adults. Finally, moving on to distancing, and this is certainly, again, another very hot topic right now. you'll notice the guidance from the four resources are similar in some ways and they're a little different in other ways. You'll notice that in bold and underline italics, you'll notice that a lot of the language says to the maximum extent feasible. However, 6 feet is the word or the measure that we hear from most places. You'll notice that 3 feet, in some cases, the American Academy of Pediatrics says 3 feet may approach the benefits of 6 feet, particularly if we're mass and we're following the other important components. So this is interesting. If we move to the next slide, where we are with distancing right now, of course, first we want to educate. We want to spend time educating our students and employees. They will receive instruction and guidance on appropriately social distance procedures. We've come to know that a lot of times adults are becoming ill because they're commingling, even though they may social distance from other people. We recognize that students will be social distanced to the maximum extent feasible and appropriate. At this time, we're looking at desks to be distanced no less than 3 feet with a goal of 6 feet or more, depending on the option we choose, which will come later in this presentation. We do believe that current class sizes, which Radnor has, at least in a recent study, the lowest class sizes in Delaware County, that we can achieve a distance of 4 or more feet in all classrooms and still bring students back. We want to make sure we're following guidance that relates to facing desks in the same direction so students are not facing one another in clusters. We also recognize that cafeteria seating is meant to be situated 6 feet apart, and the reason for that is students are unmasked because they're obviously eating their food. We can achieve this in a number of ways. You'll notice in the subsequent slides coming that, I'm sorry, the slides coming after this will include modifications to cafeteria seating. We may need to be partitioned with plexiglass or other methods that would separate students effectively and not necessarily mean that they're 6 feet apart. So use of plexiglass and other preformed plastics are being explored to provide opportunities for learning where distancing is not possible or there needs to be a close proximity. And again, we're planning to provide both online and brick and mortar options for students. Of course, safely managing transitions between classes is also being carefully explored by each level. Additional safety that, again, very hot topics right now. How is our internal ventilation and air quality? We're investigating a number of components with that. We're investigating the feasibility of purchasing multiple tents for our campuses to provide students with shaded and weather-free options to get outside, to socially distance outside, potentially for physical education or for outside learning. And also, because water fountains pose a hygiene issue with using the child's mouth onto the fountain, they will be disabled, and we've recently purchased bottle filling stations that will be installed throughout the schools where students can fill water safely and maintain the 4 components that we're meant to maintain.
So this next slide is really just a summary of what you've seen. So we're trying to make this presentation slideshow. We just looked, we have 365 viewers tonight. So I think that's the most viewers we've had on YouTube who are actually tuning into a board meeting at one time. But we put this slide together just to share. These are the themes. This is the summary of what you just heard as Sean went through about. If we want to open schools for in-person instruction in the fall, these are the aspects that we need to emphasize and we need to do collectively as a community. So I'll move quickly through this slide and go to the next one. So our flexible design and fluid transition. And we want to be flexible not only through the phases. The one thing that we emphasized as a district was we started in May with teachers looking at our teaching and learning program. And we started to talk to our teachers about what was working well with online, what can we learn from this? If we ever have to go online again, what could we do? We also talked to our teachers about what are the things if, COVID miraculously disappeared and we are all back together normal, are the things that we've learned from being online that could just improve and help our instructional program. We started having those discussions with our teachers as part of that teaching and learning task force back in May. And that is what has helped develop our online program and our options. So as we look at K-5, and we'll give more details, we are looking at K-5 to have a standalone, separate online program. That K-5 program is being designed right now by Radnor teachers. They have been working for several weeks putting it together. in that K-5 program, if students, parents want to choose to be online for whatever reason, we will have a program for them that is being taught by Radnor teachers, that has been developed by Radnor teachers for K-5. That program will be an option for our students K-5, and we'll give a little more details on that, but we want to make for seamless transitions, for opportunities for people. Now, it would be, from a staffing perspective, once people choose the online, it's helpful that they obviously stay there for a little while as the online, but at the same time, we want to make the transition seamless and allow opportunities for people to move back and forth, because there's going to be challenges and things that are going to happen as the year progresses. From 6 to 12, we're looking at a program that is focused on having the students be able to Zoom into the classroom. So we're looking at a program and a structure that follows our normal schedule at the middle school and high school for 6 through 12. And then for students who would opt for an online option, that online option would be the ability to Zoom into what would be their class. And that would make for a seamless transition. If the student ever wanted to come back and be part of the class, we would have a seat and a spot for them in that classroom. And we'll give a little more details on future slides on that. But again, we're looking for a flexible design with fluid transition, but the programming is different. K-5, what we're looking at, and 6 to 12 right now. Go to the next slide. So our social distance investigation, we're going to be talking a lot about, and you can see some pictures. We've been moving classrooms around, moving desks around to find out what is that distance? What is that distance that we can separate in the classroom, and what does that look like? We've been in the process right now of removing other things from the classroom. This is hard on all of us. This is really disappointing to look at classrooms and to see just that we're having to take away so many things that are in the classroom, so many of the things that maybe we've put with group work and stations and having different opportunities for kids to work together. The reality is in order to open up school, we've got to separate the desks, separate the kids as much as possible. So you can see some examples of what potential classrooms could look like. And we've been looking very carefully at our capacity to do that. On the next slide, you'll see just some of the options that we've been investigating. So as I mentioned at the beginning, we have been open for education since March, even though our buildings were closed, but we did officially open our buildings this summer. So this summer, we have been investigating both fully online synchronous instruction and students being able to, both in their math and in our ESY. We brought students in with ESY, but with our high school math courses, students had an option in one of the classes where they could come in or they could be virtual for that class. I'll move to the next slide, where it just shares, you can see the picture from one of the scenes from that math class that has been happening this summer. The teacher's desk with the plexiglass and the screen. I had an opportunity to sit in the back of that class one morning. From the feedback from the students and the teacher, it has been going very well. We have students who are Zooming into the classroom. Teacher is able to call on those students. They are part of the class, just like those kids that are coming into the classroom and sitting in front of the teacher. We've had an opportunity to try to test the technology, our ability to do that. We've been very pleased, but we've also identified a lot of areas where we need to make adjustments and improvements. And our technology department, under the leadership of Dr. Scott Hand, has already gone about implementing and installing and making some of those changes to make sure our infrastructure could handle this. As I mentioned, for our ESY program, we've been bringing students in, and we have found that not all students, but some students, and again, it was a choice for those parents, for those that we were able to accommodate to bring in and bring them on campus for ESY. We found that the face shields have worked really well with the students, and that the parents, that the teachers have been able to see their face, and the kids have been very comfortable with the face shield on top of the mask that they wear to school, but then being able to just have the face shield and they could see their face. That has been very positive. Moving to the next slide. I'll turn it back to Sean to talk about the pathways and get a little bit more into the details.
Thank you, Ken. So again, one of our primary goals is to provide parents with options. And one of those options, a critical one, is an online version. So moving to the next slide, these next couple components will relate to all of the work that's been done up until this point, from the task forces, not just the ones that internal with our staff, but also the diverse stakeholder task force, all of the guidance from the multiple sources that I reviewed prior, the survey data, all of those things cumulatively have helped us to design what we feel would be best for students. If we're in the green or yellow phase, as you see here, this chart represents K to 12 in different columns. Across the top, in green and yellow, of course, traditional programming with screening, hygiene, masking, and distancing, which we talked about prior. All those important components implemented at every level. As far as a student online option, as Ken just mentioned, we'll have a standalone cyber program for K to 5 students. We've had a committee of staff, over 25 teachers with administrative support, have done a tremendous job building out the first 12 weeks of the school year on our Schoology learning management system. Throughout our task forces in cohorts, which included many teachers, we talked about the vital importance of increasing our live instruction. Our students need to see and interact with our teachers. They need to learn from them, engage with them. That's a critical component. We recognize that in many cases, our live instruction from the spring needs to significantly increase for the fall, and we have planned for that. Online programming will mirror traditional scope and sequence. So as we talked about that fluid transfer, the same Radnor programming, the same Radnor curriculum will happen online as it does in the classroom. Will be identically lined up? No, that's too difficult to do it, but it will be very close. So if we do have to on-ramp and off-ramp students, the gap should not be too great to do so. Of course, if we're on red in K-5, we have our online program. In that case, all students would transfer online and their teacher would resume using Schoology and that program, and everything would shift online and remote. Again, only if we need to do that, but it's an option even in the green or yellow. Now I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Bechtold to share the 6-8 and 9-12 plan.
Thank you, Mr. Dukevich. The plans for the middle school and the high school in the green or yellow phase would be to have students that elect to not come in, to Zoom into their classes and live stream, or have recorded sessions. This would be both true at the middle school and at the high school. This would allow students to, again, seamlessly transition either from the classroom to home remote learning or from remote learning into the classroom. During the red phase, we would continue with students following their schedules, and they would use Schoology as an LMS, and we would also enable Zoom for students to participate with their teachers in live stream classes.
Okay, this next slide represents what a sample week for an elementary cyber student could look like. Again, we recognize that we need to significantly increase the live instruction, especially at the beginning of the year, where in the spring it was a little bit different situation. I'm going to quickly just kind of day in the life of an elementary cyber student in this model. The day would begin potentially with a live morning meeting session, all students in this cyber classroom. This would be a single grade, of course. We would be grouping kids by grade, but we potentially have kids at each of the elementary schools in that grade. So as a first graders decided on the cyber option, you may have first graders from Radnor Elementary, from Myton, and from Wayne in the same group, and that's okay. The live morning meeting session will be followed potentially again by a live or recorded ELA video. That would be a whole group lesson. And then following that, the importance of following a reading workshop model for students, because they're at all different levels in a classroom, is critical. So even though we may have a whole group lesson that relates to all students and there's a theme and guiding questions, essential understandings, the guided reading groups that would follow would be small group. So these would be leveled and differentiated. When students are not meeting in a live group with their teacher, they'd be doing asynchronous practice activities and independent activities that the teacher would follow up with later. But this would work in a similar sense in the traditional classroom when teachers are meeting in a small group with students while other students are working through centers. This is just a live version. Each grade would also have what we call an intervention and extension block. This is when we reach students who have OT, PT, speech needs. This is when we can introduce instrumental band and orchestra, which we have a plan for doing that online. Also can include small group lessons, which we're now moving into an MTSS process, which stands for multi-tier systems of support. These would be small lessons to address student deficits, everything from social emotional needs, academic needs, etc. And that can happen during that period each day. And that could be a combination of live small group or independent enrichment activities. Of course, students need to eat. We would often encourage recess at home. That would be built into the schedule. Again, following that, again, just as a sample, students could move into a live or recorded math whole group lesson. This would include all the students in the class. If it was recorded, students would watch it right prior to, again, a guided math model, similar to reading. They'd be grouped into small groups. The teacher would meet with them live while the other students are doing asynchronous independent practice activities. This works very similar to a math workshop model in the classroom setting. Then we would build in a live special in combination with a recess at home. The live special could be either live, recorded, a combination of both. It could rotate. We haven't quite figured that piece out. Again, we want to encourage outside play for students. That's a critical component of an elementary child. And then finally, we would end the day in a cyber option with a live closing meeting where the teacher would meet again with the whole class. They would wrap up the day. They'd provide feedback to students, and they would outline what the following day would look like for them. We feel like this plan as a cyber option represents all the critical components of an elementary child's day. It's a significant increase in live instruction. And overall, we feel like it's an excellent option considering students who will be at home if they decide to do this.
At the secondary level, students and parents that elect to stay at home would follow their schedule. So if a student at Radnor High School would have math class first period and they would elect to come in, they would obviously go to their first period math class. A student that would decide to stay home would remote in via Zoom to their math class and participate via live stream. Second period, if they would have an English class, they would live stream via second period. We're also keeping the option open for recorded classes in case there are interruptions to the live stream system. Again, as Mr. Betcher said, our Director of Technology, Dr. Hand, has been working with his team very hard to make sure that our technology infrastructure is able to support live streaming, but we are feeling very good about that. We also have a fallback for recorded lessons should we have interruptions with live streaming.
So our reopening investigations and considerations. So options we've considered. If you see on the one side of the slide, and we just, before I jump into this slide, for everyone who's watching, we want to spend some time tonight sharing what our online program looks like. Because one of the things we need to discuss as a board, and again, we're not making decisions tonight. We're looking for next Tuesday to have decisions. But administratively, we're feeling like it's time that we need to go out to our public and find out, and this is part of the discussion we want to have later, find out who is interested in having their children be online. And so we want to make sure we are clearly articulating what does that online option, because no matter what we do with the other options for students who come in, and we have them presently, we will have an online option for all of our students K to 12. And I had a conversation with a parent just this morning, who explained to me for, their own family reasons where they are on why they would be choosing the online option. And I want to make sure that we're having an opportunity to share that tonight, what it looks like, that we will share with correspondence. We'd like to share with correspondence as early as later this week with our families, and to find out from our families who are looking at being online, because that's going to help us. That's going to help us understand and will influence some of these other options for bringing students back in. So now let me go into what we've been investigating in our considerations and options we've investigated. So you can see at the left side of the column there, stay completely online. It's certainly something we looked at, and maybe we should be just being online. We should bring maybe just our most vulnerable students back. We should be looking at just the elementary students back, and everybody else stays online. That has been a popular discussion across the country because, the older students are a little more mature. They can handle the online, and that, the importance of bringing in elementary students, not only from an educational standpoint, but also, frankly, from from who can be home and who can't be home if both parents are working. Split classes in half. Have students either attend half days or have them attend every other day. You're going to see some of those options as we look at things, and we were discussing and looking at all of those options for the last 2 months. Bring students back earlier in the summer. We discussed and looked at that as well. That has become an option that we have ruled out just because in order to bring kids in, there's so much that we need to do to make sure that we are prepared and educate and train everyone, that is not an option that we feel is feasible. We began to move away, though, from all these options because guidance came, and the guidance that Sean shared in an earlier slide about screening. When the American Society of Pediatricians comes out and tells us that wearing a mask is similar to 6 foot guidance, being 6 foot distance, so that 3 feet is similar to 6 foot if you're wearing a mask. When our local health departments come out with, well, a minimum of 3 feet is what you need to have. Shoot for 6, but minimum of 3 feet. And that the state guidance has really been pretty consistent in reality of 6 feet where feasible. There was several weeks ago where superintendents from across 4 counties, we all came together and we all talked about the importance of all of us trying to do the same thing, because the challenges, if we do a schedule that's every other day, or we do something that is different, we have staff that is living in all the other districts around us. So we all tried to come together as superintendents, not only in our county, but also in other counties as well. And I would have told you a couple of weeks ago, there was real momentum for all of us to try to bring everyone back, because the guidance was pretty clear that 3 foot at a minimum, 6 feet was ideal. I will tell you, there was many districts when that 3 foot minimum was put out there, said that they couldn't reach that. They wouldn't be able to reach that 3 foot minimum just because of what they're dealing with when they're in the district. And we all have different circumstances. In Radnor, we realized that with our low class size and our buildings, we were able to bring everyone back and be at 4+ feet. So several weeks ago, we became very excited and moved away from a lot of these different options, because we realized if we mask our kids, if we do the combination of the masking, the hygiene, the screening, the distancing, and we could get 4+ feet, we were feeling really optimistic that we could bring all of our kids back. So why did we move away? You can see this list, and it shares why we moved away, from some of these options, and the importance of trying to bring all of our kids back. And that no matter what, we were going to have an online version. Go to the next slide there for me, Dan. So this has been a real circle for us. We moved away from those options. We were hoping to try to stay without, with this options of bringing everyone back. And then all of a sudden we're returning to some of these options. So why are we returning now to some of these options as we're looking at the different aspects? Again, our online is staying consistent and our online option is out there, but all of a sudden cohorting and bringing kids back every other day, we started to look at because some of the guidance just started to be emphasized differently. When the governor goes and requires masking, and in that requirement for masking, it dramatically changed what a lot of us were looking at for lunch. It now forces us to have every kid at 6 feet at lunch, and it created a lot of challenges for us, especially at the high school and middle school. So that masking regulation, as much as it also helped us, it also started to emphasize the distancing of 6 feet. Though remember, we have the American Society of Pediatricians telling us that, a mask at 3 feet is like 6 feet without the mask. The Chester County Health Department guidance and PDE guidance is still in there as well. But the governor, when the state gave us new guidance just last week in trying to help us, give us additional guidance, all the newspapers reported it as 6 feet is the must. Everybody has to be at 6 feet. That's a game changer for school districts. If we have to have everybody at 6 feet, we have to look at then reducing the numbers in the class. But again, the guidance didn't say we have to have everybody at 6 feet. The guidance says where feasible. And that has just continued to change and evolve. And all of us are trying to do what is best to keep all of our kids and staff safe. But we also have to try to understand, what does the guidance really say? And then what things are guidance and what things are requirements. The 6 foot, when feasible, is guidance. And that is up to us, a school district, and ultimately a school board. The masking right now is a requirement. Everyone must mask, and we are required to make sure everyone has a mask or a face shield. So that piece was kind of solved for us. And because we have an online program, we're comfortable with a district requiring everyone to mask, because if a student who doesn't want to mask we have an option for them. We have an option that if they can't mask, we have an option for them online. There may be a few exceptions to that, and that might be based on specific situations that we'll handle on a case by case, but for the most part, we would have no problem requiring all of our students to mask. So as the guidance started to evolve and change, we went back and started to relook at some of these different options as well moving forward. And you're going to hear some of these options right now.
So I'm going to start. We have 5 different options that we're considering for elementary, and they all relate particularly to distancing that Ken just discussed. The first would be to the greatest extent possible. At this point, we know we can situate desks at the minimum of 4 feet, and in many places more than 4 feet. We recognize that the social distance guidelines under the greatest extent possible are not to the extent of 6 feet, but it does enable us to bring far more students back to classrooms. In option 1, we could run a traditional schedule. We could have some modified specials, but not to a great degree. Essentially, we've worked out where specialists could travel to classrooms to minimize exposure and spend 2 weeks as a residency in each classroom. And that way specials would be situated at 2 weeks a block rather than every day changing the special. We would have to make some modifications for cafeteria seating, and we would look to have additional staffing as expected for the cyber program. In option 2, this would be a 6 feet mandate. This would require us to modify lunch, specials, and increase staffing. Again, we're talking about taking students from a classroom that were socially distanced 4 feet or more and mandated at 6. To do so, we'd have to move and obtain other spaces in the school. And for those reasons, we'd have to have specialists. We'd have to use the specialist rooms. In some cases, we'd have to take over lunchrooms and gymnasiums and use those and repurpose them as classrooms. And so that would, again, specialists would have to go to more of a video format. And the reason is we'd have to disperse kids to such a degree that they could not visit classrooms to a regular basis. We'd have to be very creative with that. We would need additional staffing, not just for the cyber program, but now to make sure that our students are receiving a certified teacher in front of them at a socially distanced of 6 feet. Option 3 is 6 feet where we're looking at 1 or more grades going to a half day, but the other 3 grades staying full day. The reason why this is an option is it provides us with more staff. For example, if we went to an AM and PM kindergarten, you could potentially take 6 sections, which would usually take 6 teachers, and go to 3 teachers who would see a section AM and a section PM. I know this is not a popular option, and that Radnor's gone through quite a bit to get to a full day program. However, if we're going to socially distance to 6 feet, we have to find creative ways of capturing staff and space in our building. In this case, we would also still need modified specials, modified cafeteria seating, and additional staffing. Moving to option 4, this would be an A-B hybrid model. Many of you have probably heard about the A-B model. This would be where K-5 students return to school on an alternating schedule. In on A day, home on B day, and remote. In on A day, home on B day, remote, and continued. This would allow us to socially distance students because it divides our population in half. So we'd have an A cohort and a B cohort. Of course, this is not ideal in elementary especially. We want to have students in front of our teachers. We want them in person, but it is an option to consider. Finally, option 5, this would actually impact the 7 through 12 students. In this option, 7 through 12 would go completely remote. They would not come in person at all. K to 6 would be in, and we would disperse them over the 5 buildings in the district. K to 2 could potentially stay in their home elementary. 3rd and 4th grade would move to the middle school. And 5th and 6th grade, potentially 6th grade could be included in this plan. They would go to Radnor High School. To do that, we could socially distance more effectively because the buildings would be, much more specific to grade level bands. However, this would also require additional staffing to make this possible. Modified specials, they would have to go to video format because we'd be spread out too great and other social distance guidelines. Some of these options certainly would mean significant changes sometimes to our programming. So all things considered, these are the options we're looking at for elementary at this time.
At the secondary level, we have 2 options that we're considering. One is the return of all students to the middle school and the high school. After looking at rooms, we are confident that all rooms can get a minimum of 4 feet, with many getting more 4.5 to 5.5 feet. In some instances 6 feet, depending on the total number of students that we would have in a given classroom that would be assigned there for class. We would modify our arrival and dismissal so we wouldn't have students bottlenecking as they're entering the building. We would restrict visitors and offsite trips and eliminate large gatherings such as assemblies. We would run our traditional schedule and would have modifications to how we would serve meals in the cafeteria. Under option 1, we would still provide the opportunity for parents and students to elect to stay home and participate virtually via Zoom through live stream. Second option number 2, is an A-B hybrid model. And this is where students at the middle school and the high school, we would have essentially half of the students attend every other day. And we would very effectively be able to socially distance students and get 6 feet in all classrooms. We would continue with the restrictions on visitors, offsite trips, and large gatherings. Because of this modified schedule, it would really help with arrival and dismissal, lunches, and things of that nature. An example schedule for what this would look like at the secondary level, if we would have an A-B cohort. So a student that would be an A student would be in person on Monday, and they would Zoom and live stream through all their classes on Tuesday, while the students in cohort B would actually be in class. And then on Wednesday, the students in cohort A would return to the buildings and the students in cohort B would live stream. And so we would look at a 2-week A-B schedule for both the high school and the middle school that would alternate between in-person instruction and live streaming from home.
Other possibilities we're looking at, one, we recognize that anytime a child is home, whether it's 6 to 12 or in elementary, if we were to choose an option that would put them out of the buildings for some portion of the week, we want to make sure that we're working with our parent community to support them. Right at school, our before and after care provider, we're working actively with them to look at alternative facilities, not just our own buildings, that could be potential in providing childcare. At a reduced rate is what we're looking to do with them. Another project that we're working, this is a very new thing, but with the parent-teacher organization, a growing trend that I've read is different communities are organizing, self-organizing, kind of a neighborhood, almost one-room schoolhouse, where parents in communities where they've generally distanced themselves are hosting multiple students in their home. And that could be for a week or longer, while the other parents could go back to work or work from home without their child in their home. So this is an idea. It's nothing more than something that we would encourage parents to consider if they would want to. And as a district, we would support parents in providing them with Schoology training so that they could help with troubleshooting and they would generally understand how to navigate. So if they had multiple children in their home and they were supporting something like this, they would have some capacity to do so effectively. Just an idea, nothing more. And again, it is a growing trend across the country. And finally, this again returns us to the safe, flexible pathways that we began just over an hour ago now. Again, our purpose is to safeguard the health and well-being of our students and our staff, provide flexible pathways and access to educate and support all students. Of course, we want to maintain the high-quality educational program that our Radnor students deserve. And as much as possible, we want to make sure we can enable parents to return to work.
So our next piece is questions, and what we're going to do is we're going to jump to public comment. I'll ask Mr. Petiti to handle the public comment aspect. I don't know how many we have, Mr. Petiti. Michael, if you could let us know, and Michael will read those public comments, and then we'll open up for board discussion. So we may come back to public comment in a bit. So before we open up public comment, let me check on Michael and see if he's able to look at public comment. And while we're waiting for that, why don't we open up? Oh, hey, Michael, are you with us?
Hey, got kicked off there. I'm back.
Are you okay to, how you okay to do public comment right now? How many public comment do we have? Are we looking at?
40.
Okay. Let's start tackling them.
Okay.
Can I interrupt and just ask, Mr. Batchelor, we typically in person have a 4-minute limit, and I don't know if some of these emails are really long. Are we just, quick math, that's sounding like the next 2 hours, 3 hours in public comment. And I just wanted to know if we're sticking to the 4-minute limit that we typically have.
We need to stick to the 4-minute limit, and we're also not voting on anything tonight. So may I suggest that we do maybe a half hour of reading the comments, and then we share all the comments with board members, and then we make sure we answer all the questions, make it onto our FAQ for next Tuesday. Would that make sense, or do you want to read them all?
Why don't we see how we're doing after about 10 or 15 of these? Because I'm not sure. I think every public comment is going to be 4 minutes of comment.
Right.
Okay.
So why don't we do this? It's 8:16. Why don't we get underway and see how we're doing in a half an hour? I know that it's a lot of comments. I know it's a long time.
I'm not saying I don't want to hear them. I just
No, I understand that.
Before we deliberate, even
No worries, but I'll keep an eye on the timer. If there's a comment, Michael, you're able to see if an email is quite long, and we'll keep an eye on I'll keep an eye on the time as you read each one. I don't find that our written comments are nearly as long as when some people have come and spoken before us. But so let's get started and see how we do with it.
We can cut Michael off at 4 minutes. Go ahead, Michael.
Okay.
I can tell you from looking over them that some are shorter, some are a little bit longer. So I'll just read and we'll go from there. But I am reading them in order of receiving earliest to most recent. So
Great. Thank you, Michael.
sure. The first is from Gail Morrison. Hello, task force members. Could we be sure to include complete information in the July meetings on what athletics, club sports, marching band are doing from August 1st on Radnor campuses and in buildings? I'm very concerned that we might be furthering community spread for activities outside academic education, and that would jeopardize students being able to return to the classroom on September 8th. I see that the football team has a full fall 2020 game schedule posted, for instance. How are they preparing and planning to do that? Please let me know. I think it will be good policy to respond to all comments with a read receipt and note on how the comments will be recorded or read at a meeting. Next is from Leah Monty, a senior at Radnor High School. Hi, Radnor School Board members. I hope you and your families are doing well. My name is Leah Monty, and I'm going into my senior year at Radnor High School. I've read that for the upcoming school year, it's likely that the middle and high schoolers will only go to school 2 days a week. Even though I am happy at the possibility of going back to school, I think it would be best for students to go back to school every day. Given this long time of uncertainty, it would be nice to have consistency in our routine by going back to our normal schedule, with social distancing and mask precautions, of course. It will be better for us mentally, socially, and educationally. Many students struggled throughout the spring with online learning. Lastly, I think if elementary schoolers are going back, the seniors should have the option to go back every day, given that it is our last year of high school. I think that the exposure from students going every day is not going to be much different from the exposure from students going only 2 days. If teachers are working every day, the exposure wouldn't be different. I think if the school district asked students and their families to limit travel and other exposures except from the school community, that people would do that if they could go back to school. I know that at least my family and I, as well as some of my friends, would do that if that meant we could come back. Thank you so much for all you guys do to make Radnor the great place that it is. I hope you consider all points of view in this conversation and take into serious consideration the impact this will have on the students. I hope you all have a great rest of the summer. From Kristen and Doug Monty. Dear RTSD school board members and Mr. Batchelor, we appreciate all the hard work that has been put in thus far for coming up with a reopening plan for the fall. As parents of 2 high school students and 1 middle school student, we are writing to share our perspective and thoughts on why students should return to school in person 5 days per week for the upcoming school year. If all students are not able to come back in person, we are advocating that high schoolers should be the highest priority. The current plan that the middle school and high school students attend school 4 days a week, 2 in person and 2 remote, with a day of catch up while elementary school students attend in person for all 5 days is not fair. The curriculum at the high school level is very rigorous. Students learn more effectively in a classroom atmosphere with their teachers and peers present in person. How can students learn this curriculum in 80% of the time? Also, parents are not equipped to teach AP Stat or AP Chem. Parents are much more capable to teach reading and elementary age math to their kids than high school material. 2, it is unclear why middle school and high school students are not being given this opportunity to attend in person for 5 days. What is the basis of the current plan? All Radnor kids lost 3+ months of education last year and are behind. RTSD needs to find a way to bring students back into the classroom full time. High schoolers are in their last important years of learning before they head off to college. They do not have time to make up for lost time, and sticking them in front of a computer all day is not a substitute for in-person learning. We understand that it's hard for parents to go back to work with elementary-aged kids at home. However, we don't think it's fair to say the high schoolers have to learn remotely so that the elementary kids can be at school each day. Elementary-aged students also have many years left of learning ahead of them to catch up if they spend more time learning remotely than in the classroom. Middle and high school aged kids can wear a mask and stay socially distanced much easier than elementary aged kids. It seems to us that the board and administration are not considering bringing high school students back into the classroom full time. We think there are ways to control traffic flow, lunch, etc. Ideas include using outdoor tents or spaces while the weather is still warm, modifying the school calendar by bringing students back early in August before the second wave is supposed to hit in late fall. Our expectation was that there would be a couple of options on the table multiple months ahead of this point for review and discussion. It appears that this decision has become more political than for the benefit of the students' education. We have been residents of Radnor for almost 20 years and have paid our taxes and expect to receive fair services for our family. Next, from Akshaya Barath, a senior at Radnor High School. Good morning. I hope this email finds all the school board members in good health. My name is Akshaya Barath, and I am an upcoming senior at RHS who is highly against the school's reopening. While I understand the concern of online school and the obstacles some students may face adjusting to this, it's a small price to pay in exchange for the safety of students' lives. I have a few immunocompromised friends and know this area is populated with elderly people, and as a community member, I'd hope my high school works toward the greater good of the entire community and doesn't ignore the needs of these community members. With the rampant spread of the virus, many students will be missing school due to being ill, therefore entirely defeating the purpose of reopening schools. Additionally, families will suffer under medical bills if their child were to get ill, and with the current unemployment rate, some families cannot take that financial hit. Even if strict regulations were in place, I'm highly doubtful that it will be followed through. Children do not have a sense of personal space or a true grasp of morality. In the situation at hand, it's foolish to assume they can keep up with safety protocols. Once one child contracts the virus, every student in the district will quickly be in contact with it. Radnor is highly educated, so I am assured that it won't take an irrational decision such as reopening schools while lives are at stake. Yes, adjusting to a new learning style could be difficult, but a child's life is a much harder loss than a student's inconvenience. Next, from Ann Griffin, a senior at Radnor High School. Hello, my name is Ann Griffin, and I'm going into my senior year at Radnor High School. As excited as I am also very worried. Of course, I would love to be in school in the fall. However, I worry that if we don't begin the school year carefully, many students and staff could get sick. If we rush going back to school, I worry the rest of the year will be affected. As a senior, I would much rather have spring semester with graduation and prom in person rather than fall semester. I would urge you all to act more cautiously in the beginning with at-home learning, not just for safety, but also for consistency. Once a decision is made, please stick to it so that restrictions can be lifted later in the year, hopefully for an in-person spring semester. Thank you. Number 6 from Elise Pibenga Negre. I'm running as a community pediatrician and a proponent of trying to safely open schools. We will have to be nimble and adjust when we have COVID-19 positive students and staff, which inevitably will occur. However, I feel the evidence and available data suggests we can open carefully and monitor closely, if well planned with protective equipment, social distancing, online options, and pathways for navigating COVID-19 positive cases, exposures, and testing. I do not think we include recess, lunch, or specials until we transition back to full-day school. These increased time at school and unmasked exposures, along with decreased ability to keep students physically distanced. I think students should stay within one classroom, not move about the building. This will allow core classes to continue in person until a vaccine is available and distributed to a large percent of the population. Having a schedule and seeing friends, even masked and socially distanced, in my opinion, would be much superior to online schooling for both education and mental health. If COVID-19 numbers surge, online schooling is ready and already active for those students who opt out of in-school learning. Thus, transitioning to home would hopefully be seamless. When positive exposures in classrooms arise, only teachers and specific students will have likely been exposed. This also allows for much less testing to continue operations at school. I have seen 2-year-olds sit through entire office visits with masks on. I believe the majority of kindergarten children can do this. We will see, luckily, evidence suggests younger kids do not spread virus nearly as much as older kids. So if K2 need mask off breaks while socially distant, then this could be an option. The other very significant part of opening Radnor is testing, and this is the main reason I'm writing this letter. This includes screening of asymptomatic students and staff on a regular basis, and testing all exposed or ill individuals. We will have kids and staff who develop fevers, respiratory, and gastrointestinal illnesses. These symptoms can be indistinguishable from other common viruses. However, we need to know if these are due to SARS-CoV-2, and we need to know quickly in order to appropriately quarantine. This requires testing turnaround within hours, not days. My suggestion would be to contract with a local hospital system who has in-house PCR testing capabilities. We should talk with Mainline Health, Nemours, CHOP, and University of Penn Systems and see if one of these health systems will contract with Radnor. Radnor is small enough that we will not overwhelm the system. Pooling tests could be a good option for asymptomatic screening. Pooling tests offer the ability to test a group of people together. If a positive test occurs, the group requires individual testing to reveal who of the group was positive. Testing by classroom weekly will be ideal. If each classroom group is pooled and each grade is tested on a specific day of the week with a testing turnaround goal of 6 to 10 hours, we will be able to closely monitor and quarantine any positive individuals. For example, West IES 5th graders / RMS 7th grade red team / 8th grade blue team pooled every Monday. If we don't have this testing part in place, we may quickly hit a roadblock that prevents us from continuing in-school learning. A child with symptoms consistent with COVID-19 cannot be sent to his or her primary care physician or urgent care for testing as the situation stands now. Turnaround time for test results is way too long to be effective. We need a designated site for Radnor students and staff testing that does not rely on commercial labs, i.e. LabCorp or Quest. I know there are many other considerations that I'm missing, and this is an oversimplification. However, I want to put in my vote for in-person school, scheduled asymptomatic screening and symptomatic testing with a hospital in-house lab that avoids delays and allows for timely diagnosis of COVID-19 individuals and appropriate quarantining. I am happy to help in any way that I can. From Nermine Tawadros. Is there consideration for having middle and high school students do virtual learning since they are more at risk of spreading the virus, and the elementary school students do in-person learning since they cannot benefit from virtual learning? If this happens, perhaps the high school can be used to spread the elementary school students. Is there a consideration for having the children with special needs and the children of a parent or parents that are working on the front line and cannot work from home be able to do in-person school? From Gina Visor. I wanted to provide additional parent input prior to the next Radnor reopening meeting. If a student, teacher, or staff member has taken a COVID test and is awaiting results, they should be required to quarantine as a pending positive case until the results are known. If the student, teacher, or staff member has taken a COVID test and receives a negative result but is exhibiting any COVID symptoms, i.e. fever, body aches, loss of taste, etc., they should be required to quarantine. See the COVID testing guidance, and there's a link to a webpage. Other states throughout the Northeast are requiring a mandatory 14-day quarantine for anyone that travels to any state with a COVID positive test rate higher than 10% on a 7-day rolling average. The school district should consider establishing similar protocols. Since the quarantine period is significant, students and teachers may need to transition between in-person learning and online learning. There should be flexibility in the reopening process to allow this. Each respective school nurse should have a system to keep track of students, teachers, or staff members who are quarantining for the 14-day period, or is modified by the CDC. This will also assist contact tracing efforts as students, teachers, or staff members may interact with others throughout the school district. Number 9 from Nicholas A. Doricki. Hello, I'm a parent of a soon-to-be first grader at Radnor Elementary. I'm disappointed to learn Radnor is planning to open schools with full classrooms for K and first grade. Education is obviously critical, which is why my family moved to Radnor School District. However, safety should be the #1 priority for students and staff. While the transmission of COVID-19 between young children appears to be lower than adults, we do not know why that is the case. Some experts believe it is because we have shielded our children from the virus, in part by closing schools and playgrounds and reduced social interactions. It's been proven that even with masks on, prolonged exposure indoors to someone with COVID-19 can and will spread the virus, particularly when talking loudly, yelling, sneezing, and or coughing. I'm sure you know trying to keep a room full of 6 and 7-year-olds from doing those actions throughout the day is difficult. Radnor believes 4-foot social distancing is enough to keep our children in school safe. This is 33% less than the recommended 6 feet. And studies have shown each foot of distance exponentially reduces the risk of infection. Based on what we know, I'm disappointed the full day/week option is even a consideration. I expected more innovative thinking from Radnor School District. I hope the district reconsiders and makes plans that make safety, not convenience, the priority. From Natalie Doricky, to whom it may concern, please answer the following questions. If a parent chooses to keep their child home at the beginning of the school year but elects wants to send them if they feel more comfortable later on in the year, would you allow it? Why or why not? If Radnor chooses to go full day/every day, would you allow a child to only go a few days a week in the classroom? Why or why not? Number 11, Vanessa and John Geralis. Good afternoon. I'm a Radnor parent and I'm concerned regarding starting school in the fall. I'm concerned for the administration's safety and for the teachers and students. I don't see how you can safely distance everyone and focus on education. I have heard of New Jersey's plan from a fellow teacher and it sounds ridiculous. Teachers are not expendable. They are not responsible for the economy. Teachers have a hard job already, then to be forced into a stressful situation. I no longer have an elementary school child, so perhaps if the middle and high school distance learned, then the elementary can be spread out throughout the district and can be taught in a small group. If the students distance learn, why can they not have live classes where students can engage with the teachers? Overall, I vote for distance learning for everyone's safety. From Kelly McCullough, please do all you can to make full-time in-person school for elementary school, while simultaneously allowing remote options for those who need it. Those teachers are not comfortable with in-person can focus on making the remote option the best it can be. As a working parent of first grader and kindergartner, we beg you to please not let our children fall behind socially and academically for those of us who need in-person school. Thank you. From Mike McBride, President, RTEA. With regards to the current COVID-19 pandemic that has upended our daily lives and routines over the past 4 months, and in particular schooling, RTEA truly appreciates the effort, time, and work the administration has put into enhancing safety protocols for the start of the upcoming 2021 school year. We know you share RTEA's concern for the safety of all the children and staff, as well as the entire Radnor community. RTEA wants to take this occasion, the school board's July 21st, 2020 work session, to make a public statement on behalf of RTEA and its members. The ideas expressed below are the result of a survey RTEA ministered to its members from July 17th to July 20th, 2020. Of RTEA's 310 members, 275 replied to the survey. RTEA is alarmed by the spiraling metrics regarding the spread of the virus and the rise of hospitalizations throughout the country at large. As the cases continue to increase, which indicates that the virus has not been contained, we urge you to consider online learning if and when the health metrics warrant it. If the decision to reopen schools for in-person learning for the start of the 2021 school year stands, RTEA asks the district to do the following. 1, mandate that a strict 6-foot social distancing guideline be put into place. Mandate that mask shields be worn by both staff and student at all times, even when students are spaced 6 feet apart in their classrooms. Class sizes should be balanced in order to have an equitable number of students in each class or section of a course in the best interest of the students. Make provisions to protect our most vulnerable staff members and students by creating the option for an online learning community. Offer teachers different modes to instruct the students at home, including both synchronous and asynchronous methods. Create a plan with district mental health professionals to implement universal SEL supports for all students appropriate for tiers 1, 2, and 3 learning. This may require additional mental health personnel and training and planning time for staff. Signed, RTEA. From Diana Perez. Hello, I would like to urge members of the Board of Administration to consider walking in the shoes of students no matter what plan is put into place, but especially if there's an in-school option, meaning ride the bus while masked, walk to class and live a full day in the life of the students and teachers, and then ride the bus back home. Wearing the mask is currently mandatory in PA, but most of us, especially kids, don't know what it's like to wear a mask for the majority of the school day. We also don't know how many masks they will go through in a day. Wearing a mask that gets wet or for longer than a certain number of hours makes it ineffective. Before we have students attempt the plan, it should be experienced by adults. I ask that before you make any final decisions, you walk a mile in the shoes of the children and keep in mind that their ages can range from 5 to 18. Thank you for your time and consideration. From Graciela Gonzalez Hernandez. My comment is twofold. First, as a member of the informatics faculty at the University of Pennsylvania, I found that the analysis and survey on which some of the decisions were made is seriously flawed. Basically, the numbers from the question asking about the 100% in school versus flex options were tallied incorrectly. The way it was presented, it seems like 58% of those surveys wanted less restrictions than 100% of students, 100% of the time at school, even if the distance was sacrificed, and this is definitely not the case. The majority of the families voted for flex time or all online, over 60% with 1 or 2 kids in the district, and about 50% of those with 3. Even those with 4 kids, you still see over 40% opt for flex, averaging the 100% in school percentage contributed by those with 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 kids. To arrive at 58% for this option is incorrect, as that is heavily biased on the 5 kids column. That said, even the question is biased. A fair question would have been to ask for 1 response per family rather than per kid, and to offer some other alternative to fully online until a vaccine is available, such as online until cases go below X in the county. Second, as a Radnor parent, I am very concerned about the choices made, even if kids do go back to school in person with the flex option. We should not sacrifice a distance of 6 feet, and mask wearing should not be a condition subject to exceptions or breaks. The face shield is not equivalent to a mask, and cafeterias should not operate as that would be a large risk. Smaller groups that stay together all day would be an optimal option to reduce infection risk. Just a couple of days ago, the National Academies published reasonable guidelines emphasizing the need to have K-5 kids return to school. Maybe an option would be to reopen K-5 and leave K-6 to 12 fully online, except for those with special needs that need in-person education. This is a suggestion in the guidelines for the National Academies. That way, the buildings can be used for K-5. I will be happy to provide further input. I'm on number 16. Should I continue? Okay. I'm in 16, Bonnie Maneker. Please answer the following questions. According to Governor Wolf's latest school reopening guidelines, all pre-K to 12 schools should implement strategies that limit the number of individuals in classrooms and other learning spaces and interactions between groups of students. All schools should have protocols for distancing student desks, seating, and other social distancing practices that allows at least 6 feet of separation among students and staff throughout the day to the maximum extent feasible. How will you be able to maintain adherence to these guidelines for K-5 with a full in-person schedule? Has there been any discussion to creative solutions for distancing, such as outdoor classes when possible? Does the current plan require masks to be worn by all grades and at all times in the classroom? What are exceptions? How will this and distancing be enforced? From Heather Hickey. Hello, thank you for this. Thank you for opening this line of communication. I have a few thoughts that I would like to share. I hope that if Radnor goes with a hybrid model, I know that to date it seems as though we won't go that way, but as we all know, things can change. Siblings would go to school on the same days in order to provide consistency in homes for working parents and all families in general. I hope that the social and emotional needs of teens is being taken into account. It appeared from the ongoing work that K-6 will be in person more than the 7-12 population. I'm concerned about the mental health of my teens, and I'm even more so if they see younger children having more access than them. I personally think all kids should be expected to wear masks all day, except those with exemptions, and I also truly believe that they are capable of this. I think families need to expect their children to social distance, wear a mask, and have good hygiene. If they start now, it should be not an issue or new in September. Finally, I want to thank each of you for attempting to find the best solution for our families and children during this time. Your dedication, diligence, and willingness is appreciated. Thank you. From Beth Muhan, I'm disappointed that I can't make the meeting, but please share the link below to the Wall Street Journal editorial board piece that summarizes the available data regarding COVID and children and makes a case for opening the schools. Please enter it in the record and share the link in the minutes. Thank you. From Karen Gaster, how will special education services be handled? My son gets pulled for reading and behavioral support, which includes a small group setting. Will those services still be provided if the school is reopened? From Kristen Kuntz, hello, is a half-day kindergarten option being considered as a way to limit the number of children at school at one time, as well as provide a more age-appropriate experience? Thank you. From Moses Gaster, I'd like to make a suggestion for how to properly reopen schools this fall. I'm a resident of Radnor Township, and I have 2 children going to Wayne Elementary School. I have no affiliation whatsoever with tent companies, trailer companies, engineering firms, or contractors that would bid on this type of project if it were to be executed. I'm just a concerned parent. The engineering firm that I work for is in the heavy highway and large-scale commercial construction market, not public schools. From Stephanie Spasato. I have many suggestions, but I will start with the importance of kids having live classroom education 5 days a week. The classes could be streamed for those that want to keep their kids home. There's plenty of commercial space available in Radnor Township and near all the schools. Landlords are hurting, and there is abundance of vacant space and room to negotiate discounted rents. There's a corporate center next to the high school as well as Radnor Elementary School. There's also Sulpizio Gymnasium. Radnor should rent space to use as classrooms. You could also bring in trailers. However, I think the first option is more viable. From Dave Lambert. Hi, based on my recollection, the survey did not ask respondents to make any assumptions regarding the percent of positive case in our area in September. Rather, we were told to assume there would be no vaccine or effective treatment at that time. In early June, many people were assuming the spread of the virus would continue to decrease or at least remain flat. However, recent data indicate that the trajectory, based on PA County data, has actually increased slightly in the last week. These may be due to the gradual reopening of facilities. I don't think the respondents in June were considering the possibility of increased spread. News regarding other areas of the country have also elevated concern. We can't be sure the survey results are valid for September given the evolving path of this virus. As Dr. Fauci said, the virus will determine when it is safe to open. The public has also learned more about how often the virus is spread indoors. It may even be airborne. There is an example I could cite where a classroom of asymptomatic kids transmitted the virus to many of their parents. Teachers are probably even more vulnerable. We have also seen advanced test results regarding the effectiveness of masks, which make them even more essential than we knew last month. All of these factors and others have changed our knowledge level. We can't be sure the survey results are valid for September given our growing knowledge about the virus. I think we need to closely monitor both the percentage of new cases and also incorporate new knowledge advances into any decisions. By the way, I really want the children back in the classrooms in September. But this isn't about what we want, but rather what is necessary to keep safe. Number 24 from Rachel Serlak Lowe. Dear members of the school board and the administration team, apologies for the late message, and I hope you will be able to integrate the idea into tonight's discussion. Has the district considered a hybrid model that allows high school students to be on campus only for specific courses? These courses could be determined by student demand and/or teacher willingness, and also by the nature of the courses. For example, some courses have labs or demonstrations that are best done in person, like chemistry or art studio. By letting students indicate which courses they would like to attend in person, it's possible to see what demand there is for in-person instruction. Likewise, by asking teachers to indicate their preference, it is also possible to see what the teaching pool looks like. This hybrid model based on student and teacher choice will ensure the capacity of school is never exceptionally risky and also allows all members of the community to feel like they have choice and agency in their school experiences. This can lead to greater buy-in and overall satisfaction in the district. Good luck with an exceptionally difficult choice. I wish the future was more certain than the predictions of a magic 8-ball. Number 25 from Yibing Hu, or Harry Hu. Hi, as a father of a 12-year-old boy, I support limited opening. Class size should be half or less than max capacity. Kids rotate through in-person class and combine with online education. 26 from Eric Vollmer. We can't go fully online. People can't stay home forever. We need to have in-person teaching because you can't get that kind of experience online. Online learning just doesn't work as well. There haven't been a huge amount of cases in our community, and opening the schools back up would have little to no effect on that. We're going to have to live with this virus. It's never going away, and we can't do online school forever. From Dan Delia. This has been a denominator problem since the beginning. The hysteria has accounted for the reaction to this issue. The nursing home situation has distorted the problem. The CDC announced 2 weeks ago that actual cases are likely 10 times what has been confirmed. This is good news. This means that the virus that was already not that much of an issue is even less than an issue. Open the schools, no masks, stop pandering. This is a politically driven situation, and everyone knows it. Open the schools. From Kevin Stern. As much as I can appreciate the incredible amount of work that has gone into trying to find a reasonable plan to provide in-person instruction to students for this upcoming school year, it simply cannot be done. Having read through the reopening plan presentation, and as a recent graduate of Radnor Schools, class of 2017, I don't see a way where in-person instruction occurs and RTSD and or Pennsylvania at large does not see an uptick in cases, forcing schools to close again. Nowhere on the plan that I see a plan to hire more teachers in case they fall ill. Is the expectation that teachers sick with COVID-19 will continue to teach? Do we have the substitutes necessary if a mass number of teachers fall ill? What will the district do if a teacher dies? What if a student dies? Let's not have any pages in future yearbooks dedicated to students who die from us reopening schools too quickly. If RTSD does reopen and then is forced to close again, how is that any fairer to teachers who will have to turn around and go right back to online instruction just like in March? How much time will they have to upend their already upended lesson plans? Unlike in March, we have an advantage. We have a month and a half until classes start. Please do not use that time trying to prepare for unsustainable in-person instruction and instead assume that classes will be online. Give the teachers the support they need to plan educational online lessons. Give the students the support they need to learn at home. The only two populations of students who should maybe be in school are special education students and elementary school students. For the elementary school students, give parents who are working out of the home the option to send their kids into the school where they will be supervised, not by teachers, but by workers who will monitor the kids, making sure that they are doing their work and staying safe. With a month and a half to prepare, we can make that happen. Please go with your gut. It is not safe to have in-person instruction for the same reason that this meeting is not taking place in person. You know that it is not safe. Don't force the students and teachers to be in the buildings, at least until you are willing to yourselves. Thank you. Number 29 from Jennifer Ann Kelly. Would strongly prefer our second grader and kindergartner wouldn't be required to wear masks at school. Thank you. From Heather Nenner. Dear board members, the decision to send students back to school in person is being met with dissension for the reasons that students will benefit from in-person instruction, as well as the students' needs for social interaction, in addition to the parents who need to work during school hours. However, the school board must not only look at the practicality of opening the school, but must also look at the likelihood that the school will have to be closed when just one person contracts COVID. Anyone who had any form of contact with the person will have to be isolated for a minimum of 2 weeks. How will they learn? You will be putting entire families at risk, and certainly older parents. We know very little about this virus. We do know that opening too soon has caused an increase in cases, and that younger people socializing from Memorial Day until today has caused this increase, which is why you see an increase in cases of that age range. It has been posited that young kids do not transmit the illness as readily as older people. No one knows whether this is factual. It has also been posited that younger people have a better ability to fight off the disease, which seems to be true in most cases. Looking at the mortality rate in younger people is not the appropriate measurement for determining whether to open schools for the following two reasons. First, they can still transmit it to others and to vulnerable populations. And second, the mortality rate may be low. However, we do not know the long-term damage to other organs. Therefore, it may be determined that 5 years from now or longer, kids may present with clotting issues, lung damage, breathing issues, and the list goes on. This is a disease that, unlike the flu, may cause long-term damage to the body. Months ago, prior to Radnor closing schools, I contacted the superintendent and urged him to cancel the middle school show. I contacted him the week before and spoke with him the night before the show. It was already apparent that we were headed for closures and quarantines. Frankly, this was apparent on January 23rd when my son told me Wuhan was locked down and we were headed for a pandemic. If anyone thinks that kids can learn with masks for hours a day, they are deluding themselves. And if anyone thinks they will, they are deluded. Please do not compare us to any other country, as we are very different from other countries. Students will not socially distance. I can list all the reasons why opening is dangerous. However, that would be endless. Schools have always been hotbeds of transmission of illness. Why would this be any different? Thinking that sending half the kids to school is literally absurd. So sending 500 students to school will mitigate the transmission of COVID? It will not. Their learning will be impaired regardless of how we proceed. However, a good online learning program until we see where this pandemic is headed will cause far less damage and stress. My position, which no one has addressed nor will anyone consider, is that we use this year online as a review year, and we just add a year of school like in Canada when they have 13 years of school. There is zero reason not to do this. The only group that will cause problems with are seniors, and to that I say, we are in a pandemic. Throughout history, people have had to make accommodations. Unfortunately, we now have to do the same. It boggles the mind that anyone focuses on the fact that students are losing social activities. It is such a historically privileged attitude. It certainly is a good thing that generations before us didn't think that way when they were sent off to war. We must stop mitigating problems after they occur, but rather prevent them from occurring. Thank you for your time. At the minimum, you need to give online options for some and in-school options for others. Bill's staff, home screenings will not work. I do not think that we can trust that all parents will take their kids' temperatures daily. How often are permission slips and forms sent in on time? This needs to be done at the school and not assumed. From Kathy and Michael Soner, just a quick note of thanks. This has been a challenging time and no doubt extraordinary effort on all of your parts to come to this point. I know the decisions won't please all parties, but please know the community knows you're doing your best. Thank you for your time and dedication to our kids' education and well-being. From Mr. Lee, I'm a resident of Radnor Township and a parent to 2 children with 1 child attending Untitled Elementary School. Strongly encourage requiring all, including students, the use of face masks if any in-person schooling is to happen. I can see how it can pose a significant challenge to enforcing the use of masks in school, especially among the younger children, but how can we not? The mask stands as the only defense we have in our efforts to control the spread of the virus. There are many children in as many schools and countries that have required the use of masks in schools. Let us learn from their trials. Please consider requiring masks if in-person schooling is to proceed in the fall. Thank you. From Susan Barber. For the green phase, it said social distancing where feasible and appropriate. Can you please be more specific about where it would not be feasible or appropriate to social distance? From John Vale. Random checks by nurses on students coming into school and relying on parents to screen their children pose a significant risk, since even one student or employee admitted with the virus is unacceptable. Has the district considered deploying thermal scanning equipment similar to what is used in airports, particularly in Asia, that rapidly identify individuals with fevers? From Brian Edmonds, thank you for all of your hard work during this difficult time. I especially appreciate the solicitation of parent feedback. One question: after looking at the efforts to space the desks 3 to 6 feet apart, have you considered allowing the students to remove their masks while seated at their desk? I believe this is more important in the lower grades. You could possibly add plexiglass in front of the desk, but I don't feel that is necessary. Thanks for your consideration. Aaron McRae. How will you address a situation where someone tests positive for COVID, who was quarantined? For how long? What happens if a teacher gets sick, etc.? How many kids will go to school each day? Are you planning on having classrooms at half capacity? From Rich Marino, RTSD board. Thank you for all the dedicated work. The plan looks great, except for the cafeteria setups. I believe the cafeteria has one of the highest risks of virus transmission. I'd like to ask to use more areas in the school building for eating lunch to fully spread out, or some more creative ideas on lunch. I'm a parent of HS students and would want less restrictions on HS students. Again, from Rich Morano, quote, students are mixing more and are exposed already during summer programming, unquote, is false. My family has been beyond compliant with social distancing. We have not seen other kids' families. Additionally, anyone being priorly exposed doesn't mean we don't provide protection going forward. That statement thought is extremely troubling to see. From Colleen Whelan, this is number 40. Hi, will the elementary age children have to wear their masks once they are in their classrooms? With the desks at least 4 feet apart and a plexiglass for the teacher, is it necessary for the children to wear their mask all day long? I feel as if this would be very hard for an elementary age child to obtain for the entire day. Thank you again for all of your efforts. It is greatly appreciated. Now, while I was reading these, I'd say maybe another 20 came in. So what would you like to do?
All right, well, I was going to stop and tell you, Michael, let me tell you, you just spoke for close to 45 minutes. You did a really nice job. Thank you.
Thanks.
That was a lot for you to do. I know it doesn't sound like you're feeling great with your cold there, but you really did a nice job.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're able to see if they're particularly long. That actually went a lot faster than I thought it would. I don't know how anybody else feels. There's a couple of things that people said that I think have sparked a few questions for me. And if we can bear through it, I think they'll go quickly. And I do think, why don't you read for 15 more minutes? We've had plenty of meetings where we've had an hour of public comment because people come to the meeting. Let's see what we can get done. It'll have been an hour of public comment, but I think there's been some really worthwhile stuff. And then maybe we'll finish before then, maybe not. And then we do have a second public comment. It could wait till the end of the night. But I don't know how anybody, I think we've heard some good things. And Michael, you're doing a great job. If you want to take a sip of water and
I think, to clarify, I feel okay. I think it's more just reading that long. We made me a little bit runny. So
okay.
I'm not.
Got it. All right. Well, why don't you continue?
Okay.
Thank you.
I will do that.
And we'll touch base in 15 minutes.
Okay. Again, from Rich Marino, for the high school, I like the option 2AB. The part-time return gives us a 50% reduction in risk and more time to identify ill students before they can affect others. I ask the board to seriously consider option 2AB for the high school students. Chloe Sikowski, hi, for the AB scenario, would grade levels stay together? From Morgan Dorfman, what are the procedures restrictions if students or staff test positive for COVID? From Catherine Mono, I have 2 boys going into grades 8 and 12 at Radnor. As you decide whether or not to reopen, I want to point out that this 1 to 2 hour meeting is not held in person. If it's not safe to hold a short meeting in person, why would anyone say that it's safe to send children to school every day? Can students have a half day in school, half day remote? How will students stay distanced in stairs/hallways? From Jackson Carey, as a secondary school student, recognize the issues that lockers may cause because they cause kids to be crammed in small spaces. How would you ensure safety around lockers? Would you clean the lockers regularly? Would the lockers be distanced in some way? From Jody Klein, good evening. Was there ever an option discussed where the high school kids would go every day to school in person, then leave and go home for lunch, and then just do specials online at home? Then the kids are not in the school unmasked, eating, which would greatly lower risk. Boxed lunches could be sent home to those that need school-provided lunches. From Manavpreet Tara, hello, board members. I just want to thank you for being mindful on all the options for the kids. It means a lot. And thank you so much for keeping Radnor School District amazing. And please, no need for dress shirts and ties in this environment unless it is a personal preference. You all rock. And then this person asked, and also any considerations for gifted programs and advanced learning testing. From Kira Michelle. Good evening. I am watching this meeting and I'm seriously hoping that what I'm seeing isn't an accurate picture of the board's representation of its diversity. This board and the task force should be a fair representation of all of the children and families who attend and will be impacted by your decisions. Everyone's input should be equally heard equally. From Carolyn Carey. Thank you very much for the thoughtful presentation. Can you discuss how you will handle a situation where a teacher or student tests positive for COVID-19 or has been potentially exposed to someone that has tested positive? Will students in the class be required to quarantine, or does the face mask distancing negate the requirement? How transparent will the district be regarding positive cases so that we can properly determine our risk? From Amy Schwartz. First, I hope all of you and your families are well. I want to thank you for all the hard work during this unprecedented time. I know there are various parent concerns about not opening, but I will ask, has it been discussed the repercussions for community members if they conduct themselves outside of the school community in high-risk situations, i.e. travel to another state where cases have increased, etc.? As we have been on an honor code behavior system within our society with the onset of the epidemic, I have witnessed some take it more seriously than others. We are all relying everyone to make the same choices. I'm not offering any solutions or options, just a question and observation. Of course, none of this is fair, and we all want our kids to return to normalcy in their school life, and none of you could have imagined configuring our school system like this. Whether a child is in kindergarten, 4th grade, or 11th, none of us want our kids ultimately home. But I trust you will make the right decision to keep our children and staff safe and offer options for those who feel that the in-school option just doesn't feel right to them. Thanks for all your hard work. From Christine Nass. Many of us who live in the West Elementary School area live within walking distance of the school with consistent sidewalks throughout the area. Has any consideration been given to adding additional crossing guards at the big intersections so we can feel comfortable having our children walk to and from school rather than relying on buses? I'm particularly considering the additional traffic that additional parents driving their kids would create. It looks like Moses Gaster was watching and he noticed that I previously only read the first paragraph of his comment during the meeting, so he's sending it again for me to read the entire comment that is 5 paragraphs. I'd like to make a suggestion for how to properly reopen schools this fall. I'm a resident of Radnor Township and have 2 children going to Wayne Elementary School. I have no affiliation whatsoever with tent companies, trailer companies, engineering firms, or contractors that will bid on this type of project if it were to be executed. I'm just a concerned parent. The engineering firm that I work for is in the heavy highway and large-scale commercial construction market, not public schools. The CDC has published that 6 feet between people is necessary. I assume that there's no way our schools were originally designed to this criteria. This assumption was validated from the reopening committee's published statement that they can achieve 4 feet between people in our schools. So to get from 4 to 6 between people, we need to expand the capacity of our schools. The simplest solution to this problem is adding temporary on-site modular trailers. I've witnessed firsthand modular trailers being joined together to make large open spaces inside. The trailers in the middle of the modular assembly are fabricated and shipped without sidewalls, so when they are joined together, the space inside is not divided up by interior walls. In order to have these in place and fully operational before the beginning of the school year, the township would need to put together a bid package, advertise it, collect bids, award, and sign a contract. Then the contractor needs to design, fabricate, ship, assemble, wire, test, and furnish these modular trailers. This process takes a long time. It may already be too late, so maybe a combination of temporary tents on site at first to buy time, followed by temporary trailers can meet the required schedule. Please let me know if you have any questions or comments. From Kevin Bradley, good evening. Thank you for your dedication and hard work to make sure everyone is safe. I have 2 daughters that are attending Wayne Elementary and are excelling. Everyone is debating on the divide of K to 12 and 6 to 12 and K to 5. I'm wondering if you have considered the following. I know everyone enjoys the full-day kindergarten program. Why not go to half-day program? Also, since the 11 to 12 graders are getting ready for college, have them do a hybrid model of online and in-class. For the in-class, why not night classes or late afternoon classes? Then why not have the teachers use the study rooms in the libraries to be able to hold small class size sessions? Also, how about weekend classes for the classes that have labs? Have you reached out to local private schools, churches, etc., that might have the room to host classes? The elementary school students need to be in the classroom with their fellow classmates. They need that in-person teaching, and they need that socialization. From Jennifer Stout, I'm a parent of 4 children, 3 that attend Radnor School District. Our 2 youngest children have special needs, and their social regression since March is significant. Please ensure any plan remembers our vulnerable students. Students with special needs and allows them proper access to the services they need and are entitled to under their IEPs. These children need in-person instruction. Our kids are counting on you. Guidance on math requirements for special needs kids is requested. Thank you for all your hard work. From Jackson Carey, I am in favor of everyone going to school simultaneously. My friend is that if all my friends were in a different group and I never saw them, my mental health would degrade. And lastly, from Haley Kennard. Good evening. Thanks for all your work on reopening. It's appreciated. Briefly, as it's likely late, I am concerned about the length of day expected in the cyber option, particularly for younger children or children who require more movement due to a disability. I've got one of each. I see in the sample schedule up to 45-minute live sessions several times a day. The day is the same length as it will be in person, but sitting in front of the screen for these lessons will feel very different. Zoom fatigue would affect many adults following this plan. Some children may do fine and require little assistance to remain engaged with this plan, but I suspect many will not and will need full-time parent facilitation and help. As a stay-at-home parent, I am fortunate to be able to provide this, even though it was quite hairy in the spring, balancing one neurotypical child and one with significant special needs. However, there's a little chance that I could have kept either of them going for the length of the entire school day, although I give it my best. What if I also had to work full-time? If we are in this plan under a red phase or stay at home, people may not have options to hire a sitter or other support person to assist them with this. Just something to think about, especially for the lower grades. Perhaps there is a way to condense the day for them while retaining the essential parts of the curriculum. Thank you.
All right, great job, Michael. Thank you, appreciate it. Let's jump into questions, and if we have another public comment at the end of the night, and we probably will likely have some more comments then. I don't really have a particular order. I mean, the way I see the screen, I could look across. Would anyone like to start with any questions? I do want to thank Ken, Dan, Sean, the entire task force team. We had Liz and Andrew serve on it as board members. It was a committee composed of over 50 members, and we're all so grateful. We're grateful as a board. We're grateful as the community. You've all put in, July's used to be our slow month. That's where you guys kind of wind down, have a little quiet time. And this has been nothing like that. So, we're very grateful for the hard work that you've been doing and all the time you're putting into this. I have some questions, but I'm certainly willing to defer to someone else. Does anybody want to jump in with some questions?
And before we jump in, Susan, and thank you for that. And it's truly been a team effort and will continue to be a team effort as we move forward. We do have, as I mentioned in the beginning, we have another presentation still tonight, and that is just details of, next week we have what we will have as an action item for voting for the school board will be the health and safety plan. That is a requirement by the state for all school districts to approve a health and safety plan. We realize that, things are going to continue to evolve and change, but that will be on the board agenda. We have a draft of that health and safety plan that we can screen share tonight. We're going to post. It was just shared with board. The draft was shared with board members this evening. It will be posted for our entire community to see tomorrow. There is some challenge right now with posting it on board docs because of some, it is a form from the state. And when we post it on board docs right now, some of the information disappears from it. So that's why it's not posted right now publicly, but we'll have it posted publicly by tomorrow, figure out that glitch. It might be worth moving to that right now. Mr. Bechtold wants to, have the belt of brevity and thinks he can name that tune. And in all seriousness, I mean, there's a lot of information. It's a 55-page, or I think it's more than that now, document that the board would need to approve next week. We wanted to ask Mr. Bechtold to share, and just hit some of the highlights of what's in that document. It is something for the board to take over the next few days to look over, for our community to look over as well. But it might be worth, we could either have him go through for about a half hour or so, just reviewing the document. That document may answer some of the questions we just heard. It may answer some of the questions board members have, or we could have a discussion and then move to that. I'm thinking.
Why don't we let the board ask a few questions? And the only reason I say that is, if the document is like the one we saw last month, if we are not keen on some things that in the presentation that we heard, Sean put forth 5 possibilities for elementary school, and I don't know, are all 5 written in there, Dan, in the plan?
So the plan, yeah, so the plan covers a variety of topics as set forth by the state, like how would you manage masking for students? How would you manage masking for employees? So it's the same exact template that we use for the summer and ESY health and safety template.
Well, yeah, okay. That's what I thought. It was like last month's. My inclination is, let's see if there's any kind of high level questions about the presentation, because it kind of approached things from a bigger standpoint. And I think the plan that you're going to submit to PDE is going to be the nuts and bolts of, how you're going to accomplish what it is, conceptually that the board says we want to move forward on. So let's go some questions. But Ken, one last question is, is your task force going to meet between now and next Tuesday? We're listening to the board meeting tonight. We're hearing a lot of, some good questions and some good suggestions, I think, from the public. We're going to hear the board ask questions tonight. Is the task force going to meet between now and Tuesday, potentially to kind of take in some of this information?
No, we did not have plans for the task force to meet.
Okay. All right. Well, then I guess it will largely fall to the administration. I do think it's worthwhile to chunk this up and get some stuff about the major presentation asked before we dive into I found the PDE form to be very specific nuts and bolts. And let me just explain. So yeah, the document itself, it's the same document. It's very similar. We already approved. It is nuts and bolts, and there are, with the different options we already discussed in the presentation, what's in the other document will probably, it will cover either option. So there does have to be a separate discussion about which option and which way are we looking to go as a district. So certainly we could have that discussion. The task force is not meeting and not planned to meet because the goal of the task force was to provide us with guidance, feedback, to give us the questions. And we have already accumulated many questions. Our FAQ that we are developing that is already posted answers some of the questions we already heard tonight, and we'll continue, if they aren't answered, to get them up on our website and answer those FAQs besides the discussion tonight. So that's why there wasn't a plan for the task force. And the committee, well, I just want for the public to be aware that the administrative task force is meeting around the clock all the time, and will continue to do that as we move forward. Okay, great. Thank you.
So should we as a board, start discussing, our opinions where we are, sort of on what we should do?
People ask questions first because
about the general presentation.
Exactly. Let's start, because there may be some questions that would get answered that might inform perspective. And Lydia, to your point, I'm not sure that there's a lot of how much we should get into the, how we specifically feel. I mean, maybe it's going to come up, but I'm looking at kind of across at the board, just the way my screen is appearing, and Sarah's up in the corner. Do you have questions? Do you want to start? I'm like literally just looking across the screen. That's my brain works that way. You're good?
So many questions. I was trying to organize them into
that's fine. I can skip over to somebody else. Anything you want to jump in with? I'm literally, if you're not ready, that's fine.
No. I have a couple of, first, the thank yous all around. Thank you for the enrichment camp. Thank you to the administration who, if anybody in the public doesn't know, they've been working late nights and weekends. And this has been, it's got to be a labor of love, quite honestly, for you guys to work and do all this. And I really appreciate it. And thank you to the public who are thanking the school board members for having to make this tough decision. I have a lot of questions, and I guess some of them were voiced by people who called in or wrote in. I do want to understand the concept of PPE when it's feasible and appropriate. I did see that in the presentation, and I think there was a little bit of that with distancing. I know, for example, at the high school, it's going to be hard when kids move between classes to get them moving in hallways 6 feet apart, even 4 feet apart. And I understand that they will need to have masks off to eat. But I do think that it's generally understood in scientific communities that wearing masks is what is really saving a lot of people from getting infected. So I want to understand how these mask breaks will work, how we're going to decide what's a feasible and appropriate, because, you know, I think that's an issue. I wanted to understand, I heard a lot of community members ask about bigger spaces, whether there are other spaces we've considered looking at in the community. I know from information that you've given us, the problem with a bigger space is it only works if you put more children into it, and we may not have the staff to fill all those bigger spaces. So you can move one class into the gym, but you know, even if you cover the field in tents, you only want so many kids under a tent. And do we have, there was one plan that considered additional personnel, but I don't think additional personnel is really in the budget. I mean, not a lot more personnel. I guess the big thing for me from a request standpoint, because I think it will be relevant next week, is there time and the ability to do another survey? This was the thing that hit me reading all of this. A lot of this data is old. People answered these questions a while ago. And yes, people with 5 children should not get more votes than people with 2 on whether we should open schools. Each family should get a vote. And people with 2 shouldn't get more votes than people with 1. So I think it would be really helpful if we could ask some very pointed questions at a time when this is more real, right? I mean, people were asked these questions at the end of the school year, and it was like, yeah, well, how am I going to feel next fall? Yeah, it's probably going to be okay. I don't think everybody, I think some people do feel like that. I think we heard that today. There are some people who say take them back, take all the kids and fill the classrooms, but I don't think everybody necessarily feels that way. And maybe that survey is an opportunity to ask, if we open classrooms, are you going to send your children in? Because maybe the answer is some people aren't going to send them back even if they think there are only 15 high schoolers in a classroom. They're going to insist on the online, and you may not need to do the AB cohort because you may have enough people who don't want their kids in the building. I think, and I may try to, for the administration, if you don't mind, type up some of these questions later so it's easier for you after the meeting. I do think it's worth asking about how the screening is going to work for, you know, outside risky behavior. And I'll give you a perfect example. My husband's an airline pilot. He's traveling to, you know, hotspots this week. So my family's quarantining. We're not seeing other people except very socially distanced because we're trying to respect that this could be an issue. I don't know though, I mean, how do we say to, you can't say to someone, your parents work in the ER, so you can't come to school. Maybe you can't. I think those are issues we need to consider. Like, what risks is each family taking and how are they trying to mitigate them? And that's hard to police, right? It's really, like the one commenter said, it's really about your responsibility to your community and how each family behaves. The masks and shields, I know we had, there was a mention in the presentation about providing shields to each student. I do think the science is generally that a shield is great because it protects the eyes, but I don't think it does provide the same protection for inhaling or exhaling. And so that masks probably are necessary. And I understand that's going to be an issue for some kids, especially younger kids. I think the other thing, Ken, I know you've shared this information with the board in information sessions, but I do think it's important to tell the community what the Board of Health has said in terms of how we will disclose positive tests or not fully disclose positive tests. I think parents who understand that may feel differently about sending their kids in. And I understand absolutely healthcare privacy rules, but I think, you know, you need to describe that in detail for people. And then I would like to understand, I also had the crossing guard comment. I think, you know, a lot of us would have our kids walk or bike a mile, you know, up to a mile to school, but it requires them to cross a road that's not safe. And if we knew, I mean, the traffic at the schools will be a nightmare if everyone just starts driving their kids. So if there is a safe way to get them there, and it just requires some additional crossing guards, I think that would be great. And then the last thing, I heard you say that the math class that we're doing this summer online, that's half online and half in class, is working really well. But I know there have been a lot of concerns. I know the feedback on online school in the spring was mixed. I don't think it was overwhelmingly positive. I think there were a lot of kids who really struggled with it. I think there were a lot of teachers who struggled with it. And I guess the community is going to want to know, what are we doing to improve that curriculum? Because it's not just, well, we're going to have kids have to show up at, you know, 9 o'clock for their classes and actually sit in front of it. Because, I mean, the board members can tell you, it gets tiring sitting in these long meetings. They're longer than an hour or two, whoever that commenter was. I don't think we've had a meeting that short in months.
Zoom fatigue.
Yeah, we get a lot of Zoom fatigue. And I think, you know, kids can get up. One of my kids is doing summer online camp, and, you know, they get up and have breaks. But I think, you know, that's 45 minutes for young children in front of a screen is a lot. So what interaction will there be? You know, are there online, you know, tasks they're going to do during class? Are they going to vote on things, or everybody guesses the, you know, not guesses, but tries to give the answer to a math problem online? Are there ways that we're keeping them engaged while they're online, so it's not just staring at a screen? And I'm sure I have more, and I'm sure I came up with there are a lot of things other people came up with, but just to get the ball rolling.
No, that's great. And let's do this. Could we quickly try to respond to some, and
Yep.
that we have answers to? Let's respond to and have discussion. We'll be capturing these not only in our minutes, we'll be capturing these for our FAQ moving forward. And I'll try to go quickly over some of the things. So the concept of PPE in the hallways and masking is where you started. The governor took that off the plate for all of us. Masking is required. Masking is required for anyone 2 years or older. So we would be required to mask everyone. The only time a mask is allowed to come off is when the students are 6 feet apart in school. And that is why the cafeteria, they would have to be 6 feet apart to eat. That is the only time a mask is allowed to come off. So in a sense, that question was answered for us. As a district, we are administratively really leaning towards the idea and believe that we have to by law require it, but mandated as a district. We've worked with our solicitor, and if someone refuses to wear a mask, well, we have an online option for you. That's how we can enforce that and stand legally by it. You know, again, will we win that argument? We believe we will. Our solicitor feels like we have a very good argument for that. Hallways at the high school. If kids are masked, they don't need to be 6 foot apart as they move. And right now, our time is about 5 minutes, 4 minutes in between classes. All of the studies out of South Korea, the studies that talk about what is exposure time. You know, doctors, when we've talked to the doctors about what is exposure time, it's something that is beyond 10 to 15 minutes. So there is not the requirement or the need for students to have 6 feet apart when they're moving in the hallway while masked, and especially while masked in what is considered a control environment, when we are screening, when we are distancing, when we are looking at the hygiene, when we're putting all those pieces in concert. So that's why you don't have to have 6 feet as kids move in transit if they are masked. Have we looked at other spaces? Yes, we've actually been in conversation. We've had actually places within our community. Thank you to those organizations reach out to us that they have space, and we've had administrators talk to them and have asked, have gotten details on that space and how we could use that space. It is a combination question on What does it take to get us to smaller class sizes? What does the class size take at the elementary level to get 6 feet? To have a student 6 foot apart, we probably need about 15 kids in each classroom at the elementary level. It becomes both a staffing and space issue. It might not be as much of a space issue if we don't have, everything's on the table. So, if you can use art rooms and music rooms and other things, because those are happening virtually or happening some other way, or those are happening within the classroom because the art teacher is coming to the classroom, we now have some extra space. Again, it comes down to that question of what distancing are we comfortable with as a community as we move forward? Your question about surveying, I will tell you, I'm not sure. I'll be very, I'm always blunt and honest with things. My gut reaction to another survey right now is, survey is only, everybody looks at a survey response and sees different things. And what really is helpful with a survey is when you do focus groups and you have discussions. I think what would be really helpful for us right now is to send out something this week to our families to find out who wants to be online. We can paint a very clear picture and say, this is what our online program looks like. And will you be willing? And we can also paint a picture and say, this is what conceivably it would look like at the middle school or high school, because we're really down to 2 options now. Not to say another option couldn't be developed. We have looked at other things, not to say that this could change, but people can kind of understand and say, okay, as a parent, me as a parent, this is what it would look like if I send my child to middle school or high school potentially. Now I'm leaning towards, I want online. This is what it's going to look like at elementary. We can explain what the online program looks like. And I think we could ask our families to get back to us and let us know, because that does have an implication. If we do have 30%, I'm just picking a number, putting my finger in the air, we have 30% of our families who decide they want to be online, that, at the elementary level, or at any level, that is really changing dramatically, our distancing. Our distancing of 4+ feet right now with our normal class size, that's with our maximum class size, K-3 at 21, 4 and 5 at 25. All of a sudden with each student that isn't in the class, we're getting 4+, 5+, 6, we're getting into that realm of that 4 to 6. So I think it would be important for us to move forward, this week with that question to our community and say, this is what our online program looks like. We can explain it to you. We've shared it tonight. We've now, I know, have over 400 people watching this meeting tonight. And to start getting some indication on that, because that will help guide us as well. Screening, that's something that we can talk about more. I think we have some of that answers in our FAQ, but your questions were about screening, I thought were good questions. The relying on others, that's why we would do the random checks. We would be, doing the random checks and also be educating. So it would be a combination of what people do at home. We got to do this together as a community, and also what we would do within the buildings with random checks and the opportunities to try to screen the kids randomly as they come in. And also educating our bus drivers, educating our teachers, the first teacher that sees kids in the mornings, to what signs, what things we need to look for if there's concerns. Shields versus masks. The reality is this: there's a ton of research on masks, and that's why the CDC says masks. If all the doctors I've talked to, the research isn't there on the shields. So that becomes the question with the shields, just because the research isn't there. Anecdotally, there are doctors and others who are saying there's a lot of benefits from that shield because of how it protects your eyes, it protects everything, and also the advantages of being able to see the whole face. So one of the things we were talking about is students have to be masked, and they got to be masked in transit to get to class. But K-3, we were originally looking at, they mask, they get to class, they sit down, there's a shield we provide them, and they can sit at their desk and put their face shield on. And if a student wanted the face shield and mask, we certainly wouldn't stop it, but they could do just the face shield instead of the mask while sitting at their desk. When they go to leave, to go, to home, transit, we could have a protocol for how they maybe just clean their shield, keeps it at their desk, it stays there for each day, they wear their mask as they leave the classroom. So there's a lot of protocols like that we're talking about. And yes, we are recommending we buy masks for all of our students K-12. We think it just, again, yes, it's an expense, but we believe it's an expense, worth taking, buying the shields. Students would be responsible for bringing their own mask and wearing their mask, each day.
But then can I just clarify, because I think you misspoke. You said you said we would buy masks, but what you meant was the district will provide shields, families will provide the masks.
Yes, thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, just want to make sure that we don't.
Right now, the expectation is that students would provide their own masks. We would provide shields, K to 12, and that we're seeing that those shields, especially at the elementary level, would probably stay at school and stay at their desk. Board of Health, your question about responsive tests, and the Board of Health will guide us when we have a student and we have a positive case. I can tell you right now that in talking to several different boards of health for different counties, even the guidance is designed because they're telling us we can open school. Okay, that is what the guidance is saying. The guidance is saying, here, these are things you need to follow, but you can open up schools. As a matter of fact, the governor technically opened schools and allowed us to open for the summer, so we could open for the summer. The Board of Health will be involved in whenever we have a case. And if you look through we've posted it on our website. If you look at the guidance from Chester County Board of Health, there will be a protocol that will be followed where we will let them know. They will then tell us anything that we need to do. They are not looking at closing us down. That is something that they have shared with us repeatedly now. They would, if we have a case, so in a third grade classroom, if we have a case, are we now quarantining and shutting down that classroom? No, I can tell you right now, based on even the cases that we have had with staff, if everybody is masked, it is looked upon as being, as more of a controlled environment. We would probably let that class know that there was, and the Board of Health wouldn't require this, but we would probably do it as a district. We would say there is a student in this particular class that has been exposed. Please continue to watch for your symptoms. Please continue to check, each morning, knowing especially that we do have a positive case in this classroom. Then the Board of Health would go through any other investigation and contact tracing and would continue to monitor that. But we would not be looking to shut down every time we have a case. And that's based on the guidance from the Department of Health right now. Crossing guards, great idea, love it. Something we can look into and expand upon and discuss more. And gosh, I didn't write it all down, Sarah. The math class at the question mixed. Oh, I think your question was this. We have found that, yes, so our teachers are being trained and be given professional development this summer on not only our Schoology platform, but also using our technology as well. So yes, our program not only has to have the change of we're now Zooming and bringing kids in and half the kids are maybe there, or kids who are choosing to remote or coming into the classroom, but how do you teach in that dynamic as well? And that is something that we need to support our teachers as well. And that's where that pilot was really helpful this summer to see what does it take, how does it look, and how did it work? That's just answers to some of the questions. Was there something, Dan and Sean, that you wanted to mention quickly before we move on to the next set of questions that I didn't hit upon?
I did just want to mention that the cyber program maybe been a little deceiving in the sense where we said small groups. That could be 15, 20 minutes where a student is on Zoom getting their small group reading instruction with the teacher, but the rest of the time they may be doing some independent engaging activities offline. But the teacher would be engaging with different groups during that block of time, not just all students consecutively. So maybe that schedule is a little deceiving. Would need some more a narrative for parents to fully understand what those blocks would mean for their children.
Thank you, John, appreciate that. Does anybody else want to jump in with some? Nancy, go ahead. Questions, comments?
I have probably a combination of both. First, thank you all for all the hard work that you've been doing. I think it's been reiterated a few times already, and I can't say it enough. Some general comments. I mean, I think first and foremost, it is important to keep everyone safe and healthy. That's definitely the priority. Just my thoughts are that, having a healthy social and emotional wellness for students is so critical. And I think having the schools closed the way they were, which they needed to be at the time, was important, but the damage going forward, I think, with the emotional health of these students is pretty significant. So, you know, that factors into my thinking and thoughts as well. I also see that this is going to be an ongoing thing. I mean, we're going to be proposing a plan or reviewing and then approving next week a plan. So although we're in the green phase now, and there may be an option for that, when we start school in September, we may be in yellow, and there may be a whole, you know, based on the plan, it may be a different scenario. I think this is probably going to be the life we're going to live for a while. So I'm keeping that in mind as well. So obviously through public comment, there are a lot of varying positions, and none of them are wrong. I think this is a very personal thing. As was mentioned before, and Ken, you expanded upon stating that we need to find out who is interested in going to do online learning. In addition to that, I think it would be an interesting question, knowing transportation is a very big issue, of how many people are willing and committed to having their driving their children to school, because that may address some of the issues that we see from a transportation standpoint. If we are talking about additional crossing guards also, maybe we widen the walkers. You know, you go back 50 years ago and people were walking 2 miles to school, and I'm not proposing that at all. I'm just giving a hypothetical example. So that may be a consideration as well.
And that was uphill, both there and back.
Yeah. One question I did have, and it's regarding the online options for both elementary and secondary, is my understanding, and this is more of a clarifying thing. If someone signs up for, I'm thinking hypotheticals, for going into some kind of in-person class, and they're not signing up for online in the elementary, which is different than the live streaming of the actual class. If they have to quarantine because maybe they were exposed or they're waiting on a test result for 14 days, is that cyber online option available to them, or do they just have to call in sick, or will they get additional work from that teacher, just as they would if they were homesick anyway? Should I just continue asking my questions and we'll get back?
Jump in. Sean, do you want to jump in on that one, or?
Absolutely. And Nancy, I don't know that we fully kind of fleshed out that scenario yet. I think that it's an option, certainly having the cyber program. Also in a traditional day, or I'm sorry, traditional sense, if a student were sick and had an extended leave, you know, the teacher would provide work and support. If it was even extended beyond that, we have, you know, homebound instruction, things like that we would pursue. I think we need to find what is the best situation, and sometimes it's going to be a case by case.
Okay.
You know, if the student's going to be gone for a long period of time, or the parent says, I want to pull them out and put them online, but then that's that you know, the train track shift over to cyber. If it's going to be very short term, then maybe they stay with their homeroom, and then we support them around that in different ways.
Okay. And unlike in the secondary, where if they're home and feeling okay, they can actually live stream to their actual class schedule.
So at the secondary, they can certainly live stream.
Right.
That would be an easy, very quick transition for us to have a student to go from classroom to live stream.
Okay. And then that gets to me to one of the questions that I know have been asked me, is that if you do sign up for online, and I'm saying this, I kind of think I know the answer, but I'm saying this so everyone can hear and aware of it. But if they sign up for online, can they, if they want to go to school one day, can they just go into school?
At the high school? You're talking middle school, high school? Okay.
I'm talking primarily because the remote learning is different, elementary and secondary. But if they're secondary and they signed up for online learning for like a semester, and it's getting, you know, they want to change a pace, can they go into school?
So we would ask that parents and students make the decision. to go online or be in class. And then we believe the turnaround time to go from home to in the classroom would be a week or less. We would want to make sure, so again, we're talking about social distancing. We believe we could probably get this done in about 3 days with notice. Any unused furniture in the classroom, we're going to get out. So if we have classrooms right now set up with 24 desks, once we have students and parents commit, we would remove it to make the largest social distancing possible in the classroom. So we wouldn't want a student to show up without any notice. So the transition from in-person to online at the secondary level will happen instantaneously. A student doesn't feel well, they can Zoom in, they do not have to show up. If a student and parent have elected to stay home and to live stream, we would just want a couple days notice to make sure that we have enough seats in all of the classes. So we believe that we can get that done in a week at maximum. We may be able to get it done in 2 or 3 days, but we would just want notice to make sure that every room is set up, socially distanced to the greatest extent possible for the high school and middle school.
Because hypothetically, if let's say, and again, this is all hypothetical, if we're in the green phase and we have the plan for in person of being every single day, and someone may not be comfortable with that, if we move to the yellow phase and it's a hybrid, someone may be comfortable with that. So, you know, just giving them that option. So that's kind of why I was asking that question.
Nancy, can I just follow up? Because I think there's kind of a question that follows on that, Dan, right? If we've got a classroom and it's got 12 kids in it and we know we've got space for 16 till we, you know, encroach on the 4 feet, you know, and so then 4 more kids come back, the kid who would be number 17, we would still say you can come as long as we're within our, I mean, how do we do that once the spacing problems come up?
So are you talking, so there's 2 options. Are you talking about option number 2? This is done with the AB schedule. Or are you talking
No,
about
I guess I'm saying, like, if we did option A, everybody comes back and everybody comes back because the feedback we got from parents was, to Mr. Batchelor's hypothetical, 30% of the kids want to be online, or their families want them online. So we've got space in all the classrooms to space kids at, you know, maybe not 6 feet, maybe it's 4 feet. Well, I guess it's 4 feet now, but you know, we've got space for the kids. And then kids who were online say, actually, you know, it seems good. We've moved to yellow, we've moved to green. I want to go back in. Is there a point at which we suddenly don't have the space for the kids to come back in? I think that's where you were going, Nancy.
Yes.
And that's my concern. Like, do we at some point say, sorry, you were the last 5 to ask, and so we don't have space for you unless we move to a tent in the snow? You know, I don't know. Well, you never know how long this is all going to go on.
So the two plans that we have put forward for the high school, option 1 says that we can guarantee that we're 4+ feet in all classrooms. So once we go, you know, we have a plan to survey families for who is intending to send their child to school and who is intending to drive their child to not use transportation. And that is in this health and safety plan we'll look at. It's at the end with parent communication. So that is something that we already have queued up to do. In either plan, so if the board goes with option 1 for secondary, then parents and students know that they're signing up for 4 feet plus. And so we are confident that we can hit 4 feet plus in option 1. If we would go A-B schedule, we are confident we can hit at least 6 feet. So we would just want a family that elects to stay home, that it changes their mind and wants to come back, to give us notice. Because if we look at a high school classroom and it's used 7 out of 8 periods in a day, and the largest class size that's in there is 16, then we're gonna have 16 desks in there. So we would want 2 days to really have, 2 or 3 days to have the administrators go through and say, what's the seat count gonna change to? Let's get another desk in there. Let's reconfigure the room to get the maximum number of spacing in that classroom.
Okay, but right now bringing those kids back in won't eliminate the 4 feet spacing. Okay, no. I'm sorry, I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, no, that's a question. And we may leave some of the desks in the classroom actually, because we all of a sudden are realizing we've got a big storage issue. So there might be desks we may leave in the classroom, but we're going to put stickers on them if they're not being used, because we got to space the kids out. So make sure the kids don't use them. They know these are the desks you use. But no, we could have kids seamlessly at the middle school and high school come back. We just would like some notice, and that's why we're thinking about that week. At the elementary level, we're trying to make that seamless as well. We just haven't quite figured out exactly, if a student who chooses to be online chooses then to come back and wants to be in the class, we would allow them to come back. How much time would that take? A week, 2 weeks notice to help us transition it. It just becomes a little bit more of a challenge because we're devoting staff and we have more fixed class sizes at the elementary. So the longer people could stay and give us that opportunity, we can then look at where's the right place and how can we bring them back. But we want to have that opportunity that if someone chose to be online and they want to come back, we want to let them come back. And then whether or not when somebody's out for the 14 days because they're quarantined, would they hop on the online or would we continue it more traditional? We're still looking at that and what would make the most sense.
Okay, thanks. I'm sorry, Nancy, again.
Oh, no, that was fine. That was good clarification.
And Nancy, just to go back to, before I forget with the other questions, I mean, we toyed with the idea that our green plan is everyone's back. And we're 4 feet, we're 4+ feet, and the guidance was and still is from Chester County Health that at minimum 3. So we're well above that minimum of 3 feet with the 4+ feet. We'd have so many students that are going to go online that would then just increase that as well. So our green plan is everyone's back. Our yellow plan is maybe the AB schedule. We toyed with that and discussed that. Because if we have to go into yellow, what are we doing? One of the options too is we maybe start off, even if we're in green, with that option too of every other day, just to see how things are going, to see what happens. Because if we started at the high school, middle school with an every other day, there's nothing stopping us within 3 weeks to say, you know what, we're bringing everybody every day now. Things have gone well. We feel like we've educated everyone. We feel like our community is responding well to this. We could decide to bring everybody at the middle school and high school every day. So there's a lot of different ways we could look at those options and how we want to put those together.
Mm-hmm. And that's a good segue. However, we just net out in terms of what plan we have and we start with in September. I think it's critical, given that all these students are going to have new teachers, and particularly in the elementary school, and then students making transitions into kindergarten, 6th grade and 9th grade. It's critical to, if we won't be in person every day, ensuring that there's some kind of methodology or additional engagement so that the students can really get to know their teachers and feel like they're part of a community. So regarding, just another clarification, I know in a former scenario that the task force had been looking at was in the hybrid, there was Wednesdays were off. So has that changed now in one of the option recommendations that it will be a 2-week schedule in the secondary schools where, they go 3 days 1 week, 2 days the other? There's no more day off?
So it is still something we are looking at and considering on what, with a teacher who has some of their students who are home, some of the students in the class, is there some time we want to build in for professional development, some time we want to build in for extra help for kids, since some kids are in each day. Right now we're thinking about, is that once every 2 weeks, once every 3 weeks? What is the appropriate time? And we don't have a recommendation right now for that. But that has been something that has been discussed. It would be something very different. We heard resoundingly that especially at different levels, that parents felt that we did the catch-up day in the spring, that while it was needed in the beginning, it felt like it was needed in the beginning. Several weeks into the program, we were hearing from parents it was no longer needed, that kids were using it to take the day off and not do anything. And a lot of that had to do with the structure we had in the spring of not requiring kids to be there, not requiring the Zoom synchronized lessons. So we're looking at a very different model for the online and a very different model. But that's something we're going to want to discuss is, you know, how, you know, we don't want to lose. The other thing we're hearing from our teachers is they don't want to lose class time either. You know, we want to make sure we're going to be able to get through our curriculum, and we don't want to lose class time as well. So that's something to discuss as we move, depending which option we go with.
Okay. And then this is just a comment, how we handle students with special or unique needs. I think I'm sure Jenny Lesage and George are on top of this, but I just want to make sure that we recognize that they may need more in-person instruction and help, and not just, you know, it could be unique needs in terms of their family situation as well. One interesting thought that actually someone had shared with me is potentially, you know, establishing a peer learning group. If we eventually do go more remote, that every student is in a peer learning group or mentoring group with a coach that can be an ongoing help or support or structure that they have, in addition to perhaps their homeroom. I thought that was a very unique perspective, especially with potentially some of the social and emotional issues that a lot of these students may be going through. So that's more or less just a consideration. I know mask breaks had been identified for elementary school students. Was wondering whether there will be a mask break aside from eating for secondary. I personally know that when I'm wearing a mask all day, it gets a little suffocating, but maybe just to have some kind of break during the day. And then just a couple of other more points. Sorry I'm taking so long, but cafeteria or lunch, that's a concern, I guess. I don't know how we can maintain the 6 feet distance, whether it's a lot of the students who bring their lunch can eat in the classroom and stay there, while those who are buying lunch can go to the cafeteria. That would, you know, I don't know what the split is typically in terms of who buys and who brings, but just maybe additional things to look there. And then lastly,
Jump into, I'll just say to you, I will say that the development of the option of the A/B at middle school and high school, a huge driver for that is lunch. A huge driver for that is lunch because of that 6 feet apart. Not to say it can't be done if we have everybody every day, but that was a big driver. That is a challenge.
Mm-hmm. And it may be interesting to have a tent for lunch, you know, like an outdoor option as well, if that's a huge issue.
We've considered that, yes.
And then I know it was mentioned in public comment about other creative scenarios for academics. And considering maybe what they do at some colleges or universities where it's like a focus block of a class where you're like taking intensive class. So you have people in the same room, like a smaller cohort focused on that class. Just a thought. I know we're already at the end of July, so I know that it would completely shift around how we provide education, but and it may not be feasible given the testing schedule, like if a student doesn't get that instruction before the test. But I thought I would just throw that out there. That's it. I'm not going to get into the options. I figured I'd just provide my questions and comments, and then if there's further discussion on the options, I can weigh in there.
Yeah, no, thank you, and good comments. And the one thing that has been on the forefront of us is how do we pivot? You know, what allows us to pivot? You know, and that's how we started. If you remember 2 or 3 months ago, we talked about scenarios, and the reality is how do we pivot? And we're finding that, what we're looking to do online is allowing us to pivot, and that's the challenge. The idea of creating a whole different separate way of educating our kids is something that has come up, and how do we brainstorm and look at that? It becomes very hard to pivot. It's the pivoting of, okay, now we can be back full time, or now we have to be off online. It's so that kind of influences what we look at as well, is which one of these structures and options allows us to pivot as well. I'll just share as feedback.
All righty, who wants to jump in next? Jeff, do you have questions?
Sure, and some of these questions have already been addressed, so I figure I'd take another 6 hours of everybody's time with my comments. No, I'm kidding. So just a couple questions and a few brief comments. I was wondering if Dan and if you guys and Sean, you don't have to go into the details. I know there's a lot of things in the weeds, but maybe just some of the public comment I thought was also something I was interested in was some of the hybrid options if you go A, B, how you may structure those. Is it alphabetical? Is it by bus route? Just some of the things you might be considering now, I think would be good to elucidate for the public and for us on the board as well. My second question, and then I'll just finish up and you can answer because I don't have that many. Had to do, and this may be hard, but I don't know if I should have prefaced it with that. Is I was intrigued by one of the doctor in the public comments question about testing. Don't even know if that's feasible, but to think of all the wonderful healthcare institutions in our area, understanding how difficult it is right now to get test results back quickly. I just was intrigued by that and didn't even know if some sort of partnership with Penn at Radnor or Mainline Health, for example, is even something that can even be explored or not. A couple quick comments. Just want to echo, I do want this on the record, what Nancy suggested, and I know this is something that the administration is certainly, I think, considering, which is recognizing those transition years. K-1, 6, and 9 being in building perhaps at the beginning of the year, not only acclimating to community, but understanding how to even get to point A to point B in the building. I think that's pretty critical. And I also want to echo, and you said this, Mr. Batchelor, is you wouldn't do this preliminarily, but I think it's so critical, and some of this came out in public comment, that I understand the Chester County Department of Health will lead, but the importance of transparency, understanding we have HIPAA, understanding we're not naming names, but that we have scenarios and that we're really committed. And I think I heard that. And you said you don't have to do it, but we're going to do it, which I was really happy to hear, which is, not only is there a case in the classroom, you might have a child who lives in a family who someone just had symptoms and they're waiting for their test result. What is our responsibility there in communications? What if they're tested, but we're waiting for the result? What is our responsibility there? What if a family member is positive, but they are negative? We're not tested. So it's rough. And I just think I really appreciate hearing your commitment and our commitment as a board and as an administration, as a district, doing our best to be proactive and responsive to the community as best we can, with also recognizing the sensitivity of each situation. So I'll stop there. My only two questions, I think, around the hybrid in particular and the possible partnership on testing, which is a whole different avenue. But thank you. Also, I just want to echo, don't need ditto, 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 ditto. You're doing yeoman's work, everybody. And thank you so, so much.
All right, so I'll jump in about the structure of the AB options. There's a variety of different ways that you can structure AB, and we actually started having discussions about this back as early as May when we had the teacher groups that met. There's plans that have been put forth by other states and that highlight different ways that you can slice the AB. We don't have a definitive how we're going to do it yet. We were weighing the geographical and the alphabetical. One of the drawbacks of alphabetical is that you may have blended families that have the same students with different last names. And so we were looking at how we could go and structure it if we did go alphabetical to ensure that all students from the same household could go there. Geographical AB schedules do allow us to have some flexibility with transportation, and rings the bell of making sure that we get everybody from the same household. So we did not look at 9th grade and 11th grade and 10th grade and 12th grade because then it defeats the purpose, specifically for lunches. and for cohort style classes where you have 10th grade world history, or you'd have like, an 8th grade classes. So we're really looking to divide students as evenly as possible among cohort grade levels. And so right now, leaning back and forth between either alphabetical or geographical, understanding that the alphabetical, we would have to navigate families from the same household that have different last names.
And the geographical, we realize, I mean, I'll tell you, my perspective as a parent, geographical helps me because I can, you got neighbors, you got carpools, you got who they're hanging out with already at home. So there's a lot of things that we're weighing that, that do make geographical, appealing. The reality is either geographical or alphabetical, nothing will cut neatly that it makes every class the perfect, half number. But it would, we would be bringing in half the population, and that would significantly increase the numbers in the building. The testing, Jeff, we have reached out. I've reached out to, some of our neighbors. I've talked to them about that. I've talked to different doctors, health departments about the testing. Again, this is where this gets, and I'm I joke about being a meteorologist, and now I'm an epidemiologist, and I joke about these things, and this is all very serious. But most of the doctors we have been talking to have told us that mass testing doesn't really make sense, especially for a school district. The reality is of what's happening with the testing, the reality of you test them one day and you're not finding out the results for a couple of days, the reality of if they're going to the supermarket or who they're being exposed to in the afternoon, changes that. It gives a false sense. There are some colleges that are doing some initial mass testing because kids are living in the location. But a lot of places are not even doing it in those cases, but there are some who are trying to do that. I have a situation right now, I know, where a parent shared with me that, their child was exposed, and their local pediatrician said, well, is your child symptomatic? And they said, no, well, we're not going to test them. That was as recent as just a couple of days ago. Because what they're finding is that what some of the thinking right now with children is that they only test positive when they're shedding the virus. So when they have symptoms. There could be kids who could be carrying the virus, but test that they're negative, but they still have it. So the whole mass testing, besides being, challenging, it's not something that really the health officials are pushing or saying is feasible. But I have reached out, and we do have great partners in this community who are willing to work with us. We're willing to work with us to help educate, help talk about protocols and hygienes. They're willing to, partner with us in those ways. But there's a lot of concern about really what would we be achieving with mass testing.
Okay, let's see. Bradley, do you want to jump in?
Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, great. So I guess by way of transition to that last topic, Mr. Batchelor, I understand your point about mass testing, but I thought I heard the public comment to be more along the lines of having access to rapid testing when you need it, as opposed to mass testing of kids in the building. And I think I read an article today or yesterday from some of the doctors in the CHOP policy lab who said that they considered that to be one of the prerequisites to school being open anywhere is in the community, or if it's the school contracting with someone, having access to rapid testing. So reframing the question that way, what kinds of answers have you gotten, if you've asked, about how we could, or people in our community could, get access to rapid testing?
So I have asked, and again, right now, what the medical community is doing is there's the testing that is taking place. It is being based on, somebody who's symptomatic. So it's something we can continue to push and talk to our local providers. Testing right now is taking place at, through your doctor or through a pharmacy or a location, a testing site that has, been set up. It is important that people are contacting their physician, and it's important that then we are contacting the Department of Health so they can do the contact tracing, which happens both from their doctor's office or happens from us as well. But it's a conversation we could continue to look into.
Yeah, and along those lines, and some of these questions are ones you might not have answers to, and if you don't, I'd really encourage you to continue, interfacing with both the state and county-based public health authorities that have given us guidance so far. Just to kind of reframe things a little bit, as you said earlier in the meeting, we're in green, so we're authorized to have schools open as long as we put a health and safety plan on file, and that's what we're voting on next week, the health and safety plan. But today's green isn't the green we had in April. There used to be a different standard, and if I have these numbers wrong, I'll stand corrected. But the idea was something like, if at the county level, if you have 50 new cases over a 14-day period per 100,000 population in your county, you can go to yellow. And if you have no more than 20 cases per 100,000 people over a 14-day period in your county, you can go to green. And then, for a lot of reasons that, maybe aren't worth getting into right now, that all changed, and we went into yellow and green much earlier. So, as someone who has to vote on this question, we haven't hit either of those numbers. I think Delaware County had 59 new cases just yesterday. What makes the new green one where I can be comfortable personally voting on schools opening when there used to be these other metrics that were under consideration? I emailed you about this. There were some other metrics I've heard out there. If you have a test positivity rate of 5% or under 5% in your community, that's an indication that the spread might be safe for certain kinds of reopening. So putting aside that the state has told us, put a health and safety plan on file, you're allowed to open. Put aside that the county health officials have said, here are our guidelines for how you follow mitigation strategies of distancing and masking. What are these authorities saying about what's out there in the community about what the level of spread is? And so that I can take that into account when I make this vote. I know we're authorized, I'm allowed to vote yes or no once we get a health, I can vote on the health and safety plan. Then we're allowed to open if we so choose, but before I vote on that, I want to know what these health authorities are saying about these different metrics and what kind of spread is out there. Before we even get to the level of the governor saying, oh, but it's all shut down everywhere. So what have you heard about that so far, and what else do we need to ask to get answers to that by next week?
So we've asked. So I've asked that exact question to the Department of Health. And the answer is that metric, and exactly what you said, the metric over 14 days and 50 new cases per 100,000, that metric, there was other variables that dealt with hospital capacity, that dealt with what the hospitals were seeing as well, that were involved in that metric. The more I have pushed with that metric, and why did it change and why did it change so quickly? The answer is because the other metrics that were part of this that weren't talked about as much were trending positively and were trending well. The more I push, though, the more I get that this was a metric that was decided for this situation. So I don't know how much science was put behind. This is now Ken Batchelor saying, picky, why was it 50 and not 45 or not 55 or 60? And yes, you can see where we are as a county. Chester County Health Department is looking at both, Chester County and Delaware County. We're somewhere between that, we're that 40 to 50 new cases. There is a lag when we see that new cases. They think that the cases we're seeing, the 40 to 50, has a lot to do with some of the holidays, and that what they're seeing, the health department has said, is that almost 50% of the new cases are somewhere between the ages of 15 to 30-year-olds, is almost 50% of the new cases, is what they're seeing right now. That's somewhere on average between 40 or, as I said, 40 or so cases per day. How much of this has had to do with, 4th of July? How much has to do with different activities that have been happening across the country and locally as well, plays into it. I have asked the Department of Health, what is the metric that closes us? I want to know, where is the number and what is the metric that closes us? And they don't have it. They don't have it, and there is not an answer to that. The state hasn't given it. The Department of Health hasn't given it. They have said that they want to monitor very closely, but the emphasis that the Department of Health and that the state have shared, and I could say specifically the Department of Health, has been that we're not looking to close you down. We're not looking to close you down. We're looking to, respond, to be safe, to follow the guidance and to mitigate, but we're not looking to close you down because you will have cases. And that's a piece that we're going to have to deal with as a community, as a school board. It is spreading. It is spreading right now in our community. It is here. It is happening for a lot of different reasons. It is spreading, and the guidance that's being given us to open is the realization that we will have cases and that it will spread not only as we open, it is spreading right now.
That raises another question, just so I really understand, what I'm voting on. What's going to be on the agenda next week is the health and safety plan. And from the way I understood it, that health and safety plan isn't, there's an option 1 health and safety plan and option 2 health and safety plan. It's a description of the mitigation that we have in place, somewhat independently of whatever these reopening options we have. So next week, are we also voting on a reopening option? Are we voting on the health and safety plan, the document that Mr. Bechtold's going to go through if we ever let him later this evening? And then in addition, next week, are we saying, okay, we're picking an option for how to reopen under that plan?
Yes, and I'll let Dan and Sean jump in because this is all kind of fluid. But yes, we would be then adding into that plan. This is how Radnor plans to go about it, and this is what option. And we would add some details then to this is our option. I recognize that vote on July 28th is as good as what we know on July 28th, and I think we all have to be prepared for that as well. I am an optimist, and I still stay optimistic that, okay, we've got our plan, but, we've been through now months of constant change, and we're going to continue to have that. But we've got to start planning and start, implementing some of these structures so that we can be ready. But it would be both. As Dan Sean, is that how you read the plan as well, that we would be putting into that plan, some more specifics on this is how we plan to move forward?
Yeah, so the way that we would need to have the board approve the health and safety plan. The health and safety plan is written, I would say, option agnostic. So the board can approve the health and safety plan, but then we would also need a decision on what is the elementary option and what is the secondary option that we're going to go with. Because a lot of the health and safety plan is nuts and bolts, and really the granular pieces of it. But we would need both of those determinations to be made to make sure that master schedules can be done, staffing everything can be done, the classrooms can be set up. So that would be what we would need next week.
Dan, do you feel that we've written it agnostic now because we were in options, but when we finally submit it to the state and have the final of the plan, do you feel like we have to put in the plan and indicate that we are all, bringing all kids back, and here's how we're bringing all kids back, or the option 2 of hybrid A/B day, that has to be in the actual plan?
So in the beginning of the plan, it asks for, are you looking at like a scaffolding opening, a full reopening? So there's a specific box that we would have to check to let the state know which way we're looking at opening. We could go and look at modifying the document to, I'm just trying to think. We could modify the document to put in what we're looking to do if we're going to go A, B, if we're going to do a specific, change. But I think that I would defer to, the solicitor and yourself as to would it be 2 specific separate votes, or will we come back and have to revise the health and safety plan?
This is a great question. My thinking is that we're going to put into that plan. This is our structure right now, and this is our plan, and we're going to make a decision if we can. And you know how I am. I want us to get to a point where we make decisions, and if we have to change that decision, that's okay. But we make a decision and say, this is the option we're developing. This is what's in our plan. And if we change that, we would go back and reapprove that health and safety plan.
So it sounds like one thing we could do, we could say based on what we're seeing in our community, the amount of cases that are out there now, we might have a certain level of comfort. We could say, okay, right, you know, as of July 28th, we like option 2 elementary, we like option 2 high school. And then, you know, for the next, you know, month, everybody in Delco wears masks, they cancel all their indoor parties, and things start looking better. You know, we could have a meeting at the end of August where we say something like, you know, we're even more comfortable now, maybe we're at option 1 for both high and elementary. You know, before we open the doors, we need to have a health and safety plan on file, but we could pass something July 28th and then adjust it in either direction, you know, by the end of August.
Yes, we could.
Okay. Now I guess this is more of a rhetorical question. And, you know, I'm trying to think, should I be voting now based on, you know, how things are now, or just how I think things will be in August? Because in a way, you know, it's our intention to open after Labor Day. So in a way, it seems like I should be voting, you know, based on how I think things will be looking at the end of August, not just necessarily where they are. And you don't have to answer that, but it's, you know, it's something I'm still trying to figure out. And then you also mentioned, so this health and safety plan, you know, are we supposed to specify what our plan is for each of yellow, red, and green? Like, do we have to have, and we're allowed to say yellow and green are the same, or is it not broken out that way?
So it's broken out yellow and green only. They do not have red face in there.
Yeah, your school's closed, right? Okay, so this is the other thing. Is it possible for us on July 28th we could say we like, you know, option 2 for green, but we like option 3 for yellow? You know, could we make a plan that's kind of like an automatic shift, or is that something where we, you know, first of all, is it an option for us to say, like, you know, we want to vote for option 2 green, and then if it goes to yellow, it automatically goes to option 3, or is that something that we would not want to do automatically, and we would just revisit it if we switch to yellow, in case we want a difference between green and yellow? Is what I'm getting.
We certainly could do that, and Dan, jump in if I'm misspeak, but we could certainly do that and say, here's our plan for green, and here's our plan for yellow. Not to say that it doesn't change, but we could certainly do that.
And then, somewhat related to that, as the year goes on and circumstances change, you said something along the lines of, you know, the plan may change, we may shift among options. Is that something that requires a board vote in advance every time, or is that something that that can happen administratively with a board vote to ratify the decision, essentially?
I would say it's going to depend on what the change is. So, you know, we approved a plan for health and safety, and then the governor put a masking order in, and we put the masking, we are following that masking order now. So we technically need to go back and re-vote on and ratify the change that we made to a plan we already approved. I think if we, you know, as a community, if we don't put in that, if the board, and this is all kind of new terrain, but if we create something and you know, let's say hypothetically, we put in that we want to go A-B schedule, you know, where half the kids are coming in, and 3 weeks in, we see things are trending really well in the county, things are trending really great in Radnor specifically, and we want to bring all the kids back. If we didn't put that into the plan that we are going to do that at a certain point, I would recommend that we have a board discussion and board vote to do that.
Okay. All right, thanks. Yeah, so that helps me understand a lot about, you know, what we're doing here in a week and what we're voting on. So I appreciate that clarification, and I know there'll be more detail in the health and safety plan itself that Mr. Bechtold gives. Just a couple, maybe just one technical question. Could you say more about why we're comfortable with 4 feet in option 1 as it appears for elementary and high school, when we know that, I understand your point about how we have permission to go under 6 feet the way we're reading these guidelines. You know, it says to the maximum extent feasible, and still we're making a judgment call about what's feasible or not under each of these plans. But, you know, as a matter of public health and a matter of medicine, you know, what have you been told that makes you comfortable with 3 feet or 4 feet as opposed to 6 feet? And just to, not to put too fine a point on it, you know, RTEA representative said that that's one of the points in their letter, that in their own public comment, they said, don't go below 6 feet. So what can we say about why we're comfortable going below 6 feet in option 1?
So it's the advice of the American Society of Pediatricians that shared that they saw that, having students at 3 feet with a mask is like, I don't want to misquote it, but we have it in the presentation, is akin to the 6 foot, having, people at 6 foot. From the health officials I've talked to, masking is a game changer. If the kids are masked and they're under the 6 feet, it's low risk. It's considered low risk. Masking is a really valuable and viable way to prevent the transmission. That's where the comfort comes. I've spoken to departments of health. One, Department of Health told me that, they are extremely comfortable with everyone coming back with, if everybody is masked, with that minimum of 3 feet. And that's why the Chester County Department of Health and the Bucks County Department of Health have that, 3 foot minimum in there, because people would be masked. So that's how I would respond to that.
And this might be something you have to look into more over the course of the next week, but one thing that is important, I think, is that no family that feels like they are uncomfortable has an option that is an online option. And I appreciate, and it's of necessity. We have to be ready for a red phase no matter what happens. But even if our buildings are open to some extent, no family has to send put their kid at risk, because there is risk. There's just, as one of the public comments says, as you've acknowledged, Mr. Batchelor, there is risk. This virus is here. It's in our community. It's not realistic to think there won't be cases. So I appreciate your candor about that. We shouldn't, fool ourselves to say that just because we have a safety plan on file, that means it's no risk. So that's something we're telling our families. What do we tell our teachers and staff? How close can we get to telling them you have options where you don't necessarily have to put yourself at risk? And I know we're not higher ed. I know every higher ed institution is different, but my spouse's institution has it so that classes can be online or in person if it's allowed, and any professor can say I am not going to be able to be on campus. Our context is different. We've got collective bargaining agreements. We've got different rules we're under. But just as a matter of a teacher feeling comfortable and safe, how close, you can answer this now or next week, but how close can we get to that where we're saying, we're giving every teacher and staff an option where they should feel like they're safe in the building?
And I think that's at the elementary level, we're going to have some teachers who teach online. Will those teachers be the teachers that, have some extenuating circumstance and need for whatever the reason to be online? That could be an option for us that we could use to help and support our staff in that way. That potentially could be an option. I don't know how exactly that would play out, but that could be an option. We don't have that option at the middle school and high school level. Having a teacher teach a whole semester from home because they wanted to be while the kids are in classroom, or a portion or half the class are in the classroom. We're not a college in the level of that the kids are, unmonitored. We would need an adult in that room to monitor them. And that's something that we have, talked about and tried to think about, what are options that we could give. And that one doesn't seem as viable to us. We could, as a board, discuss the idea. Do we want to, just like we're going to go out to our parents and find out, who would like to be online, we could look at the idea of, offering, some type of unpaid leave to our staff, and that unpaid leave we could offer is, we would hold their job, for a year and give them the opportunity to have a leave. Now, if 50% of our staff want that, that's going to be a struggle for us. We're going to have to figure out how we're hiring 50% of the staff if they want to take an unpaid leave. But if putting something like that out there can help some of our most vulnerable staff, can help those that, there are other things that are in place, that if a teacher does have a medical reason why they can't teach. We did share recently Our association approached us, Mr. McBride approached us and said, could you give us a document that just lays it all out? So he sat with HR, Mr. Stitzel put together a document that explains contractually all the different things that a teacher, all the opportunities a teacher could have for a leave or a medical sabbatical, or what are the different options, or if you do have a health issue, how would you go about that? And we've shared that, and we're hoping to, that will generate the dialogue with our staff, with our HR department. But the only other thing that, right now I think we could try to discuss, if we want to discuss down the road or, next week, is, do we want to offer some type of, unpaid leave as well as another option? But it's something we're thinking about. We're really concerned about, that I think that's the, it's the scary part about this virus. The scary part about this virus, as much as there's good news for it about kids, if they call it good news, but for kids and how kids seem to be faring, and everybody seems to be, I think, on the same page with that. When you read the reports and you talk to doctors, age for this virus and health impairment is a huge factor, and that's something that is on our minds.
Thanks, and that transitions well to my next question. These reopening plans, it's my inference that the reopening plans have been designed with the idea that this virus is different for kids. But from what I've seen a lot in the research is that there's more of a difference between kids 10 and under and kids older than that. And this is, perhaps, my own conclusion, not the way you would put it. I feel like these options might look different if you were designing them around the idea that the way this virus spreads looks different for 10 and under than it looks now. So I'd like to know, how much did you take that potential difference, which I've seen in the scientific literature, into account, number one? And number two, how much are the health authorities that you're interfacing with talking about that? When they say, here's our guidance, here's some mitigation you should do, are they basing it on the idea that, are they taking into account that there might be a difference between 10 and under and older, or are they not taking into account? Because one way or another, we're aware of that research, and we may have to make a decision based on that.
Yeah, and I think that's where the options that we have could play in. We have certainly taken that into account, that looking at the science and, maybe having elementary kids are back every day, but then middle school and high school kids are on an A-B schedule, is certainly, we don't have to have a one-size-fits-all K-12, and we should be doing exactly what you said, looking at, what are the differences between the age groups, and how do those differences play into, our structure and decision moving forward.
And just, I meant to focus on questions, but just by way of a comment, a couple parents, different families, this idea emerged different places, this idea of let's be fair, let's not pick winners and losers. And I very much have that on mind. And these questions are more in the way of recognizing that, for better or for worse, this virus is picking winners and losers. And so, that's what motivating these questions, not the idea that I think the high school experience is less valuable than the elementary school experience. That's not at all what I'm getting at. But we have to accept the public health reality one way or another when we talk about this. I'll just say one other comment, since it came up a couple times from the public. This idea that we're having a Zoom meeting instead of being in one of our buildings. And I have to say, I'm conflicted about that. I think it's a great question to ask, why we're on Zoom. And so I just want to say a little bit about why I'm thinking about it, and then I'll turn it over to everyone else's questions. Based on the amount of public comment we heard tonight, if this meeting had been in person, it's a meeting that would have drawn a crowd, maybe a crowd of hundreds. So one thing is, it's, I think, responsible for us to think about how do we want to use our contact budget. And it's a fact. We talk about, do we want to give options to everyone to be safe, including faculty and staff? There are staff and administrators and teachers who are in the buildings right now who are already taking that risk on. So, we've already made a decision, and there's, you got to run the boiler, things like that. So there are things that are happening that are not zero risk already. And so one framework that's helpful for me is thinking about, minimize risk where you can, and then make a value judgment about what you want to do with your contact budget. But, you know, I could certainly see us having a discussion and deliberating as a board of whether these meetings should be in person on Zoom or not. But that's the way I'm thinking about it. What I would say to someone is why we're on Zoom and not in person. Don't create an event where you're drawing hundreds when that's the kind of thing that, you know, the governor specifically said we should be avoiding if you don't have to. And then last editorial, Mr. Batchelor rightly said this is a community issue, and there are many families who are watching right now who want the best for kids and the safest for kids. And I would encourage everyone in the community to use your powers of modeling and persuasion to help everyone around us see that we're going to do the right thing with public health between today, July 21st, and the opening of school. The better we as a community do with mitigation in and around us, the better chance we have of not just reopening school, but, you know, having more people survive. So I hope we can do that.
Bradley, thank you. Mr. Batchelor, we've been going for close to 4 hours if you're the board, because we started exec at 6:30. Is there a way for us to take a quick 2-minute break and then we'll resume some conversation? I don't know how to pause the meeting, but is there a way to do that? Or should, you know, if board members need to just take a quick break, should they just turn off their camera? I know nobody wants to miss a moment of this, but you know, how can we do that?
I guess I would suggest maybe we just, if someone needs a break, just turn off their camera. We could certainly take a break, but if we did take a break, you know, for people watching from home, the streaming, I don't think we have the ability to post something that says, you know, we're on a 2-minute break. So, you know, I could have, you know, Mr. Bechtold and Mr. Dukevich, you know, they could sing a song or something for that time period. You know, kind of an intermission song.
Hold up a sign that says.
All right, well, let me just encourage board members, if you need to take a moment to stretch, you know, this could be the stretching portion of our meeting, and we do that in school and all of that. Okay, great.
We could certainly take a break and you know.
I'm trying to be sensitive to, you know, you've been going for 4 hours. We've all, you know, so if you know, please, if you need to take a break, I don't think we can pause it in the way that we can at the Township building is kind of my point, right?
You know,
not to my knowledge.
Yeah, I don't know. And if I would put it out there to Michael, Chris, or Scott, if any of you have a suggestion, you know, for, you know, how we could take a quick break, maybe we just announce it and we just say, we're going to be back in 2 minutes, you know, back.
My concern is the streaming would stop. So
no, I think we would keep the streaming going, and just maybe somebody, you know, we put up
a screen share that says we're on a 2-minute break.
Yep, let me see if I'm getting any text on how we could do it. So here we go. Yeah, we could put something basic on the screen. We could put something basic on the screen that says we're taking a break. So we could, it looks like we'd continue to stream, and we just put something on the screen. If that works, why don't we do that and take, it is, you know, I'm looking at my office.
I'm looking for my Word document as I speak to you. Let's see, Word. All right, well, let me just say yes. So I think we'll try to take a quick 2-minute break. And then, you know, we can come back because certainly there's a lot going on. Township. I'm trying to type a quick note. I'm curious, while I've got my screen up, you still see my face?
Yeah, here's what we're going to do. We're going to do, Chris is going to he's going to just put a Word document up that's just, he's going to share his screen and just say, you can keep the streaming, and we'll just put a Word document up. He's typing that says that we're taking a 2-minute break or so. Why don't we, well, you know, let's really splurge, you know, you guys for board members, we'll give a 3-minute break. All right. Yeah.
All right, great. Thank you so much.
All right. And why don't we take it now? Chris will get something up on there.
Well, I'll stay on the screen until they.
So will I.
Yeah, just in case. We'll let everybody else run and do whatever they need to do. Get the stretching.
And then we'll have Chris put something up there. So go ahead, Chris, whenever you have a chance. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Chris. This is when we need the student music.
Yeah, it would be nice. We should have that planned for.
Yes, exactly. I don't know how long a screen share takes.
You know what? It might be up and we're just not seeing it.
I don't think so, because I'm actually live streaming on a different device so that I can watch, make sure everything was going along just fine and dandy tonight, since we have hundreds of people watching the meeting. Oh, there we go. It's up. Great.
All right. I'll take the moment to take a quick break too then.
Yeah, exactly.
I can, if you want.
Oh, what?
Thanks, Susan. I didn't know I needed a break until I got one. Felt good.
It was not my request,
Oh.
but I was happy to oblige. I mostly need to get up. I can't sit for so.
I didn't think I needed one, but then when I actually stood up, it felt good. So
Exactly.
Wait, we're still streaming though.
Well, now we're back.
I thought 1 o'clock was a joke when you said it earlier. I didn't realize we were really.
You know, we're on, so we're never on.
I didn't want to tell you what the over-under was for tonight, but it was, we knew it'd be late, but this is, you know, we need to tackle this and it's a thoughtful discussion and, you know, we've a lot to just look at tonight and then we'll be back looking at it next Tuesday as well.
6. Well, there's 6 of us back.
Why don't we go ahead and start? Because they can take their time, and please, people can, you know, ministers and board members, you can turn off your camera.
Exactly. All right, most everybody. I think just about everybody's back. All right, Liz, do you want to jump in with some questions?
Sure. I just want to, you know, first, the obvious, echo all of my colleagues by saying a big thank you to all the administration's hard work. And since I've had the benefit of being on the task force, to the public, if it isn't already abundantly clear, I just want to say, like, the administration, I think you've done an amazing job listening to public health officials, medical professionals, teachers, our community. I think you've been creative, flexible, and in a very fluid environment. And importantly to me, you've shown, I think these plans show empathy, the empathy that we're taking into consideration students' social and emotional needs, the needs with kids with special needs, and vulnerable students and staff. So I'd like, and I think all the options that you've presented put science and experts, reflect what the science says and what experts. And now we have, the task of talking through these and, really making, some tough calls on, what's best for, our students, for our teachers, and for our community at large. I just want to make one comment to something that Sarah had said early on about, what do we do about people who, her husband is a pilot and goes and, into hot spots and stuff. And I just, my own personal experience, I come from a family of doctors, people who work in a hospital. I have a niece who's a social worker in a hospital, and they have worked throughout this pandemic. And no one's gotten sick. And no one's gotten sick because they have followed safety protocol, they've had PPE, and they've followed guidelines. And I think we have to remember that. And that is, and that's why I'm really happy to see that we have a mask mandate and we are taking social distancing seriously. So, we just have to, people have been working and they have been safe. They have maintained their safety. And so, I do have a few questions from the online options that we talked about. The cyber school, I just had a question about teacher-student ratio. Have you put any thought to that? Like, so if a member of our community does choose to send their kid online, what will be the teacher, I know you don't know how many people are going to sign up, but do you have kind of what your thoughts are for a goal of how many would be too many students per teacher? And then on the 6 through 12 option, there was something about, it said live stream or recorded. And I was just curious about what that or recorded meant. I also, from our task force, we did talk about the AB option for 7th through 12th. And now in this option, we've moved to 6 through 12. So I'm just curious a little bit of your thinking why, and I'm thinking a little bit about some comments I heard from Jeff, and I think Nancy about transition years. And, now we're looking, the 6th graders would actually be on that AB model. One other thing I'd like to, I guess this is a comment, not a question, but, recognizing that when we went online in March, and as imperfect as it was, we had teachers that knew their students and we had students that knew their teachers. So there was a connection. And one of my concerns out of the gate is that, we need to form that connection if it does become inevitable and we end up all virtual. I think what we do early on to establish that connection. So I guess I have a question. Did you consider maybe at the very beginning, assuming our numbers look good? And I had the same questions that Bradley had about, what is, a lot of the studies I'm reading is about if your community numbers look good, what is good? But assuming we get the green light and we look good, have you put any thought into maybe maximizing our in-person contact up front so that we could create that connection and that rapport? So hopefully that will sustain us should we end up in a situation where it's no longer feasible. And that's where, the idea of tents and outdoor space, especially at the beginning of the school year. Oh gosh, I have so many notes. Along those lines, also just integrated programs. I know we haven't really talked about that, but, you know, especially in the middle school, you know, a lot of that is community-based learning. We talked about what we're going to do. I know this is getting into the weeds, but, you know, field trips. I know the watershed program is based on, you know, a lot of their field trips are outdoors. So maybe that's a little more leeway there because we'd be outdoors, but just a thought on like, if you've had some discussions there, because I know we didn't get into the weeds in the task force. I will say one thing around screening and in particular temperature checks. I heard in the task force meetings a number of people that and tonight and in our discussion from public comment and from our discussion that there are concerns about temperature checks being a parent, you know, responsibility only or relying on that. And I saw that. I think one of your responses was that we do this random testing, but a little more thought is like, you know, I know it would create a bottleneck if we were doing that every day getting into the school, but what about in the morning, just, you know, through the course of the morning, we have temperature checks. And I just heard from some doctors in our task force that yes, while students can be asymptomatic, there was still the idea that it's just another measure that we can do to check. And then I also, like Jeff, I think was a little intrigued by the testing, and I heard you about what you know, your response and like how difficult that would be and what we've heard from medical professionals about testing. But I'm wondering, have you given any thought to, you know, like if I was going to travel somewhere right now, let's say I was traveling I have a friend who was sending her family to Germany because they have family there, and they had to have a test within 3 days, you know, before traveling. We thought about, at least with the staff, having them, I mean, there are employees, so could we have them get tested before they came back to school? Have we discussed something like that? A lot of my other questions, face masks versus shields, I think you answered that. I'm going to echo something that Bradley said in terms of it is really important to me. And I'm happy to see that, you know, that we have an option for those people who are, for those families and students who are concerned about coming back. And I think we have that in what we've provided here. We have an online, I mean, we need to have an online option. And at least what I heard Mr. McBride, you know, his comments from RTEA, and, you know, I think what he said is 6 feet guideline, masks or shields, online learning opportunity for vulnerable populations. So I feel comfortable that we're listening to the teachers there. And then I was intrigued by, I would love a little more discussion about what we're doing for SEL, mental health. And there I thought a little bit about what Nancy had said about that peer groups, you know, that idea of providing other ways to give students connection, and not just with their teachers, but with, you know, amongst themselves. So I thought that that was an interesting area. I know they're separate and I'm kind of merging two, but the idea of more discussion around what we could do creatively to address social and emotional concerns with any of our options that, you know, other than fully all, you know, in school. And I have notes all over, but I think that's it for now. Most comments were, most questions were already said.
And I'll have Dan and Sean jump in as well, but I'll just jump in. So as to the online, the class size, I mean, we've administratively thrown around and you know, looked at what could it be, what would make sense. We would want to really look at that a little more carefully and determine, you know, what is that size that makes sense, you know, as for running an online program, and what is that size, and talk to our building administrators, talk to our teachers a little bit before we identify that, you know, that class size for that. Live or recorded, the reason it says live or recorded is because if we, you know, streaming is really preferable. We want the kids to be in the class at that time. If for some reason either infrastructure problem is really why it's there. If we find that we have an infrastructure problem with the streaming, or if there's crashing that happens at some point, then we've got it recorded so that the student who is home could see it. So we're really pushing for the streaming, but the recording will allow, if there's any kind of problem with the streaming, the recording also allows for, if a student for some reason can't make it, you know, if that student who for whatever reason isn't available because they are sick or there's something going on or they have an appointment and they missed third period class, they can go back and watch third period class later that afternoon. So it just gives us some options there. Why the change through 6 through 12? I will say that the, you know, we as administration, we have been just really focused in wanting to get all the kindergarten to sixth graders back. And we talked about that with the task force. We talked about that with the task force. We put our parent hat on, you know, and I've joked about, you know, what age is it a right age to leave a student home alone? And, you know, in the state of Pennsylvania, there is no set age where you can leave a student home alone. But what is that, you know, what is that age that if we did need to go to cohort, what ages would we like to have every day in the building if we could? And we did talk to the task force about K to 6, having those kids every day, seeing that sixth grade is a transition year and looking at the age. We've shifted away from that right now within the options. The option is now K to 5, and the option then is 6 to 12. The reason we shifted was just looking at lunches again, looking at lunches and that structure at the middle school and the challenges of, you know, if we had those sixth graders every day. It's still something that we're open to looking at as a potential option, but that's why the change from when we were talking with the task force as you look at those options. And I think your other points are great points. Forming a connection is critical. We've talked about that. Maybe, you know, these are the things we have to weigh. You know, is it better to start off more cautiously? And it's kind of like what Bradley was saying before. You know, we don't have a crystal ball. What does the fall actually look like? Is it better to start off with everybody in to develop the connections because we think we might be going online? Or is it better to start off possibly more cautiously and then go with a model for 2 or 3 weeks that then brings everybody more in on, you know, every day and everybody in? I think those are the things we have to weigh as we decide that. We already start our middle school, you know, where we just brings, you know, I hope I don't misquote it, but, you know, we bring our sixth graders, just the sixth graders one day or for part of the day. We already do that regardless of COVID. So there are things that we could look to do for how we start the school year, especially because of whatever option we set up. And the screening, we can continue, you know, the screening, the random checks. Yeah, we don't want to create bottlenecks, but could we have, you know, whether it's support, paras, whether it's something through the nurses that we could be, how random is the random? Could we do a little bit more in the classrooms? Certainly, we can look at that, and we've discussed whether we could do something like that. Testing, we can continue to look at and to see and talk to local health officials to see what the opportunities are. And SEL, yeah, social emotional learning and the idea of the peer groups and the working with them, the high school, Mrs. Kevgis and her administration is looking to try to create a new mentor program, you know, at the high school. Is there something we can piggyback with that? Is there something we could look at other levels with that? Certainly, those are good suggestions. Dan and Sean, anything I missed from that you wanted to add? I'm going to point to you guys, and I think I just answered it all. I'm sorry.
No, I think that what you said was great, Ken. So one of the things I would also say is one of the considerations that came up was the lunch situation in regards to the recent mandate from the governor's office, but also the recent study that came out about transmissibility for students that are 10 years old and younger. And so really looking at fifth graders starting, you know, most fifth graders are 10 years old. So, you know, that also played a factor in our decision-making process for keeping sixth grade in an A-B schedule and making that recommendation.
Can I just ask one other question? In terms of going from, you know, bringing them back every day to the A-B schedule, is the primary concern there still around lunchtime and the social distancing need around lunch?
So with lunches, it's a mandate 6 feet, and you know, we've heard that you know, anecdotally, in one of the groups, We had a doctor that said that when they did contact tracing for people in a hospital that ended up coming down with COVID, that they said that they were able to trace it to lunch, and it's are you mass, duration, and really the space that you're in. So lunch is certainly, with the new mandate imposed by with the masking order that came out last week with 6 feet, that becomes a challenge. We have identified workarounds. So if the board would say we would want everybody to come in, we've looked and thought creatively, and I know that Dr. Weidlich and his team, we've looked at how could we manage that if we would bring everybody back. And so at the middle school, we've got students that they eat, and then they get about 15 minutes of their half an hour to go outside and run around and have recess. And that's one of the ways that our middle school students blow off steam. So we looked at, can we take half of our students at the middle school and let them run around outside first, and then have the other half eat? And can we use other satellite locations? So get the 6 feet in the cafeteria, use an auxiliary gym, use the LGI, and then rotate the students out to recess, going out through the back, and bring the students at recess up through the bus loop. So we've thought about ways that we would make it work both for option 1 and option 2 for 6th grade. But I think that lunch still poses a challenge. And so that's why we ended up going with the AB option for 6th grade, as opposed to 7th grade, which we discussed in the focus group.
I would say I did appreciate that you moved we moved from originally it was AB, and then maybe a day each week. So I like that it's like a 3, 2, 3 in terms of, they're going every day.
And that was feedback. There was some feedback from the task force. Some of the teachers on the task force said that they preferred AB versus AABB type thing. They want to see the kids and see them every other day. And then it was also based on other feedback we received from the task force. I do want to reiterate, I want to just emphasize something that just came up that did resonate with me. In talking to one of our parents who's a local doctor who is a doctor in a hospital, shared with me that their success at preventing the spread with staff, but that it was that lunchroom, adult to adult people working there, became a concern. So that's something that we as a staff, we're going to put all these things in place for what's happening in the classroom. But what people are finding is that it is, adults being relaxed, or, sitting in a lunchroom together, and, they're doing all their PPE in one location. But, we have to be we got to be careful all the way around with this. And that, our teachers need to make sure that even the teacher lounges, or where our teachers are eating, that the adult to adult spread, and that adults are, being, giving each other that distance that's needed as well, is going to be critical.
Andrew, do you want to jump in? Do you have questions?
Sure. Let's see it's 11 o'clock. Wow. Good thing I only have a list of 20 questions. I think I'm going to be able to get through it quickly. Just kidding. I actually don't have many questions. I have more comments, and I think that because it's late, and because this meeting, I think, has been set up to be fairly structured around questions, we've got our administrators here, superintendent here. So I want to try to make this quick, and try to just kind of hit some points here. So I think the public should know by our adulation collectively here, but you can't really repeat it enough. I mean, our administrators have been doing an unbelievable job of trying to plan for this. There's all kinds of metaphors, like trying to build a plane while flying it, etc. And it's a moving target. So I will preface my remarks by saying that, Ken, you can affirm this, that I've sent you a few studies that have been quite positive about children being vectors for the virus. In other words, getting it and transmitting it. But one key variable that I think has changed a lot of our minds is that the cases have been going up recently. And I think that brings to bear a really important consideration here, which is the wider context. And so Bradley brought up the number of 5% and how that is kind of an infection rate benchmark. I want to bring up a couple of ideas, and then again, I have mostly comments, and I'm going to leave them mostly for the business meeting, but I just want to bring up a couple of things here. First of all, the cumulative case rate in Delco is matched only by Montco and Philadelphia County. What cumulative case rate means per 100,000 is since the beginning of the pandemic. So Philly, it's 24K per 100,000. In Montco, it's 9,000 per 100,000. And in Delco, it's 8,000. Okay, and guess what? In Bucks County, it's 4,000. In Chester County, it's 4,000. So that gives us pause to be relying on what Chester County people and Bucks County people are saying about this when their rates are half of what ours are. I mean, that's just a beginning stat, okay? But I want to bring up something else, which is the current case rate in Pennsylvania is 800 per 100,000. Okay, now to put that into perspective, I don't want to get too much in prof mode here, but guess what Germany is per 100,000? Anyone want to guess? It's 243. In other words, they're about 4 times less. There are about 4 times fewer cases, okay, in Germany. How about France? It's 260. Denmark, it's 226. Holland, it's 298. So we have to be careful when we look at data internationally that gives us a picture of how things are going in their schools and how transmission is going in their schools, because it's just not even close to what's happening in PA. And we have relatively successful governor and secretary of health working here, okay? Well, we also have to consider the tri-state area, right? A lot of people around here work in New York City, where there are 2,656 cases per 100,000. Delaware, there are 1,421. New Jersey, 1,986, among the highest numbers in the country. So I just want to put that into perspective here, that as we go forward, we're going to see a similar pattern. In other words, there's a pattern that has set in and it's not really going to change. So as cases go up, they're going to be proportionate to the current pattern, right? So as cases go up in Philly, they're going to go up in Delco and Montco proportionally. In other words, if things continue to go up, I hate to say, but a lot of the planning that we're doing for this scenario is going to be moot because it won't really be safe for kids to go back in school at all. And I think that we're very close to even nullifying that issue as it is, frankly. So, if our health and safety plan, as we've been talking about, if it includes some very specific information about, in this case, we do this. With this infection rate in the community, we do this. If it gets to this number, we shut down. If we have this many cases in the building of adults versus kids, or if we want to break that down at all, then we shut down. Or how does that correspond to red, yellow, and green, right? Those are all questions that I have in my head. And if we can get really specific about numbers of cases that are going to, make us, bring us to a decision of shutting things down, putting things online, that's important. A couple of other points I want to make before I wrap up. I also, as a college professor myself, if Penn and Temple made me come down to campus to teach, I would say, no way. And so that's been my compass, okay, for this is, would I want to be in a building with adults, young adults, and other middle-aged people like me during a pandemic, even with masks on? And the answer is certainly no, certainly no. So that brings me to another point, which is that, as Ken was mentioning earlier, it's apples and oranges. K-12 education and higher ed, very different scenarios. And I don't mean to make those, I don't mean to make parallels there or equivalencies there. But I just want us to bring into focus that we have an opt-in option or opt-out option for students, but it gets trickier with the teachers. That is a practical problem that is quite difficult to resolve. And we've been discussing it. Ken has brought up some options. But I just want us to be kind of focused on that of, is it really fair to have an opt-in, opt-out? I'm not going to get into it here too much, maybe next week, but I wrote a note to the Board of Commissioners in the Office of Emergency Management outlining the fact that the mask order that was given by the Secretary of Health was a lawful order, which, as Ken has mentioned, has compelled the Department of Education to mandate masks in schools, okay? And so my frustration with the Board of Commissioners and the Office of Emergency Management is that they have done basically nothing to engage with that order. In other words, to publicly recognize the order or to make any kind of maybe changes in the municipal code, or at least any kind of discussion along those lines to do anything to address the fact that there is a mandatory mask order in our community, something that hasn't happened probably since the late 50s. I actually don't know. But the law that she wrote her order for, and that makes it a lawful order and an enforceable order, was written in 1965, okay? So it's not a fly-by-night thing. So it's very serious. In other words, we have to be mindful of the community situation. If the community situation is that people are wearing masks faithfully and doing whatever they can, as Bradley said, to mitigate, then that will necessarily condition what we do, right? And then, I think one final point that I want to make is that I think that we should consider certainly, I'm a parent of an 8-year-old and a 5-year-old, and Emily and I have been working from home for 4 months. So, join the club. We would love nothing more, just on a very practical level like that, kind of selfish level, to have time to work without those interruptions. No question about it. And, my heart breaks for my 8-year-old son, who isn't having the killer summer that I had when I was 8 years old, and whenever that was, 1983, right? One of the best summers of my life. And so my heart breaks a little bit that he isn't able to experience that. I think of my daughter, who's going to be a kindergartner, and the fact that she won't be able to experience kindergarten in the way that any kindergartner should. It should be a happy occasion. So these issues are they're emotional issues, they're very human issues, but I am inclined, it's a preview of next week and talking about more, there's more to talk about, but I think that the safety issues around this virus are so, it's an emergency. And I think that we really need to be extremely safe. And I think that in my situation, you err on the side of caution in situations like this. That's where I'm leaning. And again, we can talk more next week about that. Sorry I didn't have any more specific questions. A lot of them have been addressed already. Also, being part of the task force, I didn't have a lot of specific questions, frankly. But those are just some general comments. Thanks a lot.
Great. Lydia, do you want to jump in with some questions?
Wow. So first of all, I have to commend everybody involved in this. So just echoing how hard the administration has been working, but I want to commend my fellow board members because you've basically covered almost everything that I had noted that I wanted to ask, and then some. I also want to really thank the members of the public who spoke up, because those triggered some ideas as well. I do have a couple detailed questions, and then kind of just want to, I guess, state some is editorial, but I'll keep it short because it's late. So I want the public to know, and I think that they can tell, how much thought we're all putting into this. And I'm really impressed with just the level of expertise that between the task force, I forgot to thank the task force, but just, you know, the administration pulling in information from a lot of different sources. People are keeping up on the news. I feel pretty confident that we're going to do our best. Is everybody going to be happy? No, they're not. But for me, I'm very grounded in trying, first of all, health and safety have to come first. And physical health of the community, you know, this is a triage situation, has to come before things that people want to do or things that are inconvenient. And I think we're all struggling with that, but we have to be grounded in that. And it's going to take sacrifice on everybody's part. I particularly want to jump back to a couple specifics that came up. There was a doctor, Elise, who's a pediatrician. And I know Bradley and Jeff both touched on this, and Andrew as well, I think, and also Liz. But she said something that I wonder if we could pursue. And it's this idea of instantaneous pool testing. And since April, they've been talking about that as the key in places like South Korea, where they were able to test huge groups of people a lot in a more inexpensive manner. And then if anybody in that pool tested positive, then you dig in to the group in that pool. And so just with the resources around us in Radnor, I wonder if there isn't a way that we couldn't tap in to doing something like that. I don't want to test everybody and wait 8 days or 15 days. It's been shown to be pretty useless when you have to wait that long. But I do think that that's the key. If we could get the testing in place, that is the key to being able to safely move forward for everyone. And so knowing that we don't have that, we're going to make a plan without that. But boy, if there was a way to get that in place, that's our secret, is to know. Because, and here's the other thing nobody really brought up, or some people did, but they're now saying that 50% of the transmission is asymptomatic from this critical age group, the age 17 to 30-year-olds, that half their transmissions, and they're half of the new cases. So that's definitely going to be in our high school. That's definitely in our community now. And so without testing, you know, we have to err on the side of caution because we just don't have the data to, you know, forge ahead with what we'd all love, which is everything open, all the activities open. So the other things that came up during this discussion for me was within the elementary school, I don't know if anybody mentioned it, but can we consider looping everybody? So in other words, I don't know if Sean's still on here, keep every class that was together as a social unit. They would go on, so they wouldn't loop with their teacher. That might be asking a bit much to ask a second grade teacher to start teaching remotely, third grade maybe, but could we keep the social cohort together? So then at least they have friendships within their group. If we are forced to go to remote, you know, in October, they already have some friendships. Maybe they already know kids that they worked with, you know, in small groups. So could we consider looping at least our whole elementary school and keep those social connections? So that might be a way to at least address, you know, we don't want to throw this whole thing open. They're probably going to have a new teacher unless a teacher wants to loop with their class. You know, but at least keep the group together. So that might be a way to address the social emotional need. With regard to the high school, and if we go to the AB, I like the idea of doing it geographically. That seems to really make a lot of sense to me, because then you capture your neighborhood, you capture your potential carpool people, and they may already be in a smaller social, quarantine unit with those people to start with. So that makes sense. So about the lunches keep coming up as the big flashpoint. Why not, for at least for elementary, you eat lunch in your classroom. Done. And if people want to send lunch, even better. Like, the old days, you bring your lunch in a bag or a lunchbox. Obviously, there's kids that we want to feed. There's kids that will want to buy. But I know the cafeteria could switch over to bag lunch. It's not going to be as glorious as what we have now, but that's a way to keep everybody safe at lunch. Is you're in your classroom, that's your quarantine unit for the fall or first couple months. You eat lunch in your classroom with your quarantine unit. Then we don't have to worry about the whole lunch 6 feet apart. Like, that's your unit. And so maybe high school, maybe we should do the same thing with high school. Like, that's a tough one, but as much as we can, not have lunch be a free, kind of all open, everybody running around in a big space. I just see that as a big problematic area. And obviously the mask would be off. So that doesn't really work. And I had one other idea with regard to high school. Sure. Dan, did we consider, and I know this is a big change from what we do, but block scheduling, so that when students come in, even if it's AB or if it's everybody, that they're only going to 4 classes instead of 8. And that way we really cut down on the churning in the hallway, which is something I'm really worried about, that there's no way to really keep that safe. So I know we don't do that now. We have done a hybrid of that at one point, but if we went to block every day, we could really cut down on social, interactions in the hallways. And then just my other comments, well, yeah, I will save a lot of them. They're editorialized for next week. But just really, again, thank really my fellow board members a lot for covering most everything I thought of. So, yeah.
Amy?
And just before I don't know if responses we want to give to just a couple of those things.
Yes, please.
Yeah, no, sorry. That in my brain I skipped over that. Sorry, Lydia.
And I'll let I'll jump in first. I'll say looping the class. Sean, what are your thoughts on that quickly?
Yeah, very good idea, Lydia. We had a lot of discussions about this with the elementary principals. We talked a lot about how placement could work next year, and that we have to be fluid and probably have more than one placement plan per grade. Again, because if kids elect to go online, if we have to be in 6-foot sections with only 15 kids, but then something shifts and now we can go to a larger class format, how do we kind of reshuffle the deck, so to speak? There's a lot of things you mentioned too that like staying in our classrooms could reduce, mitigate social distancing. And the other part of it, and there's a lot of conversation I'm hearing, I'm taking notes about social emotional learning and social emotional planning for kids. I think Dan and I will plan some things for next week to talk about what we are doing and what we will be doing to start the year next year with our social workers, our counselors, our mental health professionals that we contract with. But it's a kind of a funny balance. So if we keep kids in our classrooms longer, there's a certain social emotional sacrifice you're making there, because we're not allowing to leave, and you know how it is when you're staying in one room all day. I mean, it can be draining and depressing. So we have to try to manage that. Like, how can we socially mitigate?
You mean like a Zoom meeting?
Yeah. How can we be safe, but also provide kids opportunities to get out of that room for more than just recess? And And in the elementaries, interestingly enough, I think we can achieve 6 feet distance because many of them have an open space that connects to the cafeteria, or the gym is within a few, a short hallway. And so we can maybe just spread out bigger and give them an opportunity while still being very safe. We've kind of gone back and forth with that. So no, these are great ideas. I think the themes I'm hearing that a lot of it relates to social emotional learning and what we're going to do to support the kids to start the year. But the looping specifically, there was some pushback, not pushback, I would just say some productive dialogue from the principals about, regrouping. There were some good reasons behind, kind of changes each year that were refreshing for kids at the same time, while maintaining some friendship groups, so that you always want to walk into a room for the first day and have some familiar faces that you're happy to see. So we want to try to do, kind of achieve the best of both worlds. But these are great ideas, and certainly I'll be bringing them back to the elementary principals to consider.
Mr. Dukevich, sorry to all to jump in. Is it your sense that at the elementary level, the class assignments have been made for current students, or is everyone waiting on these kinds of decisions we're making the next couple of weeks before they start that process?
That's a great question, Bradley. I think our elementary principals are consummate planners, and so they have everything's in draft form, of course. I spent 12 years as an elementary principal, and I would have already had my placement done by like May. Now it's evolving. You're adding kids, you're making changes, kids leave, all those things happen over the summer. No, I say that they have things in draft form, and then they have ideas on if we had to pivot, potentially what could that mean for their class if they have to cut it in half. If you have 24 fourth graders, and now we have to socially mitigate to 6 feet. Now that looks like 2 sections of 12. Is that one section of 15, another class is 15, and then you have the remaining 2 classes in one. So I think, just speaking on one example, one principal decided to cut the classes in half and try to keep some social relationships together. And that way, if they had to split, at least they maintain some of that. So there's a lot of things in draft form. Yeah.
And I'll jump in briefly about the high school block schedule. I will piggyback on something that Mr. Dukevich said. So I've got to give a ton of credit to Mr. Regal, our assistant director of special education. I know that he has already worked to set up SEL training specifically for our guidance counselors, school psychologists, and social workers, where they're going to be working together to create SEL lessons and activities for kids. And so that's something that's already in the works. So we're really excited about that for August, and he's been working hard with the team to do that. So a ton of credit to him. I'll talk briefly, just speak briefly to the block schedule. We did discuss that conceptually, Ms. Solomon. So one of the keys for an A-B schedule is, and again, this will come back to the board, the decision for the elementary school and for the secondary are independent. So the board could choose option number 2 for the elementary and option number 1 for the secondary. However, if we would go with an A-B schedule at the secondary and the middle school and the high school, we would have to make sure that the A days and the B days align. But we would, again, looking at cohorts, so that's critical. So if we would have the high school and they would elect to go block scheduling, to ensure that the students would cycle through, you would have to go periods 1, 3, 5, 7 on Monday, 2, 4, 6, 8 on Tuesday, 2, 4, 6, 8 on Wednesday, and 1, 3, 5, 7. So you'd get, it would throw off our blocks. It's not a bad idea. We did discuss it, but there are nuances that we'd have to work out to make that happen. So that's something we have had discussions about.
Amy?
It's a lot to take in. Thank you, everybody, for all the work that you've put into it. I'm looking at the tiles here and I see people like Mr. Hearn, who's our transportation director, and we haven't even talked about the specifics of transportation. And I don't want to minimize, because there's no way you can minimize the work that all the other administrators and task force members, et cetera, have put into this, but we haven't even talked about busing. And with these models, there are a million questions we could ask about that, but we'll leave that to those experts to figure out. But I think it just speaks to the magnitude of this undertaking.
There's a reason why it's called the novel coronavirus. It's because we've never had to deal with anything like this before. I know I'm stating the obvious, but there's no playbook for it. And I thought the public comment was really illustrative of the diversity of concerns and needs and priorities and ideas, and that's sort of representative to what should be representative to all of us if you're listening to public comment, that there is not going to be one solution, one plan that we sign off on that's going to meet everybody's needs. It's just not possible. You just have to listen to public comment to hear that. And you know, but the public comment is so helpful, as is the input of all of the other board members and the task force members, to try to land on something that makes sense. There's not a great option out there, I think, for anybody. I mean, we're in the midst of a pandemic, but I thought that the public comment was really helpful. I'm wondering if there's the possibility, like in a previous meeting where there was so much of it coming at us, that perhaps we could get copies of it. I know I'd like to revisit it, and sometimes I go back and watch board meetings again, because it's hard when you're in the midst of it to really wrap your head around everything that's happening. And sometimes when you watch it again, you catch things you didn't the first time around. I don't know if I'm ambitious enough to watch a 7-8-hour board meeting for a second time, but maybe having the public comment, if it's possible, emailed to us to sort of parse through again, could be helpful. Speaking of public comment, I made some notes as best I could on the statement by Mike McBride on behalf of the teachers union. And I think I covered everything, but I'd like to know if I'm missing anything. I think there was in there a request for a minimum, like a 6-foot mandate, a universal mask and shield, class size balanced, mental health supports. I'd like to know more about that. But I do think that that's, I'm thinking a lot about that, because for all of the families who want their children to be back in school, school is only going to be as good as teachers feeling comfortable enough to be there. And I really, I thought what RTA put forward, frankly, was really reasonable. For lack of a better word. And of course, like I said, I'm not sure I got every single part of RTA's statement, but asking the teachers to come back, the teachers coming back and teaching, it is nerve-wracking for adults to be around a lot of people. We've been spending months and months and months staying as far away from people as we possibly can. And so, I think it's important to hear what helps them feel comfortable clearly as they come back into the classrooms to teach our children our children. I don't have any children in the school at the moment, but I consider all of Radnor students to be collectively our children, to listen to that really carefully. So if that's why, if we could get the public comment, I'd like to make sure that I've heard everything that was said tonight. I also wanted to ask a question, because we keep talking about green, yellow, and red. And I could be misunderstanding something about these green, yellow, and red phases. But when the governor categorized phases as green, yellow, and red, schools were only allowed to open when they were in the green phase. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding correctly that we are synchronizing our use of green, yellow, and red phases to what the governor was using, or maybe we're not. That's okay, but I'm confused about that. So I would appreciate a little clarity on the green, yellow, and red phase. And maybe the green, yellow, and red phase, according to the governor's posturing of them, was specific to something else, but that is a source of a little bit of confusion for me. I remember somebody else was talking about, a number of people have made comments about the the role of the community in all of this, that schools reopening in any part of this country is largely contingent upon the behavior of the community. And there's no magic to it. I mean, we either do what we can and use the tools that we have as a society at the moment to mitigate the spread of this virus, or we don't have school to consider. And I serve on the board of a university locally that put out what was called a healthy promise that members of their community, now granted it's a university and it's a private university, but all students, faculty, and staff had to sign it. And it basically is asking those individuals to commit to protecting not only themselves, but also the entire community, and to do certain things in order to reduce the spread and the risks for those who are in that community. And so while I'm not sure that while it could be, it's actually a requirement, so it can be binding for a private university, I'm not sure it can be binding for a public school. But I do think that it's really something to consider, perhaps, as a powerful statement of what it is that we expect from our community. As you can see, we're all spending a tremendous amount of time, energy, emotion, and thought to try to provide a healthy and safe environment for all concerned. But we can't do it ourselves. Everybody needs to be in this with us. Regardless of what your perspective is on this pandemic, no one's children or family members or friends or neighbors are going to be as safe as they can be without the collective effort of everybody in the community. So I was wondering if it would make sense to consider some sort of a Radnor healthy promise to circulate among our community and see if where that goes. I know we did something like that, Mr. Bechtold, when it came to the Safe Homes initiative or something like that. It was a anti-drinking initiative a few years ago, something like that, along those lines, where I don't think you can mandate compliance, but it sends a message about what your expectations are of every member of our community, including, staff and students. I have a note here about the considerations and of different groups of learners whose needs might be even more extensive than the typical learner. And I'm thinking about English learners, those who are economically disadvantaged, special education students. And I'm wondering if there's been somebody made the public comment about the lack of diversity among us as school board members, and there's no denying that. I mean, we should be more diverse. We'd like to be more diverse. We all love each other as colleagues, but that's absolutely true. But perhaps you could speak to looking at these considerations, as I'm sure you've had, through an equity lens, to make sure that we're thinking of all different kinds of needs that come into play as you're making the recommendations that you have. I'm concerned about for students who are on free and reduced lunch, if they need to be home, will they get food that they rely on coming to school for, et cetera. So I know some of that is tied to a federal program, but we've gone above and beyond, I believe, the federal program before. So I'd just like to know more about that. And in English learners, I'm aware that there are masks, face coverings, and I think we should use the word face coverings as opposed to masks, I think, because it broadens sort of, according to the governor's order, what can be considered protective equipment that we're talking about. But there are ones that are clear, so that for students who have disabilities or English learners, there are some that enable a student to be able to see the more of the facial expressions of a teacher. So I'm wondering if we've looked into anything like that. Another question I have is, does the Chester, we're in a unique position in Delaware County. I think most people know that we don't have our own health department, so we're relying on Chester County's health department to help support us. And while that might have gotten our society so far, I'm just curious to know about their confidence, if anybody's asked them, in being able to manage the capacity once we have 15 school districts in Delaware County and however many there are in Chester County back in session to continue to provide the services that we need in terms of contact tracing and whatever else it is that the County Board of Health is going to do for us once we have students and staff back in the buildings potentially, and they need to do what they're supposed to do to help if there happen to be cases that come out. Speaking of cases, I'd really be interested to know if there could be a consideration for a communication flow chart. There are 400, 300 people watching us tonight, and that's great. And I think it's wonderful that people have taken the time to tune in. I imagine the numbers going down the longer we stay on, but still, it's great that there's so many people who are tuning into this. Maybe they'll either keep coming back to our board meetings because they feel that they're useful, or they're going to run like crazy and not come back again when they see how they go. But could there be some sort of a flow chart? I'm really a believer in managing expectations, and I can imagine panic setting in when someone hears, oh, there's a case, or someone knows someone who has a case at home. And if there's a flow chart that could be distributed that really outlines what happens when something like that happens and have that circulated, at least everybody will know. I think that will take away a lot of fear and anxiety from the community, and it'll be less taxing for the administration to have to deal with those questions every time something like this happens, because inevitably it's going to happen. In terms of the elementary level, I know that there are mask breaks scheduled, but I've always had trouble trying to imagine what it must be like for students to sit, especially young students. I know as an adult, I have a hard time sitting for 6 hours, but little kids need to get up and move. I know there's recess scheduled, but are there additional types of just movement breaks built in somehow to the day so that they don't have to stay at their desks except for recess, except for lunch? Maybe I'm misunderstanding how the elementary schedule works, but even if they got up and ran around their desks 3 times and did jumping jacks in place, things like that to just keep them moving. I'm just wondering if there have been, it could alter the way we do programming typically. I don't think that anybody has the expectation that even if we're in school necessarily, we can accomplish academically what we typically do. But I think it might be a worthwhile sacrifice to take some time away from, say, science or social studies or whatever, if it means that the kids get some movement. So I'm just wondering if programmatically you have something more to share about that. So I think maybe it was Ken who spoke earlier about letting your guard down and how easy it is for adults to let their guard down. They're trying to socially distance all day from their students. I can imagine teachers are thrilled to see each other and would want to give each other a big hug, and how we have to keep our guards up. But I also heard from, and I can't remember exactly who it was, but it was somebody who was a leading epidemiologist in the country, that it's also families who are really letting their guard down at this point and saying, you know what, I want to have my sister-in-law and her kids come over, and my cousins, I know they've been safe. So that part of the spread is attributed to families letting their guard down with other family members and not being as safe. So again, that's part of, if we were to do some sort of a healthy promise, to just be mindful of the fact that everybody at this point is letting their guard down a little bit, and we have to be as horrible as it feels, we have to try to remain vigilant for the sake of having some semblance of school this fall. I'd heard mention of the survey, some sort of a survey coming out again. And I'm wondering that if we're taking a vote next week and the survey reveals something that has to do with an impact on our resources, whether it's space or number of students or number of teachers, that might alter the scenarios potentially that we are considering or not. That's something that occurred to me though. I mean, we could get findings from a survey that make option 3 more appealing or viable than option 1. So I'm just wondering if what the timing of the survey is relative to us making a decision. And I know that we can change our minds with the plan at any time, and in all likelihood might, based on changing mandates and guidance and just the state of the pandemic. But I'm just wondering if the timing of that, getting that data has been thought out enough relative to our making a decision as a board.
I'm sorry, Amy, to interrupt. Rather than say survey, can we call it something different, like a registration? Because we had talked earlier about, you know, those that we're going to, I think you're referring to when they sign up for online. Is that what you were referring to, Amy?
Honestly, at this point, I don't remember. I just know that there were a few things that Ken was musing about auditing with somebody else who was asking a question. And it sounded like whatever that data was could inform our need for transportation, our need for teachers, blah, blah, blah.
Yes, and I would agree. It's not a survey. It is an actual question. I think similar to what, you know, Nancy, you're saying, we need to find out which one of our families are interested in having their children be online. And that's something we would like to send out this week. Does it influence? Sure, it certainly could have an influence, but I think we could also still look at the options and still decide on a plan, and, you know, could be contingent upon, you know, what we find out. But at the same time, I think we could still set a direction with general parameters without having that answer. But we as an administration, unless the board tonight says, whoa, don't move forward with that, would like to go forward with that, putting that together and get that out, you know, possibly as early as the end of this week. You know, explain to our families, this is what the online opportunity looks like. Are you registering to have your child online?
So if you're asking about that though, that also impacts transportation, right? So are you going to ask a separate, whatever word it was, Nancy, forgive me, that you said instead of survey, but are you going to find out more about who, based on what option they might be choosing, is going to then need transportation or not?
We could add something about transportation. Our original survey found out, if I'm right, if I'm remembering this, I think 80% of our parents said they're willing to transport their child. So I don't know that we need to gather more information there as much as we need to decide if we decide to make a decision to go with a geographical breakdown, and we then do it by bus routes, then we need to reach out to, you know, individual buses, and what is that number on each bus that we want to reduce by, and reach out to families to figure out which families on that bus would be willing to have a very small neighborhood carpool. We got to be careful of that. Be willing to drive their, you know, children to school is how we'd go about it. So I don't know, knowing that we already have data that 80% are willing to, I think the next step with transportation is similar to the online, would be just a question of, you know, let's figure out how we're going to cut this and who's willing to do it.
Okay, but I forgive me, Ken, but the question about transportation on the survey, I'm not sure gave us the information necessarily we need, just because of the way it was worded. And I can go into that later, but I just, you know, maybe we can revisit that. Otherwise, I have no doubt that if parents think that the way the question was worded was, if social distancing guidelines significantly prohibit bus travel, would you be willing to provide transportation? I'm a little concerned that people think that that means that bus transportation wouldn't, if it weren't able to be offered, would you find a way to get your child to school, as opposed to, if this is the way that we are going to, if these are our social distancing measures for busing, will you still use busing, or would you prefer to provide your own transportation? I could be wrong, but I'm just concerned that that isn't necessarily reflective 100% of where the community is going with that.
Right, but and again, we're to the point where if we are looking at geographical and we're trying to cut down people on the bus, we would then reach out to, I would imagine, we haven't walked this through yet, we'd reach out to a particular bus and say to the parents on that bus, here's what we need to do. We have right now, it's a 75 passenger bus. We need to reduce it to get 2 to a seat. We need to know, how many families would be willing to drive. See, because the other thing with parents driving is we don't want everyone to drive. It would be, we're gonna have traffic jams if everyone drives. So we're gonna want to look at and really try to pinpoint who needs to be on the bus, who wants to be on the bus, who's willing to drive. And, it would be really nice to figure out that magic balance in how we do that. So again, I don't know that we're at the point of survey. I think we're at the point of, reaching out and saying, here's our plan. We need to know now, based on our plan, what it is you are willing or not willing to do.
Amy, do you want to finish up your questions, and then Dan and Sean and Ken can kind of answer them all at once?
Yeah, I was perfectly happy to be doing that. So, let's see. I'm almost done. I had a couple. There's on the page 42, where it's talking about safety, and there's an educational component to actually all parts of this plan, whether it's masking, distancing. It says that students and employees will receive guidance and support for all of these things. Can you talk a little bit about how that's going to happen? Is it before they come back to school? Is it if they come back to school? If it's once they're in school? That kind of thing was a question. And I just was, as you were going through the presentation on page 53, reopening investigations and considerations, why did we move away from these options? I didn't see anything that was initially considered as bringing everybody back listed, but I imagine at one time it was, except if bring students back sooner in the summer was the one that covered bringing everybody in those grades back. So I just wanted to see if I missed something with that. The other thing, I wanted to get some clarity about our stance on face coverings. Is it in fact that when students are in the building, because this is the way the governor's order reads and PD has interpreted it, that schools may allow students to remove their face coverings when the students are 6 feet apart, at least 6 feet apart, no matter what the circumstances. That's sort of how, I'm wondering if that is in fact that gives us a lot more flexibility on the one hand. On the other hand, it could be concerning for some people, and we don't have to take the guidance, but that's what PD's interpretation of the face coverings is. Basically eating or drinking when spaced at least 6 feet apart, seated at desks at least 6 feet apart, or engaged in any activity as long as they're 6 feet apart. So if you could clarify for me sort of what guidance you're recommending for us as a district with that would be helpful. And let me see, in terms of process between now and next week when we make this decision, can you speak to that, Ken, in terms of, we're having this conversation, we're asking questions tonight. I don't know if, in fact, I thought at one point there was a second phase of board conversation after Mr. Bechtold gives his next presentation. It's getting really late, but what is the process between now and next Tuesday, and what does next Tuesday look like? Because there's a lot sort of to process here. I'm glad we don't have to vote tonight, because it would be really hard to, at least for me, to sort of take all this in and then with any sort of confidence make cast a vote for something. So, and there are multiple options, but now we're not being asked to vote. We're not just being presented with one thing. So what does it look like between now and next Tuesday night's vote in terms of process, if you could shed a little light on that. And I think that those are my questions for now.
So I'll start with the last one just quickly for process. So we're not going to, I don't think, I mean, I will put it up to the board here, but I don't think we're going to have Mr. Bechtel go through the health and safety plan. It is a document that the board is familiar with because you saw it and you approved that structure and similar document. So you've seen it, you know what it is you're looking at. You've been emailed a copy of that health and safety plan. So I would ask everybody to review that. That is the document that we would be voting on next Tuesday. And then, you know, between now and next Tuesday, you can email, board members can email myself, you know, Dan, Sean, your specific questions that you have on that document. So that is what we would be voting on. That is the process. We would come back forward. What is the next step? So between now and Tuesday, questions board members have, please send us questions that you have. And that we will, you know, come back next Tuesday, and really it will be a board meeting with an agenda with this topic and an opportunity for us to answer any more questions, for us to discuss which option, you know, administratively we may be recommending, and also for the board to share where they, you know, where are all of us with each of these options. If we need to extend this beyond July 28th, we certainly can. We did plan a meeting for August 4th. So we would have to then look at possibly bumping that meeting if we wanted to extend that and adjust that. But I think that from a process standpoint, I think the board would be able to review this material between now and next Tuesday. Going through your other questions, you know, I know Dan and Sean had some of them, so I'll let them jump in first, then I'll jump in and fill in, you know, where some of them, you know, we don't answer. So I'll turn it over to Dan first.
Mr. Batchelor, sorry to interrupt. When will the health and safety plan be on board docs for the public as well? I know you had some technical issues with that.
Yes, we're planning to have that on tomorrow morning on board docs, or, you know, as early as we can tomorrow.
Thanks.
All right, so I'll tackle the green, yellow, red phase question about the governor. So I don't know the history of you know, months ago when it initially came out. I do know that as recently as yesterday that the governors revised and put out the process to reopen Pennsylvania, where if you go through, it talks about a lot of what's been going on since we shut down and phased reopening of green, yellow, and red. In that document on the governor's website, it lists schools as being able to be open both in yellow and in green, provided that they follow a link to guidelines, which takes you to the guidance from PDE regarding that. Your question related to EL students, special ed students, and other students that are most fragile students or students we really need to make sure that we're supporting. You know, as we went through this plan, administrators talked about how we can meet the needs of our students that you know, have challenges, and how we can really support them. And I've got to give a lot of credit to other administrators. I worked specifically with Mrs. Lesage, our director of special education, on this. And so in the AB plan, in the health and safety plan, you'll see in there that we are looking, even if the secondary would go to an AB, to bring all special ed students every day, all English language learners every day, and all free and reduced students every day. And we went through and looked at how many total numbers that would be and how many students overlap. And we feel very confident that we can continue social distancing, but meet the needs of our students that are in those categories that would need that additional support. And so that's one of the things that we already started to identify.
And we would be open to that, but that would be individual based on either an IEP or individual situation as well, because we could just as likely have a student, you know, that wants to stay to the AB schedule as well. But it's something that we would be open to as a district, and having those individual discussions with students.
Communication flow chart at the end of the health and safety plan. There is a communication section. And that's one of the things that there's a professional development section and a communication section, and some of those overlap. But your question about Communication and also about education is answered in there. Specifically, it's what is it, who's receiving the communication or the PD, who's in charge of it. And so that's one of the things that we've started to talk about as administrators. I know that I believe at one of the meetings that we had for the task force, the communications department and the special education department started to craft videos for ESY as far as how to, what the process would be like for our ESY students and for the families when they drove up, and how they would get their temperatures checked and what that would look like. And so I know our communications department has been working hard on that. And so that's something that we've been looking at as far as education. Face coverings for 6 feet that you had questions about is also laid out in the health and safety plan in great detail. And so there is specifics as to students and how they would get essentially what we call breaks at their desks to wear face shields or to wear, take off a mask. And so that's laid out in the health and safety plan as well.
A question about the confidence we have with the Chester County Health Department. I was actually on a meeting today with Delaware County Superintendents and the Chester County Health Department, and that was one of the specific questions we've asked. The Chester County Health Department is looking to set up resources and direct contacts to support each individual school district and have a flow of information so that, as Radnor Township School District has a number, they know our points of contacts, whether it's each of our building, we talked about this today. What does the point of contacts and the flow look like? It would probably be at each one of our buildings. Our school nurses would be involved. What is the flow of information? What forms are they filling out when we have a case? How does that go to Chester County Health? We're familiar with, who's assigned to have Radnor. And so they're setting up a whole system to, be able to support both counties. So we felt very good about those questions and the process that they're looking, in addressing that and setting up that flow of information and that support for our schools all in Delaware County.
And on to that point, one quick follow-up question to that. I know that I haven't had a chance to see the health and safety plan, and Dan said that the communication protocols are in there, but I'm just want to, I guess, be reassured, and I can look at it. But what you're saying and Dan's saying is sort of the thing that I was envisioning would be combined into somebody hears about a case, who gets notified, how does that all work? You hear about a case, and I can imagine the parents would say, why isn't the school telling me that there's a case and who it is and what we do next and blah, blah, blah. So if all of that information you gathered and that Dan has is laid out and disseminated widely throughout the school community, I just imagine that would save a lot of angst on the part of people. And maybe you're planning to do that, but I'm not sure I communicated that clearly.
Sure, we need to do that. We need to probably look at that still and make sure it is clear, but we talked about that earlier. Right now, the guidance from the health department is we will not be sending out saying that we've had a case and how many cases we've had as a district. We would be sending out, we would look like as a district, try to be proactive to individual classes. And when we have a case in a class, to notify the families in that particular classroom to say, that there has been a case. In that classroom without identifying a person. But right now, with the situations we've had, the health department, guides us on who do we have to notify and who don't we have to notify. And for the most, there's a lot of protections with privacy. So, when we had a situation with a staff member, and when the situation with the staff member, this was several weeks ago, had been wearing a mask, the Department of Health said, we were not required, nor were they telling us or encouraging us to contact anyone. We just chose to. As a district, we sent an email to those staff members that had contact with that person, didn't give away a name, but just said, you may have been in contact with somebody who recently tested positive. Please continue to monitor your symptoms and to follow through on that, continue to monitor, and if you have any symptoms, and wanted you to be aware. We weren't required to do that. So yes, we have to manage expectations about what it is we're going to be sharing. is going to have to be very clear. Guidance, I think Dan mentioned it already. We would give guidance before our staff return. So any guidance that we need in trainings we need to do with our support staff or our teachers, that we would use our, opening days, our in-service days, in order to give, guidance before the school year starts. You mentioned a comment about reasonableness, with, the RTA comments and the reasonableness. We need to get focused on, though, what is at, when you look at all options, when you look at all these options, the one piece that you need to really look at, and where we need to make a decision, is that 6 foot. If we're going to mandate, and we're going to say as a district, 6 foot, it's got to be 6 foot all over, that will then dictate which options we go with, because that is a game changer of a requirement. That is a requirement that, as other local districts are looking at, they're going K-12, A-B days, cohorts every day, kindergarten through 12th grade, in order to get to that 6 foot. So we're going to have to decide where is it that, and again, we have to look at the American Society of Pediatrics. We look at the Chester County guidance, the, minimum of 3 feet, but shoot for 6 feet. Where is it that we're doing? Are we shooting for the 6 feet, but we have a minimum of 4 feet because that's above that minimum? Or are we saying it's 6 feet or nothing? And that's going to be a critical decision point for us between now and next Tuesday.
Yep. All right.
I had asked about that healthy promise thing, so I'm just curious at your feedback on that.
My gut reaction is the comparison to the, pledges and everything. I'm not a big fan, but that's just Ken Batchelor, me personally. Just not a big fan of those. The idea of the importance of us coming together as a community, the importance of us emphasizing that, and what it takes for all of us to do. I'm certainly open to that discussion and doing that. But the comparison to the pledges, I just, my years as a high school principal and different things, I'm just not a huge fan of things that become a crutch that aren't, I like to have pledges and things that are things that I feel like we can fall back on, that are people will do. I think we're going to have to, and I don't like to get too preachy. I get a little nervous when we're, as a district, being too preachy. At the same time, we're in a pandemic. We need people to come together as a community. So my preference would, I think, to come about it that, we have so far worked well as a community, to continue to emphasize that, continue to share and have messages of what it takes for all of us to do this together, and what that means, I think would be, more my interest, but I'm open to that conversation.
Thanks, Ken. Okay, I'm going to try to keep this brief. It's 12:01. Thank you all. I'm not going to belabor it, but you've all worked hard and I appreciate it. Everything that I think about and the questions that I have come down to a couple of things. One is controlling the spread so that bigger than our Radnor community, controlling the spread so that the emergency rooms and the ICUs are not overwhelmed. That, for me, the whole point of this for months has been slow the spread for the sake of, the hospitals, so that they can care for the people who are sick. In Radnor, Andrew, you and Bradley, you both talked about some metrics, and I really appreciated both comments. In Radnor in April, the rate of infection was 0.09%. I'm not going to put a lot of math out there, but it was 0.09%. And as recently as yesterday, it's 0.63%. So it's the rate of infection in Radnor since April is 7 times higher. Now, why I mention that is that at 0.63%, we are still far below the 5% threshold that these community that has been bantered about, if your infection rate is lower than 5%. That's both a good thing and not and a bad thing, in that I think 5% is way too high. I think that rate of, we as a community are cognizant of the infection. We've been affected by the infection. we have people who are understandably nervous, and our infection rate is still far below that 5%. So whatever plan we have in place to reopen in whatever fashion we reopen, me has got to be based on a willingness to talk about metrics that will guide our decision making. And I do think Bradley and Andrew have both touched on that. And I think it would be helpful for us to understand, you know, what metrics would guide a decision to close or not close, or stay open or not stay open, that may or may not come from the state. Now, I think whatever plan we put forth personally, my personal opinion, I think there's a pretty good chance that the state's going to get shut down anyway, because the numbers are much higher than that in other townships in Delaware County and in other areas. But maybe that won't be the case. And whatever we can do as a community, Amy, to your point, I don't agree with doing a healthy promise campaign, mostly because I don't think that we have the time and the resources to promote a campaign. But I do think it's absolutely critically important that every parent who would like to see their child back in school in the fall understands the role that our community plays in keeping the infection rate down, so that schools can be reopened, so that teachers stay safe. Because this is, for me, you know, we want our students to be safe, but their rate of infection is so much lower. This is really about keeping our teachers safe, because if our teachers are not healthy, then we won't have them available to teach live or virtual. And we need them to be healthy, and we want them to be healthy and safe. That being said, in general, I think that the plans need to be based on, Ken, your point 2 minutes ago, and I wrote this down an hour and a half ago. Whatever plan we're going to vote on next week has to be dictated by, what are we doing if there's a 6-foot requirement? What are we doing if there's a 6-foot recommendation? And I think we have to be prepared to vote on both plans, and to make it very clear that there's two potential pathways. The third pathway is that schools are closed and everybody's virtual, but absent that, you know, the governor or the PDE could come along August 24th and say 6 feet is required. So all the work that's been done all summer long by many, many people to figure out 3 feet, 4 feet, 4.5, you know, A plan, B plan, all it takes is one mandate that changes suggested guidelines to requirement, and everything you've done is, you know, scrapped. So we have to be prepared to explain to the community, nothing we vote on is set in stone, and that recommendations can turn into requirements, and that will dictate this. So now a couple of questions that I saw on the plan. I happened to notice on the A and the B plan for the middle school, it said that if we were doing the A and B plan, then the kids will follow a regular schedule at the high school. But it said on the middle school that the kids will follow a schedule that's to be determined. So I'm just curious why there's a difference in terms of kids following a set schedule at the high school, but they're following a schedule that needs to be determined at the middle school. That's one thing. In terms of A's and B days and density, keeping density down in the various buildings, one of the people who spoke at public comment kind of touched on this. Is it possible to do half days at the high school, and honestly half days at the middle school, rather than A and B? And the reason I say that is the person who spoke about it mentioned it would allow you to send the morning kids home before lunch and the afternoon kids after lunch, and it eliminates the issue of 6 feet at the in the cafeteria. And maybe and that is actually how a lot of high schools did things when there's been overcrowding at times. And there was a time at Radnor when there was half day because of overcrowding. I'm not saying it's the right answer. I'm just wondering if you considered it. And at the middle school, did you consider keeping the sixth graders in all day? And rather than doing an A and a B, where I have to remember, oh, I go to school Monday and Wednesday, Friday this week, but I go Tuesday, Thursday the next week, have, the seventh graders go in the morning and the eighth graders go in the afternoon, keep the sixth graders in all day. And that might be a way to get the density down. So I'm throwing those out as ideas. I'll be honest, I am not a fan of half-day kindergarten and half-day first grade. I understand it helps. It was clear from the 5 plans. It is a way to achieve the 6-foot requirement. But I think there's some questions that really, it's a can of worms. Does that mean if you're virtual, you get to be full day? Does that mean you can go half day, but then come home and do the rest of your day virtual? What happens if if we shut down? Do all those half day kids become now full day virtuals? So not saying those questions can't be answered, but it feels late in the game to be creating a whole new curriculum for those 2 grades, or to be adjusting their curriculum. And yeah, I'm not a fan of that. And they are if you follow the science of this, they are the groups least likely to transmit the disease. So there's that issue. Let's see. I'm a little bit confused about the virtual on and off ramp, particularly at the elementary school, and I just want to make sure I understand it correctly. If you are doing the hybrid model where you're home virtually and then you want to come into school, particularly at the elementary school, I thought I understood that to mean that if you're in the virtual academy, you're going to have the virtual academy teacher at home. So if you then want to come in the building, how do we figure out which teacher in the building to give you? And how do you maintain class size in that case if a whole bunch of virtual kids want to switch and start coming to school? And I think that question applies to the middle school and high school as well, if the virtual kids bump a class size over our limits. I'm just throwing that out there. I don't even necessarily need answers for these tonight. I think these are some pretty significant, some of them are significant curriculum questions that I'm putting out there for you guys. And then the thing about the surveys that I wondered, and again, I don't think that our decisions should be made on the surveys. I think they were a point of information, but this has got to be based on science and the health professionals. But one of the questions I wondered in the back of my mind is were some parents who want the kids back in the schools, were they motivated to say that because they were not satisfied with the quality of the virtual instruction? And, we know that the experience of the virtual instruction was very inconsistent. We had some teachers who were really successful at it from the get-go. We had others who struggled initially and then who really upped their game. And we probably had some who struggled with it the whole time. And did that impact some of the desire for parents to have their kids back in the schools? Is that they are concerned about the quality of what virtual instruction will look like. And I had a parent reach out to me today about that, who spoke to that very issue and I know that you've worked on it and I know there's been professional development, but I do think that there is a level of concern in the community about whether or not virtual instruction, will it be strong enough and continuing to support the teachers in having that experience be as rich and vigorous as possible. And then two other quick things. Some parent mentioned thermoscan machines. I don't know if they are accurate. I don't know if they're able to be used. I certainly think from a time perspective, if a kid can walk through a machine and get their temperature taken, that is way less labor intensive than trying to get, you know, a classroom full of kids get their temperatures taken. And so many kids are asymptomatic. I don't necessarily think that's even the best way. I do think, you know, when we're talking about, several parents mentioned the whole notion of quick tests. There's a difference between getting a quick turnaround on a test. If you're going to look into it, there's a difference between getting a quick turnaround on the actual testing and getting a rapid test. And I think the rapid tests are not reliable enough for us to be relying upon those as a data point. I do think that the parent who wrote in about getting reliable quick testing, particularly when there's a question about, you know, exposure in a classroom, there's a lot of validity to that. And so, you know, I think that that's a place where some of our COVID money might be well spent. And the teachers, you know, I thought Mike McBride wrote a really, you know, I thought his points were very well taken. And I think that depending on how we choose to move forward next week as a board on, this comes down to 6 feet or not 6 feet. Ken said it very eloquently. You know, we do have to be prepared to continue to work with the teachers and do everything we absolutely can to have as many of them feel as comfortable and as safe as possible, because at the end of the day, that's how they'll be most effective at their jobs. And that's what's caring and compassionate. And back to the community effort, it was one last little comment. You know, one of my concerns, and this is where I do think it's really, you know, getting the message out, and to the parents who strongly support wanting their kids back in school, you know, is understanding that if the kids are together in class during the day and they're wearing masks, you know, that's great. You know, they need to be cautious getting together as groups of kids outside of school. And I know that there are kids who are getting together and playing and they're not wearing masks. And what they're doing at home right now while they're not in school and not bringing it back to, you know, the larger cohort has one level of risk. And once we open back up the schools, emphasizing that we still need these kids and these families to understand the cohort of which they are a part, and the risk that that inherently brings to the situation is really important. And again, this all for me stems from keeping the rates of infection down as low as we can. And we know where we are today. We are at 0.63%. That's where Radnor is, which speaks to a whole other conversation we're not going to have tonight about mixing and mingling with other townships and school districts. But
sorry, can I interrupt? Quick point. In 19010, it's 1%.
Yeah, I'm looking at Radnor Township. So when you look at Delco, 19010 takes into account Montgomery County. I'm looking at the Delco COVID map. And it also takes into parts of Haverford Township.
Okay, I'm just saying.
I'm saying that's why I'm going at it from Radnor Township, because we are coterminous with our school district, our township. And, you know, so even that rate over the next few weeks will be telling, you know, the impact of being down the shore, the impact of 4th of July, you know, that will be telling. All right, I've talked it's been 16 minutes, so I'm done. Thank you.
No, Susan, good, like everyone else tonight, good points, good questions. You know, and we'll continue to look at some of these things. The thermo scanners has come up, but you summed up yourself the challenge with temperatures. 50% of the kids who are positive won't show a temperature, so that brings into question all of those pieces as well. You know, and Dan, the follow regular, the AB to Susan's original question, the first one, did you want to respond to that one about the difference between the middle school and high school?
Yeah, so that's red phase. Middle school, we're still looking to increase the number of the amount of live streaming and have students follow their classes. The structure for the middle school and possibly the high school would be looking at, the middle school is unique in the fact that they've got teams. And so could you have a schedule where the students would not necessarily follow 1 through 7, but you would cluster it by subject areas? So again, that's something that we don't have all details for everything worked out, but we were discussing an option that could either be following the periods or following subject areas and clustering subject areas live stream.
That's just for red. If everybody is in the red.
That's correct.
Everybody's having it going online, but with a lot more structure of live teacher lessons, and having the live teacher lessons in places, it would be an emphasis with that. It just might be a different structure of when they're being live based on how you cluster subject areas versus periods. Does that make sense?
That's correct. Yes, that's correct.
Can I make a super quick point on that?
Thank you, Dan.
Yeah, thank you. Just a very quick point. You know, there was some frustration brought up by the parents tonight about the emergency remote instruction that happened in the spring. And I think that it would be a good talking point for us, and maybe next week, to underline the fact that what our teachers have been preparing to do is more in line with what online education can actually be. In other words, emergency remote instruction is just scratching the surface of actually how good online education can be if teachers are prepared for it. So I think that might be worth mentioning again.
Okay, so it is now 12:20. Ken, if you're feeling like it's not the time to delve into a 55-page safety plan, I'm not going to disagree with you. That's what I'm going to say. But I would say that, you know, we do all need to be prepared as a board to understand that what gets approved next week will be a function of what we're doing with 6 feet. That's, you know, that's pretty clear. The program tonight lays that out. And so with that, we are supposed to have a second round of public comment. I'm going to give Michael Petiti an opportunity to jump on and tell us if he has any additional public comment.
Yes, we have a few here. Let me pull up the email. Lost my place. We got a couple since I last checked. Okay,
the requirement that you still have to be watching as well. What's our numbers at now?
We are at, let's see,
116 and dropping.
There you go. That's really good.
115 since you said that. So it must be something you said, Mr. Batchelor.
I have a tendency to turn people off, especially back at my house.
Yeah, 115. It's not too bad. Okay, so we'll start with Padma Raman Kaplan. Hello, I appreciate the flexible option. It would be useful for parents such as myself who can keep students at home, do so. I'm the parent of a rising 5th and 7th grader. I have the space to keep my kids at home, to availability to supervise their work, and to provide meaningful enrichment and extensions if needed. Please feel free to request that we volunteer to keep our kids home if it would help. Would it be possible for kids to be kept in their same cohort groups from the previous year? This would help to maintain the social relationships. It looks like this person is trying to make a joke, so I'm not going to read that. Let me pass on to the next one. As the parents of 2 elementary age students at Eichton Elementary, we feel it's essential that families are given the choice between in-person and distance learning. I also feel that the educational advancement, mental health, and well-being of my children will be greatly improved being back in school with their classmates and teachers. The spring session, which while obviously not planned for, was not up to the standards of we expect from Radnor School District, and we saw this directly impact the mental health of our children. I'd like to thank the school district for stepping up and putting forward a plan for the fall that serves the needs of all families in our community. We urge the board to move forward with the plan presented this evening. Thanks for your hard work. From Nigel Davies. How will you ensure students wear masks on the bus? Lots of kids and one driver. Who needs to focus on driving? Best instruction is in person, but what about when guidelines are so strict? Is it best in that situation? How do you know? How often will nurses screen students? How many per day? Will it be every day? How can you ensure parents are screening at home before school starts? What happens if a family wants to change their mind after school starts? How will that affect the brick mortar class numbers or the online class? How many students per remote learning class? From Sinead Boiter. Thank you for all the hard work that went into creating these options to choose from. I commend the thought, creativity, and care of the committee who put this together. I have an elementary school daughter at West, about to enter 3rd grade. Whatever decisions are made by the board as well as by individual families, there are no easy choices. There are pros and cons on every side of the situation with no perfect one answer. For our family, I was pleased to see the final 2 options presented for elementary school students, especially number 4 with an A-B schedule in their home school. To me, this is the option that provides the most opportunity for deep cleaning between different students attending school and being in the building, as well as providing every student the potential to connect with and form a relationship with their teacher. Having said all of this, the safety and well-being of teachers and staff is a priority, and I hope that there is a poll taken of the teachers and staff on whether they feel comfortable and safe returning to school in person, given the changes since June. From Juan Pablo Moreland. I am Juan Pablo Moreland, a rising senior at Radnor High School. My football teammates and I are very grateful that you allowed us to begin training for the season this summer. Personally, I went from sleeping in until the afternoon hours to having a purpose when waking up in the morning. We have worked diligently to physically distance ourselves to slow the spread of COVID-19. While we know we are incurring some risk of contagion when playing sports, we also know our team is not a particularly vulnerable population to the virus, not to mention that we play outdoors. I've played football my entire life, and the prospect of playing on Friday nights as a senior has always driven me to improve myself physically and mentally. The assurance that I will get my turn, though, has been stripped from me by the current pandemic. If my fellow senior teammates and I don't get a chance to play this year, it would devastate us. Football makes lifelong memories that we will never replicate in adult life. In the 8th grade, I had a massive knee surgery that put me out of commission for over a year. Ever since, my sole athletic goal has been to play high school football. The Radnor football program has been the most rewarding part of my high school experience. I'll cherish the relationships I have fostered with my coaches and teammates for a lifetime. If I were robbed of a chance to see my senior season through, it will create a long-lasting scar. I want memories of a victory over Lower Marion or the last practice with my buddies. I truly believe the benefits of having a season this school year outweigh the potential harms. I hope the school board will take our experience into account in making its decision. From Michelle Vinnick. Good evening. I'm a proud RHS graduate and mother to rising 8th and 11th graders. So much to say, so much to worry about, but I feel it remiss not to mention this concern: math and science in a virtual learning setting. For the at-home option, be it hybrid or if we end up having to go back to all remote, the standard should be synchronous. The pre-recorded videos were less than optimal, especially for math and science. Last year, videos were shown from other teacher and supplemented with other math learning platforms. While these were creative efforts, they were not teaching to the students. This is a huge lift for our teacher, but also recorded videos to learn and comprehend pre-calc or chemistry is too much for our kids. I can only imagine how much work this is for everyone, but I wanted to note the difference between pre-recorded and live stream is paramount. Please let me know if there's anything I can do to support. From Carissa McElwain. Dear board members, There's an important piece of information that I've not been able to obtain, which I think is extremely relevant to the decision on school opening. In the past month, in our county and surrounding counties, where have all the positive COVID patients been exposed to COVID? I know specific health information is private, but the public should be informed of these exposures at bars, the supermarket, indoor parties, gatherings, outdoor gatherings. Are they all in prisons or nursing homes? Have they come from kids' camps or daycares? How can we be expected to make the decision about schools if we do not have this information? From Stephanie Querzi, president of RESPA. In the district plan for reopening, RESPA is looking for a safe return to school for students and staff. RESPA conducted a survey of our membership whereby members were notified on July 14th for a reopening and return to school survey, which started on July 18th and concluded on July 20th, 2020. Half of our membership participated in the survey. RESPA educational support staff, who are also members of the Radnor community with children attending Radnor schools, are deeply dedicated to the education and well-being of all Radnor students. In the survey, RESPA members expressed concern for safety, social distancing, sanitation, ventilation, and air circulation, mask wearing and mask breaks, periods of outdoor breaks, school district readiness upon return to school, continued communication from the district as changes occur, as well as concerns about contracting coronavirus at school and the impact on their health and their families. Depending on how Radnor reopens, members express concerns for the future of their jobs. For those who are immunocompromised or high risk, the concern is for safety and the ability to continue working. We look to support students, teachers, and our administrators with further training and being provided with materials and technology necessary to perform our jobs to the best of our ability and for the benefit of the students. We look forward to being provided with and accessing masks, gloves, hand sanitizer, sanitizing wipes, plexiglass partitions, and face shields in all district buildings for shared use of all equipment, open spaces, and facilities. RESPA is looking to Radnor leadership for a safe and equitable reopening and return to school for all students and staff for the continued education of our students as we prepare for the next generation of leaders, world changers, and successful members of society. To the school board, superintendent, and pandemic coordinators, we thank you for your time, service, and tireless efforts and considerations toward the safety and future of the Radnor community. From Dawei Dong, comment on Miss Liz Duffy's concern about students won't know their new teachers. They also won't know their classmates. Those relationships which were there during the spring shutdown and helped enormously. So to be more prepared for potential shutdown and or substantial online learning, it would be wise to keep the group class and/or with the same teacher. Please consider this option. The current plan is way too optimistic about the virus situation. From Shannon Frigerio. During the meeting, it was mentioned that a survey registration will be sent out this week about who is sending their child back to school. I think for a lot of elementary parents, that decision would depend on which of the 5 options is chosen. How can we make that decision if it is dependent on which option the district goes with? Thank you. From Cynthia Maas. You have taken a lot of comments from parents and considered what they have said, but I have not once seen you take into account the opinions of the student body. After looking at the task force members, it seems like you have only one student participating. I think you should ask students in the high school and possibly the middle schools what they think. As a student myself, I could say with absolute certainty that my parents have differing opinions on reopening than I do, and I filled out the survey accordingly. This situation is scary and frustrating for parents and teachers, but I am scared and frustrated as well. I know it is very late to ask for a student survey, but I believe input from the students will be valuable in the process of making the final decision. And lastly, from Susan Barber, I wanted to say how impressed I am with how thoughtful you've all been. Thank you and good night.
Well, that was well timed with a good one to end on. So thank you, Michael. Thanks for going through all those. And I want to thank our, all joking aside about if they're still with us or not, and that there are over 100 still with us. thank our community. You know, their input is valuable. The input on the task force, their willingness to write to us and ask us questions has been extremely valuable and continues to be. So that feedback is critical. To board members, you know, you know where we are. You have our cell phone numbers. You know, please, this is critically important for our community, for our district. So between now and next Tuesday, if you have individual questions as you're reading the safety and health plan, the health and safety plan, excuse me, it's getting late. As you're reading it, if you have questions, reach out to me, reach out to Dan and Sean. If there's another administrator, you know, for something specific, we can find the answer or have you, you know, get in touch with them. But we really are open and available, you know, to have, whether it's one-on-one discussions or, you know, answer questions through email, by phone conversation. That's what we're here for, and we want to have these conversations, and especially if it can help with our discussions on our agenda on Tuesday night.
Okay, I actually realized I kind of looked at the agenda incorrectly, but do we have any new business tonight?
Yes, I'm sorry, everybody, but I think we have to discuss this even at this late hour. I think, to me, it seems incongruent that we're not really comfortable opening school, maybe, and that's a good 3 weeks off or 5 weeks off or whatever. We're not comfortable meeting in person. Cases are going up in our area. Cases are definitely going up around the country. We're in the middle of a pandemic. And our top priority is education of our students. And it seems incongruent to me where we are right now. We passed a plan, I think it was 2 weeks ago, to allow preseason sports conditioning.
It was June 23rd. Lydia.
Yeah, so over 2 weeks ago. And the situation was different at that time, I think, because we didn't know as much about the high school age group as basically being, you know, transmitters of the disease just like adults. It seems to me that the prudent thing for us to do would be to halt preseason conditioning. I'm not making a decision about what will happen with sports in the fall. I just mean right now, at this point, I don't think we should be rushing ahead with that when we're trying to get our community spread as low as it can be to get as many kids as we can back in school. And so a way to do that is to be super conscientious now. And that would mean, you know, stopping those activities. Those students are not wearing masks at those events, and they're closer than 6 feet to each other, which to me seems incongruent with what we know we should be doing right now. So I don't know if there's any appetite for anyone else to weigh in on that, if I need to make a resolution or a motion and see if there's any interest in moving forward with that or not. So should I make a motion to discuss that and see if there's a second?
Mike Christofko, can you weigh in on what's the best procedure given that this is business?
And I think Mike is with us, but while we wait, I will say, and Mike can, you know, he can comment on my points here, but yes, it would be for you to make a motion, and for there to be a second would be the way to move. You know, this is new business. But Mike, I'll let you respond.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Lydia, you'd have to make a motion, and if it got a second, it could be debated and then voted upon. And if it didn't get a second, then it would just end there.
Okay, so I make a motion that we, out of a measure of prudence, discuss discontinuing preseason activities at this point in the effort to try to keep community spread as low as it can be over the summer, with the possibility of opening school to more students in the fall.
Okay, Lydia.
I'll second.
That's fine, Bradley, but I want to let you know Nancy got kicked off and she's trying to get back into the meeting.
Okay.
So so you made a motion that we halt. Now you need to just be clear. You want to discuss it. You want to make a motion to discuss it, or you want to make a motion to halt them? Because you said you want to make a motion to discuss.
I want to make a motion to halt it. Not making any decisions about what will happen with sports in the fall. I want to just halt it now out of prudence for trying to get school started successfully in the fall and see what happens in the next few weeks. Because it changed from when we voted on it 2 weeks ago.
No, I appreciate that. So Bradley, do you want to second the motion to actually halt?
I'll second.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to open this up. Oh, go ahead, Ken. I'm sorry.
A couple things to keep in mind. So this is just happening under new business now. So two things. We would need to go back and do another round of
public comment. Yes, I know.
About this topic particular before we cast a vote. Secondly, Michael just texted me too, just through the number of emails he's getting, we inadvertently left off 6 public comments. So either way, we have additional 6 public comment we'd like to get to, and then we'd have to open up for another separate public comment on this topic alone.
That's fine. Okay.
Yeah. I missed what this resolution is. Can you just talk?
All right, Nancy. So Lydia, you want to just give a quick recap?
I move that we halt the pre-conditioning. So the preseason
the voluntary practice.
Yes,
conditioning that's occurring right now. We're not making any determination about preseason or the fall sports, but we're just saying right now, in an effort to mitigate community spread as much as we can now, to halt that with the hope of getting as many students safely back in school in the fall, if we are very diligent right now.
I'd like to make a comment if you don't mind. And I would have certainly seconded this. When we first discussed this and voted on it, I actually voted for it because of the optional bit. But since the mandatory mask order took effect on July 1st, which I believe was the first day that the preseason practices were allowed, we have to change. We have to kind of adapt to the change. And I would say that the mask order should be extending to any of the athletes that are engaging in any exercise activities or conditioning activities. So if they wanted to wear a mask while they were working out, people are doing it. I know it's weird, but it's a pandemic. People are doing weird things. We just have to adjust to the times. If people want to wear masks while they are doing the conditioning, okay. I think it's okay. I think what Lydia is suggesting is something a little bit more cut and dry. So,
Dan, to clarify, I think there's a little confusion. What is the requirement, I guess, whatever the mandate would have you as it relates to the voluntary workouts, mask use during play? Could you clarify what was currently mandated?
Certainly. Yeah, so students are not required to, under the governor's orders, to wear masks when they're working out actively. So the way that we've got it in the health and safety plan is that they must wear a mask when they show up. They must wear a mask when they get their temperature taken and they get asked the screening questions. They must wear it until they physically start to work out, at which time they would be, coaches are working to social distance the students to the greatest extent possible. We have prioritized outside workouts. And then once they get done, they put the mask back on, they leave the campus immediately. So, but that is the guidance on masking.
Keep in mind that there's protocols in place where we are doing temperature checks, where there is a structure to what are voluntary practices. I'm just sharing, under new business, just a reality too, and, having children this age as well, there's a structure right now to the voluntary practices. We end it, and we certainly can do that, and for a good reason. At the same time, it will happen. It may happen on its own with the kids doing it. Not saying in our weight room. It wouldn't happen in our weight room. I'm talking outside on fields, and there would be no structure. There would be no temperature checks, no coaches monitoring those pieces. That is happening right now.
Do we have any other comments? Does anyone want to weigh in?
I will, since I seconded the motion.
Sure.
You may recall I voted against the voluntary workout plan when it was before us before. My reasons then were a little different from the ones that Mrs. Solomon has articulated now. I don't think we had yet had a conversation as board members and as educators about what our values were about extracurricular activities versus curricular activities. So I don't know where we stand right now on that question. And the focus of the health and safety plan and the reopening plan has been on curricular activities, perhaps as it should have been. So the board did authorize by a majority the idea of piloting and authorizing these summer workouts with a health and safety plan for the summer that would potentially be amended or be reauthorized for the year if there was a preseason or if sports were to continue. But at the time, I just don't think we've had that conversation yet about what role do extracurricular activities play in our educational program for this year. And I tell you, we've been presented with awful, rotten options by this virus, but it is what it is, by our national leaders or absence of national leadership. But the situation is what it is. And so I'm more comfortable having these workouts go forward after we have that conversation. Where do we stand on extracurriculars versus curricular activities? And we haven't had that conversation yet. So, I tell you, I mean, hearing from the, I'm sorry, I don't remember the young gentleman's name who spoke with us in public comment tonight and about what it's meant to him to be able to come back and be with his teammates. And I did sports for 12 seasons at Radnor High School. And I would not have liked being in the situation that young gentleman's in or anyone else who's facing the kind of decisions that we're making and then imposing on students. But at the time I voted against the plan and I have the same concerns.
Nancy, go ahead.
Yeah, I personally think it's very important that we have them continue. And one of the reasons, I think Ken made a valid point in that it's very regulated right now. They are following a plan when they get together. This may occur anyway, as Ken pointed out. Personally, and just within my family and many other friends and students that I know, sports play a very important part of not only the whole school experience, but just the overall wellness and emotional well-being. Kids learn a lot from sports, and I know this is just the preseason training, but they're with people that they are part of a team with. So they learn teamwork, leadership, discipline. I see it very much a part of the whole experience. The other factor is we are looking at ESY and summer school as a test. I see this as a test. Letting them get together, letting them follow the current plan in place. I think it's better than having them necessarily go on their own without any plan in place and not following some of these guidelines. So I personally think it's a good idea to let this continue and keep monitoring it. I would be interested in getting any additional feedback that people who may have more close ties to it, whether it be Mr. Friel or anyone else who have been observing these workouts. But that's my perspective on these. I voted for it originally. And not to say that safety and concern is not on my radar, it absolutely is. But I think wellness is also very important too. And I don't know, that's kind of where my head is on that.
Can I ask a clarifying question? I'm sorry if I missed this, but was the health and safety plan for athletics updated since we passed it when the mask order went into effect and we have to approve that retroactively?
We need to bring it to the board to have the board approve that, those changes. We have not brought that forward to the board yet for changes.
Okay, because the original plan says that athletes are encouraged but not required to wear protective masks when they arrive and during instructional meetings. I mean, if that were to be updated and carried forward, I mean, I agree that it's important for these kids to work out, but if they're not wearing masks in accordance with the state mandate and the guidance.
We are following I'll let Dan jump in. We are following the state, the governor's mandate. So we are following the mandate. The actual technical process of having the board reapprove this, we haven't done. But we are following the governor's mandate. Mr. Bechtold, is that accurate?
That is correct.
We adjust,
but hang on,
we adjusted to make sure that that is followed because that is a requirement. That is a mandate from the governor that we have to follow.
I thought the mandate from the governor was that you have to wear a mask at all times outside. So how is it that then you don't have to wear a mask?
It's not.
Playing sports, follow the mandate.
It's not while you're playing.
No,
it's all around.
But I thought the mandate didn't have that exception.
They have the PDE guidance.
That's not actually what the guidelines say.
Let Mr. Bechtold answer. So go ahead.
The guidelines are very specific what they say.
So there is again, we call it a mask order, but I believe it's a face covering order that the secretary passed that is in place that covers both face mask and face shields. And I think that people refer to it as the mask order, but technically it's the face shield order. There are carve outs or nuances that allow individuals to not wear it for specific reasons, for health and safety reasons. For athletics specifically, students, athletes, and actually athletics is broken down with the order, with this to like high school and school age teams. It also talks about professional teams and stuff like that, and they break down and have nuances about what each team can and can't do, or what each level can and can't do. So, when the mask order was changed for wearing masks, our students wear masks to comply with the order when they arrive to practice and when they are not actively working out, but they do not have to wear masks when they are physically working out.
And what we're requiring of the kids.
That is not what the order says, though, Ken. What the order says is that they are not required to wear face coverings while actively engaged in the workouts and competitions that prevent the wearing of face coverings. If you're doing a workout or a competition that doesn't prevent the wearing of a face covering, you have to wear the face covering during the workout. That's what the order says. I mean, it was shared with me. The order says athletes are not required to wear face coverings while actively engaged, but in competitions that prevent the wearing of face coverings. How I would infer that is if I'm a swimmer, I can't wear a face mask while I'm swimming, obviously, because my activity prevents the wearing of the face covering. But if your activity does not prevent the wearing of the face covering during the workout, you got to wear the face covering. That's what the order says.
Right.
I understand what you guys are saying about we haven't updated the technicality of the plan yet. The plan that we submitted still has the old wording and we have to ratify a new plan. That part made sense to me. But in practice, what the order says is not being adhered to because the kids who are on the field should be wearing face masks. There's nothing about their workout that about their sport that prevents the wearing of a face mask. And I think that's where the concern lies.
Well,
Thank you. Yeah.
Susan, I'm reading from the PA Gov and it says that they must wear face coverings unless they are outdoors and can consistently maintain social distance of at least 6 feet. This is what came up on my phone when I Googled it. So.
Right, but I mean, then you get into the semantics of what does consistently mean. I mean, it's
no. That's for the coaches. That's for coaches.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, maybe you're going to say that it's 6 feet. Okay, what football player is actively maintaining 6 feet of distance when they're in the midst of tackling?
Or in a
So,
huddle.
the PIAA actually.
Very quickly, can I mention something very quickly? Just on its face, the idea of someone not needing a mask when they're working out is absurd. I mean, let's get real. If any of us have worked out, especially if you've lifted weights, let's say you're trying to max out and you got 350 pounds you're trying to lift. You're going to be spitting out some projectiles, probably.
But gyms are open in every county in Pennsylvania, but Philadelphia, if maintained appropriate social distance, including Delaware County, at very limited capacity. I'm just telling you, that's what the law is or the mandate is in Pennsylvania right now.
Aren't you still supposed to wear a mask?
Nope.
Well,
not if appropriate distancing. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just telling you how it is. My gym's open.
It's very interesting.
Yeah, there's 8 people in the gym. And we're distanced 200 to 300 feet apart. No mask.
Yeah, and Dan, do we know what compliance looks like? Have we had any checks to say, heard from the coaches? Are the coaches compliant? Are the kids arriving as instructed? Because we have to get ready for this when the school year comes. That what our guidelines are that people are following. Do we have any feedback there?
So I'm going to end up, we have Mr. Friel, our athletic director on here. I'm going to kick it to him, but I will say that the PIAA did send out guidance about the mask order, and does the mask order apply to athletes and sports activities? And they said that everyone must wear a face covering, such as a mask, unless they fall under the exception listed in Section 3 of the order. And it says that coaches, athletes, and spectators must wear face coverings unless they're outdoors and consistently maintain social distancing at least 6 feet. Athletes are not required to wear face coverings while actively engaged in workouts and competitions that prevent the wearing of face coverings, but must wear face coverings when on the sidelines, in the dugout, etc. And anytime 6 feet social distancing is not possible.
That's right. So it's going to come down to which sports, by virtue of participation in them, prevent the wearing of a face covering. I think we can all agree, swimming, you can't wear a face covering, you're in the water. There's going to be a whole host of sports that, that are perhaps a gray area, or perhaps not a gray area. What I find fascinating about this is the most lively part of the conversation we've had in our 6-hour meeting. It's coming down to, what are we doing about sports? So that's fascinating to me.
And we're making assumptions on things. There's an assumption made that kids are hitting in football. I can tell you right now, my experience, and if, I don't know if Mike Friel is with us, but Dan is a former high school principal, voluntary practices, the football team, they're not even wearing full equipment in voluntary practices. So they're not hitting each other. They're not tackling one another. They're doing workouts. So, I don't know that we also have a complete understanding of what it is that's taking place and how it's taking place. So I guess I'm just concerned over some of the assumptions I'm hearing as well. I don't know. I feel like it's a little bit of a test at 1 a.m, to see if poor, Mike, I don't know if you're still with us. Frio, if you are, you can feel free to turn your camera on. If you're a smart man, I think you should be asleep right now. And
he's on, but maybe he's not.
Yeah.
Talking to
in all fairness, it's 1 a.m. and the meeting is still going on.
Well, so,
but there, and I can tell you that there may be differences in, I just want to be clear about something. There may be differences in how we interpret what the masking order or the face shield masking order was, but I can tell you that we looked at what it required and then shared that with our athletic director and with our coaches since we passed our health and safety plan. So we passed the health and safety plan, and then looking at all the interpretations that was then given on when the order came from the governor, how we had to adjust that, and we did that. Now, could we be interpreting that in a way that others don't agree? That's potentially possible, that each one of us could have a different interpretation on how we should be doing that. That is certainly possible. But I don't want people feeling like we didn't do anything, or we just said, well, we're going to follow our old order even though the governor came out with this, and wait until we have a board meeting or wait till we change that. That's not the case at all.
So looks like Andrew dropped off, but I mean, I think that there were enough questions about this last month. I'm a little disappointed that we don't have the answers to what's actually happening. I think there were a lot of people who raised concerns. I raised concerns, and I voted for it because there was such a strong push. And frankly, if people didn't have to do it, they didn't have to do it. That was one of the things that reassured me. That was a decision that individual families could make, and it was preseason, and you didn't have to participate. But I think that there are genuine questions about how to interpret this. It's not clear to me that we've gotten specific outside guidance on whether we're complying with the face covering order in terms of whether you can wear it outside. You're right, we probably are making assumptions, and there's a difference between what our kids are doing and what some of the travel teams may be doing. But I know there are travel teams out there that are playing full contact soccer, right? And they're not necessarily wearing masks. And a lot of that comes down to parents trusting coaches and trusting kids to behave the way they're supposed to. So, I mean, I don't have time to go monitor what's going on in our fields. We have to trust the administration that if you are watching it and you are monitoring with the coaches, that the kids aren't interacting. But I guess I have trouble seeing if they're actually going to be practicing in this ridiculous heat. I feel like masks are prudent when they're not impossible to wear. Now, maybe it just shouldn't be practicing in 97-degree heat, but I just think that it's irresponsible of us not to be thinking about it. And I've seen, for the members of the public who are still watching, we've gotten a number of emails this week, board members, from football team, football players, seniors who are really looking forward to this season. And it's heart-wrenching to think that this season might not go on. I appreciate that athletics are a significant part of a number of these students' lives, and that it's important to them from a mental health standpoint to be able to exercise and to have that socializing and that teamwork. But the same issue I raised last month still stands, and that is, if we're having sports, the next month and a half, and we can't open school because we've done that, what service did we do to our community? Because then it's only the athletes who got this month of mental health, and the kids who needed to go back to school for band or art or some other activity aren't going to get that opportunity because we sparked a problem. Now, I don't think that people are being irresponsible like that. I don't think that people are being reckless, but I do think that the face covering order begs the question about whether we're fully compliant. And I'm not prepared tonight, Lydia, to vote no, in part because it's 1 o'clock in the morning. And despite the people who may be still watching, I think it's a lot to change something like that. Even though it's preseason, I think it's something that the public needs some warning about if we are asking to change. But I do feel strongly it should be on the agenda next week for a discussion. And I think that part of the discussion should be whether it just means we need to change the way people are wearing masks, or whether that there's some other broader issue. And in another week the numbers may change. They may go up, they may go down. But I think that it's a conversation we need to be prepared to have probably at every meeting. This back to Bradley's point about extracurriculars. generally.
I don't know if other people want to weigh in, but I do want to say that when we voted on this last month, and again, I voted for it with some trepidation. I sincerely take the experience and the opportunity for the students. And I did, Nancy, to your point, kind of view this as a little bit of a testing ground. Of course, a lot of things changed pretty much right after July 1st with numbers jumping. A lot has happened in the last 4 weeks, 3.5, 4 weeks since we voted on that. But to my recollection, we agreed we would get an update about this at our July 28th business meeting. That, and so, Sarah, to your point, Lydia, I appreciate you bringing it up tonight. I am probably not going to vote with you, not because I don't agree with you, but because I think 1 o'clock in the morning is not enough notice to immediately stop this. But I do sincerely hope that this conversation, and again, what I'm noticing about this is we have some pretty lively debate about this tonight. And I think that this is going to be a really interesting conversation about what sports in the fall are going to look like in terms of, the football season, to make mention of those emails. The football season will not look the same if the boys want to compete, they'll by definition have to tackle, which means they will have to wear masks. If we even get to that point, if our board even decides that we're willing to, listen to the PIAA, about their decision to let sports go on. So, I think that sticking with our original plan, at least for me, for my vote on this motion and second tonight, sticking with our original plan to talk about this next week is important. And getting some pretty hard numbers about, who's participating, who's not, how's it going, might be not part of the school opening plan, Ken. This was kind of a different.
No, and I'm happy to do it on the 28th. I think we really need to think about what we're doing on August 4th, because I'm much more focused on how do we open school and how do we have a discussion about open school, and secondary is sports and activities.
Sure.
So we and I think, as you just said, all of a sudden this became a very animated, very involved discussion about sports, and now we're moving it to the 28th, which we can do. We certainly can give an update to that, and maybe we should look at starting the meeting a little bit earlier. I think first and foremost, we got to decide what are the options and how we're going to open school. And then once we can make a decision on how we open up school, I think we can then put athletics on our plate. Now, it is problematic that the state has a health and safety plan that puts it all in together, but that safety and healthy plan doesn't preclude us from making a decision. That safety and healthy plan just gives us guidance on how we would run all extracurricular type activities, not just sports, but how we would handle all different activities. So I do think it would be important for next week for us to say, this is our first priority, this is what we're going to discuss, and this is what we're going to do. And then maybe even to some of the points that were made tonight, then as we move to this separate discussion, once we've made that decision, what does that look like? We need to have a discussion first on what is the role of extracurricular activities and programming, and have that separate discussion. It's just, I think it could be a lot to tackle next, pardon the pun.
I'm telling you that in June, I think we talked about getting an update about how these voluntary sports workouts were going at the April 28th meeting.
Yeah, and I can tell you right now from checking on things, because board members have reached out to me, so I did have a conversation with Mr. Friel and Mr. Bechtold today, if I could summarize, it has been very positive, that there's been a structure to things, that things have been going well. Because of that structure that is there, and from some of the comments we heard from the students, that students have been appreciative of having that opportunity to be involved and to be engaged, even in a voluntary basis with it. Our preseason, and I know this gets into a whole nother debate, is it voluntary, is it not voluntary? But I can tell you there's a lot of evidence to point to that our preseason, across the board for sports is, a voluntary aspect of our program. Now, does that get nuanced each year? I'm talking any given year with what a particular coach or assistant coach and how they suggest things, and kids feel like they have to be there, but it truly is voluntary, workouts, voluntary times for the kids to, be involved athletically. And it is governed, the structure is also governed by the PIAA on what kind of official practices you can be having. But the overall comments from Mr. Friel today were positive, but we could certainly give an update next Tuesday on that. Is my summary, Dan, fair from that? You were part of that, some of that discussion today amongst many other discussions, but I think you were there for a little bit of that meeting.
Yes, no, that was definitely a fair summary.
All righty. Well, I don't know, Amy, you haven't had a chance to weigh in. Do you have anything you want to share?
I thought I did weigh in, but I think that my only thing is that how things are going it would be based on what the adherence to the health and safety plan, or just how the students are feeling about working out. I just wasn't clear what the update was going to be about.
And just on that topic, just to amplify something Mr. Batchelor said, I haven't heard anything that actually indicates that we're not in compliance now. The mask order says outdoors, maintain 6 feet. If it's calisthenics running, no problem. Go into the weight room, throw a mask on. And also, to be clear, there's the mask order that the Secretary of Health put out, and then there was an FAQ. It was like a Q&A that the Department of Education put out, where they mentioned the additional comment about athletics, where they say if you're involved with athletics that make you unable to wear the mask, then you don't have to wear it. So, I didn't hear anything that sounds like we're not in compliance, and I don't want anyone to watch now to run off and say, oh, we heard that Radnor's not in compliance with the mask order. I didn't hear anything along those lines. At this point, at any point, Ms. Stern, you can correct me if I'm wrong, someone could make a motion to table this, and then, we would take an immediate vote on that, and that would send it to a later meeting.
All fair, and I think I agree with you in terms of what you heard or didn't hear. I think the question comes around the interpretation of the order, which is, maybe perhaps not well written. We either, if everyone has weighed in, then we can either happy to call the vote, or, if someone is going to table it. Doesn't look like anybody wants to table. So at this point, I'll call the table.
I'd like to table it.
I second it.
Okay, all those in favor to table, say aye.
Aye.
Motion to table 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. The motion opposed to tabling it. Amy, were you voting to table or not table?
No, I was voting to table.
I saw 5.
I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand. Then the motion, Bradley, you motioned to table as well?
No, I was saying there were 5 to table.
Thank you. I didn't see Amy's hand initially. So the motion to table passes 5-4, and we will, all those opposed, I'm sorry. Opposed to tabling? 1, 2, 3, 4. So the motion to table passes. So the motion is tabled, which means we don't have to take public comment on it. Let's see, I do want to say for board announcements, quickly, we have 2 upcoming board meetings. One of them needs to be corrected. The meeting on July 28th, which is also a virtual meeting, is a regular board business meeting. We approved it last month at our board meeting. So we'll get that updated on the agenda and in the minutes. And then we have currently we have a special board meeting to hear community input on the Radnor Raider mascot name on Tuesday, August 4th, which will be a virtual meeting. And now I'll entertain that rest of that public comment. Mr. Petiti.
Yep. Okay, so just a few more here. First is from Scott Belleville. My name is Scott Belleville, and I'm a rising senior at Radnor, where I'm a 2-sport student athlete, football and baseball. I watched my older sister and her 2020 classmates miss their spring season of sports due to the current COVID-19 situation, and they were devastated. Not only did they miss out on once-in-a-lifetime opportunities, they were robbed of critical leadership and teamwork opportunities their last semester in high school. In my opinion, high school students need sports. On the athletic field, we are able to release stress, deal with difficult situations, stay physically fit, and build lasting bonds with our teammates. I'm thankful over the past 2 weeks that you have allowed my football brothers and me to practice and get back to work on the football field. We could not be happier. It is our time, and we look forward to practicing every day, staying healthy and safe, and to having fun. Football is special and a huge part of our development. We are forced to deal with adversity, to overcome insurmountable obstacles, to practice good teamwork and sportsmanship, and to develop as leaders. We love this game. We can and will be safe this season practicing good distancing, wearing masks, and making sure we quarantine should we develop signs of the virus. Please allow and trust us to play the sport we love so much, as I do not want my classmates to experience what I just watched my varsity baseball teammates experience this past spring. We want to be able to go out on Friday nights and make the community proud as we compete for Radnor and for each other. I, along with a few of my classmates, want to pursue the dream of playing college football as well. We need this season in order to demonstrate to college coaches that we belong on their rosters. And perhaps most important of all, my teammates and I need football for our mental health. Football may just be a game to some people, but we pour our lives into this sport we love, and to have it taken away would be extremely detrimental to our well-being and development as young men. Most of my fellow seniors and I have played football together since we were in 4th grade, and our goal has always been to play as brothers on this Radnor varsity team. This is our final opportunity to do so, and I know we will not disappoint come this fall. I speak for my entire team and hope that you will take our strong feelings into consideration when making decisions for this season. From Catherine Bono. Hi, Sarah Dunn made a good point about that many kids may not come to school no matter what. I will not send my kids back in September, but want to reconsider after each semester. Have you looked at this model showing the spread of the virus with an AC unit in a restaurant? And with respect to that, can an airflow study be done in each room? Thanks again for your work on this. From Rich Marino, has the board given thoughts on specifications over masks? For example, there are masks with built-in vents to exhaust hot air out to keep the wearer comfortable. However, that style mask does not protect others. Same concern goes for thin bandanas, etc. My opinion is that the board will mandate what specs make for an acceptable mask to wear in school. From Gail Morrison. With regards to the online elementary offering, it stands out to me that the discussion highlighted using our de facto standard teachers' workshop practices with guided reading and leveled reading groups. These choices do not align with the science of reading and make our teachers' jobs harder and lead to more struggling and not proficient readers and spellers. Now will be a really good time for Radnor to rid itself of these practices that do not align with the evidence on what works. From Sarah Reiner, good evening. Thank you all for your hard work and dedication as we navigate this unprecedented time. It is apparent that a lot of time, energy, and work has gone into tonight's meetings and presentation. It does not go unnoticed. This is a tough spot, and as parents of 2 kids at rest this fall, we don't know where our kids will be learning come September, from home or in school. However, either way, the possibility of a return to cyber learning seems highly likely. I have serious concerns about the time requirement for cyber learning for the K-5 levels. While upon review of the sample schedule of cyber learning at the elementary school level, I see windows of time built in for breaks from the screen during the school day, I find the overall proposal alarming. Have you tried to keep a 5 or 7-year-old engaged at a screen watching or reading for an uninterrupted and consecutive 15 minutes, let alone the mentioned 60 minutes? Please don't overlook the challenges that learning at home presents, especially for the younger learners and the more vulnerable students. It is my opinion that asking elementary school age children to remain engaged in cyber school for the full duration of the traditional school day hours, 9 a.m. to 3:30 p.m., is unrealistic and sets the child up for an unsuccessful learning experience. Thank you again for your time and dedication to our student and teacher safety. This message is from a Ravi R. I'm a data engineer. I listened one of the comments earlier and I totally agree. I calculated the percentages myself now and see that the results are absolutely flawed. I believe we should recruit a statistician to validate these calculations from these charts. We are taking life or death decisions based on flawed data analysis. For e.g., we don't see the percentages of 5-child parents to 1-child parents, which is very important info that is missing here. And it looks like this could be the last one from Kevin Stern. I have a few points from listening to the meeting tonight. First, I have heard how much people don't want uncertainty after next Tuesday. The only plan that isn't subject to change if any local or state authority changes their guidelines is to have no in-person instruction. If the pandemic does improve dramatically between now and September or any point after that, the transition from online to in-person will be much faster and easier than the opposite direction. As Mr. Bechtold said, it will take between 3 days and a week to go back to in-person, but we have seen a difficulty in moving to online on short notice. Second, I've heard several times in this meeting, both in public comment and more discussion, the idea of how great the toll online learning will place on students and their mental health, and I don't want to discount that. However, I am much more concerned about the toll that will be placed on students if their teachers, friends, or family members die because RTSD comprise safety for physical learning. I would like every board member to ask themselves how many dead people in-person classes are worth. I don't want to be morbid, but that is the reality in which we are living. Radnor is an amazing school district, and I am sure that every teacher will do their best to create the best online learning environment for their students. Every day after next Tuesday that is spent trying to find some way to create in-person instruction is a day spent not supporting teachers in creating that online learning environment. I know that this is an incredibly difficult decision, but it is the right one. I am inspired by the problem solving that every member of the task force has employed in this effort, and would love to see that cognitive power being applied to finding new and innovative ways to teach students online.
Thank you, Mr. Petiti, and thank you for hanging in with us tonight. Okay, with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Amy, and then a second.
Second.
From Liz. All those in favor? The motion passes, yeah, with like 55-0. We are adjourned. Good night, everyone.
Thank you. Good night.